Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, March 11th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here live from our Orlando studios. Thank you so much for waking up with us as we bring you raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. We are bringing you full coverage as we follow the latest developments on the Russian invasion into Ukraine, now entering its 16th day. And we are going to start off our show with that coverage. But I do want to let you know that we are also monitoring several other stories that I wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. And this is what we've got coming up this morning. Former Empire actor Jussie Smollett receiving 30 months probation yesterday. It was something that we brought you here on Live Now from Fox, raw and unfiltered. The first 150 days must be spent in a Cook County jail there in Chicago for staging a racist and homophobic attack and lying to Chicago police in 2019. We've also got the latest on Major League Baseball. Just yesterday, the Major League Baseball Association and the MLB Players Association reaching a new collective bargaining agreement, finally halting a 99-day owner-imposed lockout. We are actually going to be speaking live with our Fox 5 New York team from outside of the MLB headquarters in New York City at around 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time. So be sure to stick around for that live report. However, I do want to start off as promised with some coverage on the Russian invasion into Ukraine. This is a live vantage point we have from a train station in the Polish-Ukraine border area. So we do know that the United Nations has confirmed this morning that 2.5 million refugees have fled Ukraine since Russia invaded more than 2 weeks ago. They said that more than 1.5 million refugees have gone to neighboring Poland here right in front of your eyes alone, and that some 116,000 of the refugees are third country nationals, not even Ukrainian. So again, this is a live look. We have a vantage point from the Polish-Ukraine border. The UN High Commissioner for Refugees also gave the 2.5 million total for refugees and said his agency estimates that about 2 million people are displaced inside of Ukraine as well. And in just a couple of minutes here, we are going to bring you some of the gut-wrenching video that we are continuing to get into our desk from on the ground into Ukraine as Russia is widening its military offensive forces in the western part of Ukraine today. We do know that they're striking near airports in the west for the first time as troops are keeping up that pressure on the capital, which is Kyiv. And this is actually a look we have of Kyiv, the capital there in Ukraine. It should be about noon there. They are about 6 hours ahead of us here on the East Coast. Now, we do know Ukrainian authorities have announced plans for several evacuation and humanitarian aid delivery routes with the support of the Red Cross. Their top priority is to free people struggling to free Mariupol, which is coming under increasing pressure. That is where we saw that absolutely devastating hospital bombing that happened just days ago. We do know that it killed at least 3 and injured about 17, including expectant mothers, children, and doctors and nurses. Now, I actually do have another announcement, some breaking news to bring you from here in the United States. We're going to head out live to the White House in Washington, D.C. right now because we have gotten word that President Biden is expected to announce new measures against Russia. We're getting word that this could happen at around 10:15 a.m. Eastern Time. Our team is trying to get that confirmed and set in stone. But regardless of when he speaks, we will be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered because that is who we are and what we do. Meanwhile, some more news to bring you on Capitol Hill. We're actually going to go from the White House out to a live vantage point we have of the Capitol building right there across the street. That is because we are learning this morning some more breaking news to bring you here that the Senate has officially passed a large spending bill that includes billions in aid for Ukraine. So this is some of that video that we got from the Senate floor just last night. The Senate approved a $1.5 trillion omnibus spending bill for a variety of measures that are going to fund the government through September 30th. The vote was 68 30-31, easily skating past the necessary threshold of 60 votes. About $14 billion in emergency aid for Ukraine was included, and the legislation now goes to President Biden's desk for him to sign. In addition, as we talk about the Biden administration, we also do have Vice President Kamala Harris overseas out there meeting with our NATO allies. This is some video we got into our desk this morning. You can see she is meeting with troops out there as they continue to be on high alert as the Russian invasion into Ukraine again entering its 16th day. She did meet with the Polish president. They held a press conference that we brought to you right here on Live Now from Fox, and she is making her way to Romania as we speak. We have gotten word that she might be holding a press conference out there at around 8 a.m. Eastern time. So again, we are going to keep tabs on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we have several Fox News correspondents. They have been boots on the ground, providing some excellent reporting, speaking with refugees, speaking with officials, and really giving us some exclusive insight into what is happening on the ground there. This billions of dollars in aid from the United States coming at such a critical time, as again, we know more than 2.5 million refugees have fled the country since this invasion began more than 2 weeks ago. So I do want to start off our coverage from the ground there with this latest report from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard. She's been in Poland with the very latest on how evacuees are holding up.
Russian violence hitting closer to western Ukraine. Shelling now reported less than 200 miles from the Polish border and less than 3 hours from Lviv, where hundreds of thousands have fled.
Kids shouldn't see the murder. They shouldn't hear the bombs falling on their city. That's why we are here, hoping that something will change and we can come back to our native land as soon as possible.
This mother of three, like so many, moving their families to safety, forced to leave everything behind, including husbands and older sons who remain to fight. The path to escape for many refugees has been dangerous, and once across the border, they face uncertainty.
We're noticing that more people who are crossing now have less means. Maybe they just grabbed a bag, grabbed, in some cases, their pet or their immediate possessions, and they moved.
Peace talks between Ukraine and Russia's foreign ministers failed on Thursday. Hours later, satellite images showed the stalled 40-mile-long Russian convoy start to break up and fan out, with artillery equipment moved into firing positions.
This is outright terror, blatant terror from experienced terrorists.
Thursday, Congress passed nearly $14 billion for military and humanitarian aid for Ukraine and European allies.
The motion to concur is agreed to.
In an effort to put more pressure on Russia's economy, President Biden, along with other world leaders, are looking to strip Russia of its most favored nation trade status. In Poland, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Again, here is one of the live vantage points we have from inside of a train station at the Polish-Ukrainian border. You heard Lauren say more than 1 million refugees alone have gone to neighboring Poland. And actually something that I personally have learned here within the last couple of weeks as we followed this invasion, that outside of Ukraine, Poland actually has the largest Ukrainian population. So it's likely that a lot of people have family here, that a lot of people are comfortable going to Poland, whether they are starting fresh or not. And, you know, we've really been talking about here, myself and my colleagues, about just how, wild these shots that we are getting from on the ground are. You could see here that there are children in line. A couple of minutes ago, we did see that these people on the bench were eating. They were trying to get a hot meal in. You could see just how many people are cramped into this one terminal inside of the train station. This really just puts into perspective how crucial this time is out there for them to get to safety, for them to get out of their country where the Russian troops are really attacking from all directions at this point. We have learned this morning that they are now honing in on the west and trying to continue to make way into Kyiv, which is the capital. We do have a vantage point from Kyiv that we can show you as well. So this is a huge part of who we are and what we do, being able to bring you live, raw, unfiltered feeds from the Ukraine, even from Russia and from neighboring countries that are taking in these refugees. Again, United Nations confirming 2.5 million refugees have fled Ukraine since this invasion began. Something that we've also been able to do here on Live Now from Fox is bring you video taken from people that are out there on the ground, government agencies, government officials posting certain video online to their social media accounts. So I do want to bring you some here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to let you know that viewer discretion is advised because some of them can get pretty intense.
412, 412. Людей не было. Больше не было.
So just wanted to raise the volume there for just a moment. This is video that we are getting as we learn at least one person was killed when 3 airstrikes hit the Ukrainian city of Dnipro near a kindergarten, an apartment building, and a shoe factory earlier this morning. This footage was uploaded by Ukraine's State Emergency Service and shows flames and smoke rising from piles of rubble across the street. Emergency crews working out to put out some of these fires. And the State Emergency Service said in a now deleted Facebook post that at least one person was killed and several others were injured. You could just see this is a shoe right there. So many people upended by this invasion, so many structures damaged. You could see just how large these flames are. All of these emergency service workers trying to use their resources, water hoses, smoke. You could just see how bad the smoke is coming from these structures. So again, this is some of the video that we wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. And as we continue doing so, these are satellite images released yesterday showing military movements and damage to more civilian structures near Kyiv amid Russia's invasion into Ukraine. According to Maxar Technologies, the imagery they provided here shows armored units maneuvering in and through the surrounding towns close to Antonov Airport in Hostomel. They said elements of the convoy further north have repositioned and are deployed along tree lines, near Lubyanka, with towed artillery in firing positions nearby. You could see damage to commercial and residential property also around Kyiv and also in Chernihiv, which is northeast of Kyiv. So that has been a huge focus for Russian military forces, is getting around the capital city. That's where President Zelensky is. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has posted on his own social media account saying, "I will remain in my presidential office. This is where I am. Come and find me. I'm not afraid of you." So definitely some defiant remarks that we have gotten from the Ukrainian president. Continuing to show you more video here of these Russian forces. This is actually a column of Russian tanks that was ambushed by Ukrainian forces on March 10th, so yesterday, near the city of Brovary, which is outside of Kyiv. According to Current Time, who provided us this video, a Russian convoy of tanks retreated after taking heavy losses at the hands of Ukrainian forces. A Ukrainian serviceman told the network that an ambush was organized against the convoy of about 40 vehicles, and the head of the convoy was destroyed. Current Time said several remaining Russian tanks still in working order were seized by the Ukrainian military. And in just a couple of minutes, I actually am going to play some video for you here of our own intelligence officials here in the United States really talking about how they underestimated the defiance and power of the Ukrainian military. They have absolutely put up some fight against the Russian forces that basically beat them in size by ×5. So Again, this is more video that we were able to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go from outside Kyiv to the city of Mariupol. So a Ukrainian state emergency service building damaged during Russian attacks in Mariupol. The Ukrainian SES releasing this footage of the damage caused to the building on their Facebook page, saying in the accompanying caption, "The damned occupiers are shooting up everything in Mariupol, maternity homes, hospitals, civilian housing, schools and kindergartens." On March 9th, so just a couple of days ago, a maternity and children's hospital in Mariupol was damaged by a Russian air raid. So this city has just become so war-torn by the invasion, and there is growing outrage over that airstrike on that children's and maternity hospital. It killed 3 people. Russia's foreign minister claiming the facility was a military object and admits it was deliberately targeted. So I do want to head out to that area. Fox News State Department correspondent Benjamin Hall, he's in Kyiv with the very latest. We do want to warn our viewers, again, viewer discretion is advised, that some of this video in his report may be very disturbing.
Global condemnation over a missile attack on a maternity hospital in the southern city of Mariupol. Ukrainian officials now say 3 people have died, including a child. Women ready to give birth among the 17 wounded. Russia's foreign minister calling concerns over civilian casualties, quote, pathetic shrieks, and claiming without any evidence the hospital was an active militia base and had no patients.
There have been no women, children, or service personnel in that maternity hospital in Mariupol for a long time.
Ukraine's president vowing Russia's leader will be held accountable.
You will definitely be prosecuted for complicity in war crimes.
Mariupol's situation grows more desperate. Surrounded by Russian forces, at least 8 major airstrikes in the past 2 days. Shortages of food, water, electricity. Workers burying scores of soldiers and civilians in mass graves.
The only thing I want is for this to be finished. Damn them all, those people who started this.
Temporary ceasefires to allow humanitarian aid in and evacuations of civilians out have repeatedly failed. But Mariupol's city council said an aid convoy was on the way Thursday. It comes as the foreign ministers of Ukraine and Russia meet in Turkey in their highest level peace talks since the war's start. But little progress was made. Here in the north, 2 hospitals were reportedly bombed just west of Kyiv. The city's mayor reports about half the area's citizens have fled. The capital, a virtual fortress.
We ready to defend our family, our houses, our city.
Russia's efforts to complete its encirclement of Kyiv remain stifled. US officials estimate 5,000 to 6,000 Russian soldiers killed so far. And the White House warns Russian frustration could lead to desperation, ramping up the brutality by using chemical or biological weapons, part of a false flag operation to justify its offensive. And in Chernihiv, bravery on display, Ukrainian soldiers defusing an unexploded Russian bomb using just their bare hands and a bottle of water. The State Department says that Russia has encircled almost all of the cities that it is targeting, with the rare exception of Kyiv. Experts are divided on why that is, but most believe that it is because of the resilience and the bravery of the Ukrainian soldiers. How long that lasts for, however, is unknown, but we wait here to find out. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Benjamin Hall for that report. Again, some of the video that we show you as we get it more and more into our desks throughout the morning, viewer discretion is advised because some of it is just so gut-wrenching, but it really just brings you such a real perspective on the tragedy that is striking so many different areas of Ukraine at this point. Again, we did learn this morning that Russian troops are starting to attack from more on the western part of Ukraine. So be sure to stick with us at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to be speaking with Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader. He's going to be bringing us the latest on military operations out there in Ukraine, and he's also going to be giving us a little preview on President Biden's remarks that we are expecting today, as he is expected to release more information on sanctions on Russia. So when we do get a definite time, we'll be sure to bring you those latest details. Meanwhile, staying back out here in the United States, as I mentioned earlier, I want to play for you some sound bites from an Intel committee hearing that happened on Capitol Hill, where agents literally said that they completely underestimated the power of the Ukrainian military, and so did Russian President Vladimir Putin. Let's listen in first, and then I'll read you some more details.
Dr. Haynes, you testify that you think Vladimir Putin underestimated the Ukrainians' skill and their will to fight, and he overestimated his own military's ability. Is it fair to say our intelligence community made the same mistakes based on the testimony we've heard here?
So we assessed prior to the invasion that he was underestimating rather the Ukrainians' essentially likely resistance to it. So I think we did well there. We did not do as well in terms of predicting the military challenges that he has encountered with his own military.
So as you just listened to top U.S. intelligence officials saying yesterday that they underestimated Ukraine's ability to defend itself against Russian forces. U.S. Director of National Intelligence Avril Haines spoke before the Senate Intelligence Committee and said that she believes Russia made the same mistake. New developments in the crisis, as they talked about yesterday, say a Russian conspiracy theory has now evolved, claiming the U.S. is developing biological weapons in Ukraine. U.S. officials warning the disinformation could lead to further escalation in the conflict. So these are actually hearings that we have brought you basically in their entirety, raw and live, as they talk about the worldwide threats that other countries could face, as Russian President Vladimir Putin doesn't seem to have any intentions of backing down these forces in the Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has warned other nations that they could be next, that he is, a dictator. Zelensky has called his moves an atrocity on communities in certain parts of the country, Mariupol being one of them. They've seen hospital bombings, so many civilian structures damaged, so many civilians impacted by this invasion. So that is actually what we are going to talk about after I send some of you on this quick 2-minute commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue our coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. When we come back, we're going to read you the latest numbers coming from the United Nations about the civilians that have been killed in Ukraine. We're also going to get some more perspective into the humanitarian crisis that this has caused. We've got 2.5 million refugees and counting fleeing Ukraine. Is the largest evacuation movement in Europe since World War II. And then we're also going to have some segments from our owned and operated stations speaking with nonprofits about how they are helping refugees and specifically orphans. It's one thing to be with a family and leaving this country, but so many children who don't have that are also being impacted as well. So stick with us. All this coming up after this quick 2-minute commercial break. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, March 11th, almost 6:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are live and worldwide as we continue the coverage we have for you on the Russian invasion into Ukraine as it enters its 16th day. This is a live vantage point we've got coming in from Romania. Specifically, if you're familiar with this area, this is Bucharest Henri Coanda International Airport. And as you can see, live, raw, unfiltered feeds coming in as Vice President Kamala Harris officially arrives in Romania after she left Poland yesterday, continuing her European tour as she meets with NATO allies. And this is coming a day after talks between Ukraine and Russia's foreign ministers failed to bring any pause in the conflict. As you can see, she's being greeted by Romanian officials right there. I'm going to raise the volume for just a moment to see if we can get any insight into some of their conversations. All right, so we clearly cannot hear any of what they're saying, but I do have some information to bring you here as we watch these encounters live, raw, and unfiltered coming from Bucharest, Romania. Vice President Kamala Harris being greeted and meeting with President Klaus Iohannis. This is her second stop on a 3-day trip through Eastern Europe. Meanwhile, the United States, together with the group of 7 nations and the European Union, will move to revoke Russia's most favored nation status in an effort to pressure it to end the conflict with Ukraine. Now, this visit to Romania is coming after Vice President Kamala Harris met Polish leaders and Ukrainian refugees as well as military troops in Warsaw just yesterday and offered U.S.'s support to calls for an international war crimes investigation against Russia. Her visit to Poland actually also came amid a rift between the United States and Poland over supplying warplanes to Ukraine. So we did bring you that feed, that press conference here on Live Now from Fox just yesterday. So again, we can see that this reporter's camera is freezing. Vice President Kamala Harris getting into her vehicle. But we did get that feed coming into our desk just moments ago. So we wanted to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, that is who we are and what we do. When we get these feeds coming to you, we like to bring them to you and give you an even closer look as to what is going on overseas, especially amid a European war at this point, the Russian invasion into Ukraine entering day 16. As promised before that quick commercial break, right now, I do want to give you some more insight into the humanitarian crisis that this has caused, that this invasion has caused. I do want to start off by bringing you the latest numbers that we have from the United Nations about the casualties that have been caused by this situation. Russia's invasion of Ukraine taking a heartbreaking toll on the civilians specifically. This is just some of the look at the damage that is seen across the country. The United Nations saying at least 549 civilians have been killed, 41 of them children. The agency also says at least 957 Ukrainian civilians have been injured. And the true number may be even worse. My colleagues and I were talking about how this is definitely anticipated to grow, unfortunately, that they could not have a full count. There has been, so many craters, so many mass sites of casualties, so much rubble to search under. And, UN officials say they fear the toll of civilian deaths and injuries is even higher themselves. They are also saying that, especially in government-controlled areas in recent days, Mariupol, Kyiv. They say most of the civilian casualties recorded were caused by the use of explosive weapons that are able to impact a wide area. And, as we talk about the human tragedy of the war that continues to be a major issue, like we've been mentioning all morning since we launched, Number of refugees officially climbing to around 2.5 million. And we do have another Fox News correspondent out there on the ground. Lucas Tomlinson is taking a closer look at the humanitarian crisis from Lviv, which is a major hub for Ukrainians seeking to escape. Let's listen in.
Two weeks into Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine, no sign the flood of refugees will stop pouring out of the country. The UN says nearly 2.5 million people have now fled Ukraine, the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II.
We're noticing that more people who are crossing now have less means. Maybe they just grabbed the bag, grabbed, in some cases, their pet or their immediate possessions.
Angelina and her family fled the capital after hiding in a bomb shelter.
We came from Kyiv because of very heavy fighting happening there now.
The train station in Lviv has become a transit point for many fleeing the country. While tens of thousands of refugees have poured into western Ukraine, this train here in Lviv is being loaded with hundreds of pounds of food badly needed in the country's east. Dozens of volunteers forming a human chain to load the critical supplies so desperately needed by their fellow countrymen.
We want to help our people.
2 weeks ago, before the war, Vladimir Wolf worked at a bank. He now heads up this working party to deliver the badly needed aid.
Many people bring this food. We fight to the end.
It's mostly women and children you see at the train station. Many of the men have stayed behind to fight the Russian army. Of the more than 2 million fleeing, half are children.
We want a better life for our kids.
The Ukrainian people think they're going to win this war because they're fighting for their land. They think the Russian soldiers who have been killed by the thousands don't really want to be here. In Lviv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lucas Tomlinson and all of our correspondents who have been boots on the ground for weeks now, bringing us such an exclusive, an inside look as to how bad this situation is getting over there. And of course, we do have some more video to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. A part of who we are and what we do is being able to bring you video, images from officials and even just everyday people that are posting online out there as evacuations are continuing. That's really the raw and unfiltered aspect of our show for sure. So I do want to first bring you this video coming from the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, saying more than 2,600 cars and 54 buses evacuated more than 12,000 people from Sumy yesterday. The SES saying that this footage shows evacuees from Krasinopila and also from Trostinates and from the regional center. Civilians evacuated through humanitarian corridors established for safe passage through Sumy and Kyiv as Russia continued its full-scale military invasion. Yesterday, the United Nations reported that these evacuation efforts are getting a little better. A huge concern over this past weekend and throughout the beginning of the week was the fact that these corridors were set in place. Russia basically agreeing with Ukraine that we're going to have a certain number of hours to allow evacuees to get out safely. But then we had Russian troops firing missiles on some of these neighborhoods that people were trying to escape from. And when you talk about raw and unfiltered, you really just look at this video and you see how many people are impacted. Elderly people, children, women who have little kids. You could see this little boy saying goodbye, waving by through the window, and just how many people are trying to get out. Look at this line. Look at these crowds right there in front of you trying to get on these buses. We also do have more video to bring you from a different area of Ukraine. Evacuation efforts continuing in Irpin, Ukraine, which is northwest of the capital city of Kyiv. This happening just yesterday following a series of intense Russian attacks just within this region alone. This footage posted on the official Facebook account of the Ukrainian Ministry of Internal Affairs showing emergency officials helping civilians near a damaged bridge. According to the post that they put this video on, officials brought the evacuees, including women, children, as you could see, and and the disabled to safety. Elsewhere in Kyiv, emergency officials continue to evacuate civilians from the Bucha area just yesterday. So again, just really puts into perspective how many people are trying to get out, the specific amounts of people that are targeted, that are dealing with this. We know that over 1 million children alone have fled the Ukraine. And back here in the United States, we are trying to aid these efforts as best as we can as this war is raging on. So I do want to bring you another report from Fox's Madison Scarpino. She is talking with a nonprofit organization trying to get some of these organizations out in the Ukraine critical medical supplies, because it's absolutely needed, as the United Nations and the World Health Organization confirmed that more than 18 medical facilities alone have been targeted and damaged since the beginning of this invasion. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
30,000 volunteers for their 7 locations nationwide, and they've been working nonstop since Russia invaded Ukraine. And every single piece of equipment or supplies in the warehouses are donations. As for the logistics and shipping of these medical supplies to Ukrainians in need, the timing couldn't be worse. Volunteers have been hard at work at the Project Cure warehouse in Colorado. The goal, to get as much medical supplies as possible over to Ukraine.
Every little bit counts, and even though I'm not there, I still feel like I'm helping a lot.
But it hasn't been easy.
Right now it's difficult to get a container or an airplane to go anywhere anyway. And we have been postponed 2 or 3 months on the loads that we're doing. And now there's a crisis, and we need to get going on shipping.
Once medical supplies do leave Colorado, they have a long journey to eventually get to Ukraine. Project Cure partnered up with Ukrainians of Colorado, who are helping coordinate requests for specific trauma and medical supplies directly from Ukraine.
And I'm really happy to find that we're addressing the right need at the right time.
A doctor currently in Ukraine who spoke to us says the main equipment needed are things like tourniquets to stop major bleeding, which he says is the #1 preventable cause of death.
Priority #1 is our treatment of our soldiers, saving their lives. But also we will appreciate for any kind of relevant medical equipment or relevant drugs which come to Ukraine.
The organization says they're giving all that they can right now, but once the supplies gets close to Ukraine, things could change at a moment's notice.
Every day that green zone is changing. The route in is changing. You got bombings and all kinds of missiles and everything else. So what was a safe passage yesterday might not be a safe passage tomorrow. So that's part of the trick with this one.
When the medical supplies do make it to Europe, Project Cure will work with organizations they're connected to out there to move it by truck into Ukraine. I'm told it's all going to come down to an element of trust. In Centennial, Colorado, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madison Scarpino for that report. Meanwhile, I do want to take our coverage of this invasion actually right here to the state of Florida and right around our Live Now from Fox East Coast hub in Orlando. It was a reunion that was years in the making. A man from Longwood, Florida, which is not too far away from Orlando, made his way to Poland last week to pick up his sister who fled from Ukraine. This is actually a story that our very own Fox 35 Orlando team was able to cover. So let's get this heartwarming story here on Live Now from Fox this morning.
A reunion years in the making. Alexander Murga from Longwood made his way to Poland last week to pick up his sister who fled from Ukraine.
I've seen things that none of us should see.
And finally, a huge win for his family. He was able to help his sister secure a visa at the U.S. Embassy to come to the United States.
She was never able to get a visa before. She tried 3 times and she was declined. But this time we got it. And so we got lucky.
She had to leave her husband behind in Ukraine to fight. Meanwhile, Alexander has spent the last week helping others leave Ukraine and cross into Poland. So far, he's helped bring over 11 people in his family, including 3 children and other friends of friends.
When I go there, I have a minivan which can fit 9 people. Okay. So I don't drive. If I have seat, I'm not driving with the empty seat.
Murga plans to return to the border more in the coming days to help others. He says seeing the war in person has been beyond difficult.
It's like a scary movie. even worse, but it's in reality. You're trying to hold on to yourself and make sure, you know, like you're not just there depressed or shaken.
He hopes to fly home to Orlando and return to Longwood with his sister next week, so more reunions like this can happen, and they know their family is safe. Lyra Greenberg, Fox 35 News.
Definitely such a heartwarming story. So many people trying to get out of the Ukraine and so many people heading there, just like that gentleman from Longwood, to go and get family members that they want to, see to safety. So very good story there from our Fox 35 Orlando team for sure. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head out to Washington, D.C. Here's a live now look at the White House in our nation's capital. We're going to have a live report from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater. He's joined us live throughout the entirety of this invasion, not only bringing us the latest from on the ground there in the Ukraine, but he's also going to be giving us some insight into some remarks that we are expected to get from President Biden here later today, where he is expected to announce new measures against Russia. Earlier this week, we officially got that announcement of him banning Russian oil and energy sources. So what could be next? Well, stay with us to find out. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. We are bringing you out to a live now look we have of the White House. As we are learning this morning, President Biden is expected to announce new measures against Russia later today. And this is all happening as Russian attacks on Ukraine have expanded overnight. So to talk all about this, I do want to welcome into the conversation Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater. Doug, good morning to you. First off, let's start in the ground over there in Ukraine. We understand that Russian troops have really advanced towards the western part of the country.
Well, there have been some attacks in the west. We also have this convoy of Russian vehicles, about 40 miles long or so, that we've long kept our eyes on here, and it seems to be moving, dispersing a little bit, perhaps getting into firing position, which has many concern that this may be the precursor to an all-out assault on Ukraine, on Kyiv, the capital. Meantime, here in Washington, the president today, we think, will announce that the U.S. is going to revoke Russia's most favored nation trade status, and this would be done in conjunction with U.S. allies. So the idea here is really to kind of tighten the screws on Russia as this invasion continues. Will it be enough to stop Putin, though, it doesn't seem as though economic sanctions up at this point have dissuaded him in the least.
Yeah, Doug, it definitely does not seem that he has any intention of backing down. That also coming after, the foreign ministers of Russia and the Ukraine met yesterday, and there was really no progress from those meetings. Doug, can you also give our viewers some insight into the multi-billion-dollar bill and relief aid package that is going to be going to Ukraine after it was approved by Congress late last night?
Well, this is a larger spending package that Congress just passed last night, about $1.5 trillion. I mean, it's huge, but the war effort in Ukraine will get more than $13 billion. So it's some pretty substantial funding. Some of that is for military assistance. Some of it is for humanitarian relief moving forward. This was something that enjoyed bipartisan support in Congress.
All right, Doug. Well, thank you so much for getting our viewers all up to speed this morning. We appreciate you, and you have a good weekend.
Thanks so much. You too.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, when we do get some more information as to a time of that announcement from President Biden, we will be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, and we will most definitely be airing those remarks live, raw, and in their entirety. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to continue getting some more insight as, this humanitarian crisis is ongoing in Ukraine with the Russian invasion entering its 16th day. We're going to hear from our Fox 32 Chicago team as they spoke with the organizer of a nonprofit getting relief aid to orphanages over there in Ukraine, not just families that are impacted, but also children who've been displaced and may not have anybody to call family. So we'll get some insight into that, and then we will move towards some economic angles of this invasion, talking about inflation and how it's continuing to impact gas prices here in the U.S. So stick with us, all that coming up here when we come back. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. 6:52 a.m. here on the East Coast. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you for the next several hours as we continue our coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, entering its 16th day, as well as other top stories that are happening across the nation. In the next few minutes, we are going to bring you the latest on the former Empire actor Jussie Smollett receiving jail time for staging a hate crime almost 3 years ago. At around around 7:15 a.m. Eastern time too. Be sure to stick around. We're going to head out to New York City to touch base with our Fox 5 New York team as baseball is back. The Major League Baseball Association and the Players Association reaching an agreement yesterday, ending a 99-day lockout. So that's some of what we got coming up here within the next couple of hours. Meanwhile, I did say before the break that we were going to play for you a segment from our Fox 32 Chicago team on how organizations here in the U.S. are helping orphanages out there in Ukraine. But I do want to head out to Romania right now, and that is because it looks like we are getting a welcoming ceremony for Vice President Kamala Harris, who just landed there minutes ago. She's there on a multi-stop European tour to meet with our NATO allies amid this invasion. So I do want to listen in for just a couple of minutes live, raw, and unfiltered. It looks as though we may get some action here.
Yes.
Bro, I wish I had this number. I know, I don't. I need to get it. Next time I see Nick.
I think he's in Ukraine.
I think so. But I talked to Vicky last week or the week before it was. If I see her again, I'm gonna get his number.
I guess that's everyone. This is your parents' school. Once again, our shot is out. Oh, there we go. Hi, everyone. This is your parents' shot is out now on pool 7 for the arrival ceremony. It should be happening imminently. Service up here is a bit spotty, but the shot seems to be holding okay for now, so we will repeat if necessary.
All right, everybody, it does appear that we are in a little bit of a lull for this ceremony. I actually am trying to look out there to the right-hand side of your screen. It doesn't look like Vice President Kamala Harris is even there. I should have known that because it was just about 10 minutes ago that she landed at the airport. So she did hop into a vehicle. It is likely that she is on her way. So if we do get some feeds of her arriving and a little more action there, it looks like they do have an entire military force waiting there to greet her in Bucharest, Romania. We'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to continue on with some coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. As promised, we're going to listen into this latest segment from our Fox 32 Chicago team talking about how nonprofits here in the United States are aiding over there to help orphanages.
Families fleeing from the carnage in Ukraine, but what about the little ones that don't have families to look out for them? When the invasion started, we checked in with a nonprofit that operates orphanages in Ukraine. Mark Davis runs the nonprofit Abundance International. He is joining us in Ukraine now live this morning. Mark, so good to see you. We've been thinking about you. How are you guys doing?
Well, first, I want to thank you and your audience. You guys, your outpouring of love for us was tremendous. And everybody went to our site at abundanceinternational.org and gave. And I want to tell you, those gifts went right to these kids. And I have to tell you what our emphasis is. Yes, we're glad to see that some kids are able to get out of the country, and there's lots of programs helping to evacuate, but it's not even 10%. We're dedicated to helping try to make sure food supplies, medicines, and critical care is taking place and happening for the orphans who can't leave or haven't been able to leave. And understand that a third of all orphans in Ukraine are special needs. They're disabled, handicapped, Down syndrome, very difficult to care for. And God bless the saints who are the nurses and nannies caregiving to remain calm and try to keep these kids in a sense of safety with bomb scares and air raid sirens going on and being rushed to the bomb shelters. We're truly doing everything we can to try to create as normal of an atmosphere for these kids' lives. Wow. And it is not hard. I mean, it's very hard. It's just, it's so unnecessary these kids have to endure something that they don't deserve.
Now, when we last spoke to you, you were in an area that had not been targeted. And I understand you have since moved and that the area you were in is now under Russian control. Explain what you have been doing.
Correct.
Kind of walk us through what's been happening.
Okay, understand, for 10 years, we've been supporting personally 2 orphanages, one in Kherson and one in Mykolaiv. And if you're familiar with the Ukrainian map now, it's between Crimea and Odessa. The orphanage that we've been working with and done so much for in Kherson is now in Russian control. And for 7 days, the doctor who runs that was dark. And we were so worried. We had no idea what was going on. And just yesterday morning, we were able to connect with her. And she says, everybody here is fine. We're safe. We still have supplies. And they're all living in the basement of the church nearby because they didn't have a bomb shelter in the orphanage itself. We're glad they're okay, and we just have to pray that they're cared for and that the occupiers will continue to bring support because we cannot get to them. In the city of Mykolaiv, we are caregiving for these, making sure supplies are there, and we're able to send them almost $5,000 worth of goods just yesterday. And God bless the hearts of these people. They went and had the little kids write thank you signs to us, and it's touching. It's like, are you kidding me? You know, we're helping you survive, and out of all that, you're still coming forward and doing this. And we're going to be posting more and more at abundanceinternational.org. So I appreciate everybody who gives, because you'll be able to keep in touch with us, and we'll email you updates. But if I can share one thing,
Please do. Go ahead.
No, the one thing I want to tell you guys is because of the generosity of your outpouring, we have now expanded our network because the doctors we have who run our orphanages are connected with the orphanages around the country. And so they have reached out and said, hey, what do you guys need? We're now helping support 10 orphanages around the country and finding people to deliver the aid they need, to deliver the food, we're taking custom orders from each one. What do you guys need? One of them in Cherkasy said, we just need diapers right now. We have everything else. Somebody else said that. And so God bless you, because of you, we're now reaching the entire country of orphanages who are locked and they cannot get out, and we have to make sure these kids get food supplies, which are getting more restricted, blocked off, and grocery stores becoming empty, and we can't let these kids go hungry.
Which is
you
incredible.
help make this happen.
Which is incredible that you are still able to help out with this effort to get things to them. I know how difficult this may be. Are you concerned, though? You know, you're doing an interview with me. You are now a public figure. You know, are you concerned at all about your safety as a result? Obviously, your end goal is to help.
Yes. Thank you for saying that. And obviously now, instead of doing interviews on the streets and things like this, I'm having to do them in my apartment rooms. And people traveling with me say, please don't disclose the location. We had to leave Mykolaiv for safety reasons. And because if the internet goes out, we can't help. So we are traveling, and what we're doing is by communication. You know, and I have to say, prayers are got to be one of the greatest gifts you guys are giving, because there's so many tiny miracles that are still going on. I seem to be one of the only ones who's able to wire money to different people giving aid, and it's going through in 24 hours here in this country. Nobody else can believe that's even happening. We're able to keep our internet, our cell phone connections up. We're finding people in these cities to go to the stores. They're finding what they need, and they're making deliveries. And I got to tell you, at the end of the day, Billy Graham's organization will write a book on miracles after everything we've seen.
Wow.
So I'm overwhelmed with both the horror and the blessing of what we're doing here for these kids. And I thank you for keeping a partnership with us and really sponsoring us and all the rest of these kids to make these stories happen.
Well, I have to say, it warms our heart to hear what you are still able to do, and you are still determined. And the website, again, is abundanceinternational.org for anybody who wants to help out. Mark, we are going to be sending our prayers to you and everybody else. And please, let's keep in touch. We want to make sure everything is okay, and anything we can do to help.
Thank you.
All right, a great interview there from our very own Fox 32 Chicago team. Good morning, everybody. If you are just joining our coverage, thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are getting raw, unfiltered live feeds coming in from Romania right now, as Vice President Kamala Harris is continuing her European tour to meet with our NATO allies as the Russian invasion into Ukraine enters its 16th day. We're going to take you out there full, as it looks like they are bringing her a full welcome ceremony. This is Live, Raw, and Unfiltered News, everybody. All right, everybody. Speaking of raw, unfiltered news for you, it does look like this camera that is providing us this shot of that welcome ceremony for Vice President Kamala Harris in Romania did get a little finicky and kind of, tapped out there. So we'll continue to monitor that shot for you here on Live Now from Fox. But that was Vice President Kamala Harris arriving in Bucharest, Romania, with President Klaus Iohannis. She is going to be speaking with him and other refugee organizations as more, Ukrainians have entered Romania to flee the Russian invasion that has officially entered its 16th day. So this is her second trip on a 3-day, this is her second stop on a 3-day trip through Eastern Europe. Yesterday, she was in Poland. She was in Warsaw, meeting with the president, speaking with troops, speaking with refugees, and really getting a firsthand look at the humanitarian crisis that this invasion has created. So we did want to bring you that feed for you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, if you're just joining our coverage, good morning. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. As we officially are past the top of the 7 o'clock Eastern time hour, I do want to give you a look into some of the information that we have gotten regarding this invasion into Ukraine from Russia here on Live Now from Fox. So here's a Live Now look at the White House in our nation's capital. We did get word this morning that around 10:15 a.m. Eastern time, President Biden is expected to make an announcement on new measures, new sanctions against Russia. We did hear from him earlier this week announcing that he was planning on banning oil and energy sources coming from Russia. So really just trying to continue taking a shot at their economy here. And it's not just the United States, it's other nations as well. So we will definitely bring you that announcement raw, live, and unfiltered in its entirety here. Again, we did get word that it's happening at around 10:15 a.m. Eastern time. Meanwhile, we do know this morning as well that out in Ukraine and surrounding countries, here's actually a live look at Kyiv in the capital of Ukraine. We have confirmed from the United Nations that 2.5 million refugees have fled. This is the largest refugee evacuation movement that Eastern Europe has seen since World War II, and this is likely to rise. It has risen throughout the entire week. So that's just some of the new numbers that we've got coming to you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. As we bring you some more coverage of this invasion, I do want to head back out to the United States here this morning because we are learning new information about the growing threat of cyber attacks from Russia against the U.S. As Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner tells us, there have already been dozens of ransomware assaults in critical infrastructure areas. So let's listen into that report here.
Moscow presents a serious cyber threat.
U.S. intelligence officials are on high alert to the escalating threat from Russian government hackers as Putin continues waging war on Ukraine.
We're only 15 days in, and so much can still occur.
But now sources tell Fox News Russian ransomware has already been identified in U.S. systems dozens of times since the start of Putin's war 2 weeks ago. Ransomware has been tracked in U.S. critical infrastructure, including the manufacturing, energy, finance, and government sectors.
This idea of malware spreading is one scenario that we look at, but there are 3 other scenarios that also come into our thinking. One might be the use of ransomware. The next would be a scenario of proxies, those that necessarily may not be part of the Russian government but are functioning as a proxy or as a non-nation state actor. And the final one is this idea of a disruptive or destructive attack.
It's all part of a multi-phase Russian plan to debilitate the U.S. energy sector.
John McCain, our former colleague, used to say that Russia was a gas station masquerading as a country.
Phase 1 kicked off before Putin's invasion even began, when 21 U.S. energy companies were targeted, including giants Chevron and Cheniere. Then, Russian intelligence launched so-called spear phishing attacks on an unnamed American pharmaceutical company. Today on Capitol Hill, lawmakers flagged concerns about Russia's infiltration of everyday Americans' communications.
The technology known as SS7, which allows phones to roam from one network to another, could also allow foreign actors to get into our networks and intercept Americans' calls and texts.
BNP Paribas, France's largest bank, has put its staff on high alert for Russian cyber attacks. They've also taken the unprecedented step today of disconnecting their entire Russia-based team from the company's internal computer network in order to protect it. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jillian Turner for that report. Meanwhile, I do want to shift our focus of some coverage into this invasion and how it's impacting us here back at home to the economy. Yesterday, we brought you the news that inflation hit a new 40-year high for the month of February. The consumer price index rising to 7.9% compared to last year. And from January to February of this year alone, nearly every category of goods and services saw that price increase. So Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is breaking down these numbers for us here this morning. And then right after that report, we'll get into some more information about the continued rising cost of gas prices.
More tough news for Americans already feeling the squeeze of higher costs. The latest inflation data showing prices rose 7.9% in February compared to a year ago, eating into people's budgets.
Produce is pretty okay, but like juices and meats and stuff like that has gone up a little bit more.
Flour, milk, eggs, and coffee are more expensive. Used cars, gasoline, and electricity are also pricier. The White House blaming President Vladimir Putin for the sticker shock.
And we have seen the increase happen as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Russia and Ukraine also produce nearly 30% of the world's wheat supply. The war threatening to send food costs spiraling even more.
There are so many things, key things that affect the global economy that have been impacted by this war in Ukraine, like corn. The price of corn, the price of grains, because if corn's expensive, you switch to wheat.
Critics are not buying that explanation, arguing that prices were rising even before Putin launched a war against Ukraine.
We're going to fight back against some of these nonsensical, irrational, simplistic policies.
All eyes are on the Federal Reserve, which has been criticized for moving too slowly to curb rising prices. The Fed is expected to raise interest rates later this month in an effort to cool the economy off. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Meanwhile, as Madeline Rivera mentioned, we are continuing to see those prices at the pump go up and up and up. When can we expect it to go down? Well, I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman as she talks about those gas prices and how it's continuing to impact Americans' wallets.
More pain at the pump. AAA reporting gas prices hit another new record on Thursday. The nationwide average shooting up to $4.32 per gallon, an increase of 7 cents in just 24 hours. And most experts say it's going to get worse before it gets better. California once again leading the way with the highest statewide average. Drivers here paying almost $5.70 a gallon. Some consumers are blaming what they call corporate greed.
The supply's there, they just choose whether or not they're going to release it.
While others saying government regulations are driving up prices.
There's people that have to support families and go to work. This should be a priority.
Earlier this week, President Biden told reporters he can't do much about the rising prices, blaming the crisis on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which prompted the president to ban imports of Russian oil. But on Thursday, the Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell, called that explanation, quote, laugh out loud revisionist history.
Washington Democrats' war on domestic energy long predates Putin's war on Ukraine.
Some oil companies say help is on the way, pointing to accelerating production in the shale oil fields of Texas. But it's unclear if that will be enough to bring down prices at the pump.
We're in unknown territory here. We have not seen a disruption of this scale potentially since the oil shocks of the 1970s, and in some ways this is even bigger.
AAA says gas prices have gone up about 23% nationwide since the start of the year. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Christina Coleman for that report. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when you return, we are going to get to another major headline that we are following on this Friday morning. Baseball is back, everybody. We have Major League Baseball and the MLB Players Association reaching a new collective bargaining agreement yesterday, which is finally putting a stop to a 99-day owner-imposed lockout. When we come back from this quick break, we are going to head outside of the Major League Baseball headquarters in New York City to touch base with Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti, so don't go anywhere. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, March 11th. Thank you so much for tuning into our coverage. Now, it's another major story that we are covering here this morning. For a moment, it seemed like fans were losing hope. Even myself, I'm a huge baseball fan. But this morning, spirits are high once again following news that there will indeed be a baseball season. However, there are going to be some changes. So I actually do want to continue our coverage of this story by heading outside of MLB headquarters in Midtown Manhattan. That is where Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti is joining us with the very latest. Briella, some exciting news for baseball fans, but what can you tell us about what we can expect for this season?
Yeah, Regina, good morning to you. Absolutely. We have been following this all week live here outside of MLB headquarters while those negotiations were going on. And yeah, fans were starting to lose some hope. But here is what you need to know about this season. Those training camps for spring training, they open today. Now, players will have until Sunday to get there and get the ball rolling, no pun intended. All of those 162 games, they will be played. Opening day begins on April 7th, and for some fans, that day could not come any sooner.
Line drive. Here comes Wade. Here's the throw. He's safe.
Die-hard baseball fans can breathe a sigh of relief. America's pastime is back. And whether you plan to see a game at Yankee Stadium or Citi Field, excitement is already filling the crisp New York air as the MLB and Players Association finally reach a deal to salvage the 2022 season.
I would venture to say that the players are the winners more than anything here. They got the owners to come down so far from their initial demands, and they get a full 162 game season.
MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred, the face of pointed criticism from players during the 99-day-long lockout, apologized to fans in a press conference, many of whom may have even started to lose hope after months of contentious negotiations.
Looking forward, I could not be more excited about the future of our game. I think we have an opportunity in front of us. I think it's an opportunity that we need to work with the players to fully seize.
As part of the new collective bargaining agreement, the postseason will be expanded to include 12 teams. Advertisements will be added to players' uniforms and helmets. A designated hitter will be introduced to the National League. The minimum player salary will be raised to $700,000, and a new pre-arbitration bonus pool of $50 million will be drawn from the Central Revenue Fund. But that's not all. Even more changes are coming in 2023. Next season, the MLB will be allowed to ban defensive shifts, implement a pitch clock, and enlarge the bases.
What it really means is baseball fans still get everything that they were expecting, just taking a little bit longer for it to happen.
The MLB Players Association, writing in a statement, quote, "Our union endured the second longest work stoppage in its history to achieve significant progress in key areas that will improve not just current players' rights and benefits, but those of generations to come." And with opening day beginning a week later than originally scheduled, that is, it was bumped back from March 31st to April 7th, teams are going to have to now make up for that lost time by playing doubleheaders throughout the season. And the baseball calendar is also going to be extended by 3 days. So a lot of changes, but you know what? As long as we can watch the game, I think we're all happy with that, Regina, right?
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, Briella, they're definitely going to have to put in some work and make up for the fact that we've already missed some days of, this upcoming season. Now, Briella, I am from New York. I've told the viewers that many times. We don't have to go into this conversation because I know that you are a Mets fan. I'm a Yankees fan. But when it comes to New York baseball, from where you're standing in that area, how soon can we expect those teams to play?
I know you're in Florida right now, right? So you'll be there for spring training, but we got to get you up here for a game, whether it's to see the Mets or the Yankees. But both teams will be starting out their opening day on April 7th. The Mets are going to be down in Washington. The Yankees will be playing here at home. We'll miss you. They're going to be playing their rivals, the Boston Red Sox, Regina. So we'll see how it goes. But again, at least there's a 2022 season. We are very thankful for that. You know how the rivalry is here.
Oh, yeah, I certainly do. I was going to say that's a good way to start out the season. Get that rivalry in there right away. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti out there in front of the MLB headquarters in New York City. Thank you so much for bringing us this update here on Live Now from Fox. Like you said, definitely some exciting news for baseball fans. We were starting to lose hope there. You have a great weekend, and we'll be touching base with you again soon. Thanks so much.
You too. Happy Friday.
All right, everybody. Again, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. That was actually news that we broke to you live, raw, and unfiltered just yesterday here on our show. So we wanted to bring you that update. Again, an exciting time for baseball fans, especially if you're joining us from here in the state of Florida. This is our East Coast hub in Orlando. For Yankee spring training. I actually even used to work for their organization, so definitely an exciting time for me. That's kind of the benefit of getting out here in Florida. You got spring training happening everywhere. So some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to shift our focus back to some coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, entering day 16. I actually do want to let you know that we are getting some remarks from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. These are not in English. That's why I'm not raising the volume for you right now, but I can tell you that a lot of the times he'll make these remarks in Ukrainian and then post on his Facebook with English subtitles. So we'll work to get you this update as well as his most recent update here on Live Now from Fox in just a little bit. I also do want to let you know that we are heading out live to Romania here soon. We are expected to get a press conference from Vice President Kamala Harris just at the top of the hour. We did bring you that welcome ceremony that she got as she entered the country. This is her second stop on a 3-part Eastern European tour to meet with our NATO allies in the wake of this Russian invasion. So lots going on here on Live Now from Fox, lots of different stories to bring you here. When we come back, also, I actually do want to give you a quick update on Jussie Smollett, the former Empire actor, receiving jail time. That is not the right video that I wanted to show you. Here we go. This is Jussie Smollett arriving to court just yesterday, and he actually had a little bit of an outburst there. The judge definitely laying into him before sentencing him to some jail time, probation, and a more than $100,000 fine. So again, these are just some of the stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox on this Friday morning. We'll be right back. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. This is a live feed. It does appear it's frozen. We've had some issues with the cameras out there, the reporters that are following Vice President Kamala Harris as she meets with our NATO allies in Eastern Europe. But I do want to let you know, it looks like we are expected to get some sort of press conference from the vice president as well as the president of Romania, as that is where she has just landed. At the top of the hour, we did bring you that welcome ceremony here on Live Now from. Even when we do get this live feed of this press conference, we will be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox as we continue all of the developments out of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, now entering its 16th day. Actually, here we go. It does look like she is stepping up right here. I'm going to raise the volume for just a bit. She's shaking hands there with the president of Romania. Let's listen in. We're on Unfiltered.
Thank you so much,
Thank you very
Vice
much.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Domnule prim-ministru, may I introduce our Prime Minister? You met on the phone.
We spoke on the phone.
We have spoken on the phone.
It's good to see you.
Welcome and very good seeing you as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry under these circumstances, but I look forward to our discussion and, of course, our ongoing work. And thank you, Mr. President.
Madam Vice President. Oh, excuse me.
So nice to
Ambassador
see you,
Nancy
Mr.
McEldowney.
Welcome.
Such an honor to be here.
It's my pleasure to receive you here. And as you rightfully said, difficult times, but your visit here gives us strength and living proof of our strong partnership.
Absolutely, and that is why I'm here, to reaffirm our commitment to this partnership, to the friendship, and also to the NATO alliance as a whole, and everything that the United States has been and is prepared to do going forward in terms of the strength of that relationship and its endurance. So thank you, Mr. President, for the warm welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a seat, please. Okay.
Please. Okay.
So as you can see, these are some feeds we've got coming in from Bucharest, Romania. This is her second stop on a 3-day trip through Eastern Europe. Yesterday she was in Poland. You could see her alongside Romanian President Klaus Iohannis talking about the refugee situation that they're seeing in Romania due to the Russian invasion into Ukraine. We've seen 2.5 million refugees flee Ukraine since the invasion began more than 2 weeks ago, and it does look like the reporters that are filming there for us, they are getting kicked out of this meeting. You did see her just shake hands and speak with the Prime Minister of Romania. So again, as we continue to get more feeds from her trip overseas, we'll be sure to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That's the beauty of who we are and what we do when major meetings just like that are taking place amid a war in another country. We're able to bring them to you here. It does look like we did get a different feed, and that's switching back. So we're going to come back right here into Orlando. But we should be getting a press conference from the two leaders right here on Live Now from Fox at around 8 a.m. Eastern time. So we'll be sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox if we do get that. Meanwhile, as we continue some more coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, I actually do want to continue talking about the economy. So no doubt you have all felt this as you fill up your cars, fill up your tanks. When are we going to see these gas prices go down? That seems to be the golden question here. Well, you know, as drivers feel this pain of inflation at the pump, economists say high gas prices are, first of all, due to 3 main reasons: a post-lockdown demand for gas, cuts to oil production, and recent sanctions in Russia. Some economists say that these higher costs for fuel will stick around for weeks, if not months to come, and are expected to come to a head in or around April, with national averages topping $5 a gallon. And that's lucky for some people. We've actually already seen some price per gallons hitting more than $6 in the state of California alone. Drivers should start to see some relief towards the end of the year. Not really great information there, but a little glimmer of hope when inflation is expected to level out. But some economists are unsure if these lower prices will carry over to the pumps or not. So wanted to bring you that little update as we're kind of getting some more insight from economists while we see really the bulk of inflation happening, rising to 7.9% from January to February of this year. That was according to the Consumer Index report that we got to you just yesterday. Meanwhile, something interesting that we have been following here amid this invasion is also how a lot of businesses are trying to sanction Russia, and pull their services from the country. Goldman Sachs Group is officially closing its operations in Russia. It's the first major Wall Street bank to exit the country following the Ukraine invasion. In a statement, the bank says it is winding down its business in Russia in compliance compliance with regulatory and licensing requirements. So obviously, we've got banks pulling services from Russia, and then we've just continued to bring you more and more news on businesses pulling their services from Russia as well. One of those being McDonald's. And as we're able to bring you some more video from the ground, I actually do want to bring you this video from Surgut, Russia. Now, this is long lines forming outside of a McDonald's location and several McDonald's locations actually across Russia, following the fact that the company made the announcement that it's going to temporarily close restaurants and pause operations in the country. This footage here that you're seeing on your screen was filmed by Instagram user at 86RU Surgut, who said it was taken just yesterday, showing numerous cars waiting in a McDonald's drive-thru in the city Surgut in western Siberia. Many U.S. and European-based retail corporations have also shut down operations across Russia amid the country's ongoing invasion of Ukraine. Large crowds were seen at IKEA after the company announced a pause of operations in Russia and Belarus. We also saw several stores, Sephora. We've also got MasterCard, Visa, Apple halting Apple Pay services. A lot of media companies deciding not to stream in Russia as this invasion continues. So really, as we follow all of the latest developments on this invasion, we wanted to bring you some more information about how Russians are dealing with all of these services being pulled from the country. So that's a little bit of what we got going on here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, as promised, we do have some more top stories that we are covering for you here on this Friday morning. And as we bring you the latest coverage, I do want to head out to Chicago, Illinois. That was where we brought you live, raw, and unfiltered coverage yesterday of the sentencing of former Empire actor Jussie Smollett. Now, this has been years in the making, this staged attack that he was accused of and found guilty of, happening almost 3 years ago. Well, Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke has the latest on his punishments following his conviction for lying to police, plus what Smollett fears could happen to him while he's behind bars. So let's listen into that report here on Live Now from Fox.
Your Honor, I respect you and I respect the jury, but I did not do this.
Actor Jussie Smollett is heading to jail. The former Empire star sentenced to 30 months of felony probation with the first 150 days to be served behind bars. This on top of the more than $120,000 in restitution and a $25,000 fine he's ordered to pay.
You've turned your life upside down by your misconduct and shenanigans.
Thursday's sentencing follows a lengthy legal battle. A jury convicted Smollett on 5 counts back in December for lying to police about being the victim of false racist and homophobic hate crimes. The 39-year-old told Chicago law enforcement he was attacked by 2 men back in 2019 who allegedly doused him in bleach, wrapped a noose around his neck, and verbally assaulted him with slurs.
I am innocent.
But Smollett still maintains he's not guilty, and his family members are outraged by the punishments after pleading with the judge to keep him out of jail.
This was all intentionally planned to punish someone because they don't agree with the demographic or they don't agree with his politics.
Back in the courtroom, however, panic ensued as Smollett was led away to start serving his time.
I am not suicidal, and if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself.
Smollett's legal team plans to appeal the guilty verdict and sentencing. They're also seeking protective custody for Smollett while he is in jail. I'm Kevin Corke, Fox News.
Again, we brought you some coverage there from inside of the courtroom while that sentencing was happening. We do have some remarks from the judge who definitely had some words for Smollett before sentencing him for that hate crime that was staged, according to the jury. So we'll bring you those remarks a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, if you were sticking around with us here at around 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time, we did head out live to New York City outside of the MLB headquarters headquarters to bring you this exciting news for baseball fans. Major League Baseball's lockout officially ending yesterday when a divided players association voted to accept management's offer to salvage a 162-game season that is officially going to start on April 7th. Owners approved the 5-year labor contract with a 30-0 vote, and MLB was expected to lift the lockout at around 7 p.m. on its 99th day, so that was last night. So we do have our Fox 35 Orlando sports team covering all of the details that you need to know as this lockout is officially declared over. So let's get the latest here this morning.
Earlier today, it didn't look like the two sides would come to terms on a new collective bargaining agreement, but late this afternoon, word came out that the two sides had agreed on the major sticking points. Now it has to be ratified by both sides, but insiders say this is a done deal. The main issues were financial, but there were plenty of other issues on the bargaining table. The minimum salary for players with less than 3 years of service will now be $700,000. The National League will also adopt the designated hitter. A draft lottery will be put in place to hopefully stop bad teams from purposely losing games at the end of the season. And here are the logistics that will likely get fans excited. Spring training camps will open on Sunday. That means games could begin later next week, likely around March 18th. The regular season will begin on April 7th, and all 162 games will be played as teams agreed to have several doubleheaders to make up for the canceled games. Now, the playoffs will also expand to 12 teams, which means more teams will see postseason play. The players will also have advertisers' logos on the jerseys. This is the second longest work stoppage in baseball history. I'm Jessica Ely, Fox 35 Sports.
Again, some great news for baseball fans there. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to shift our focus back to some coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, now entering its 16th day. But we are going to get an interesting angle from our Fox 35 Orlando team after this short break. How is this being taught to children in schools? Stay with us for that live report coming up here soon. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Friday, March 11th. You're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida, 7:45 a.m. Eastern time. And we are continuing our coverage as Russia continues to attack Ukraine from all different sides of the nation, the country, really. We do know this morning, and we've gotten more information that they have started attacking from the west, which is initially where they hadn't started. It was more towards the north and the south and in the middle part of the country. But, you know, we've been talking about this for weeks now, the invasion entering its second week, day 16 to be specific. And we're continuing to talk about how this is impacting us here back in the United States, back out here at home. So really a huge question, especially as we try to educate and brief our children about what is happening. The conversation is coming up about how this is being taught in schools. Well, this is a story that Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth is covering for us this morning, and she is joining us live from the studio with more details. Randy, definitely a great point to mention as we continue to follow this invasion. So what can you tell our viewers this morning?
Good morning. Before I got into news, I was a teacher, and so I remember students, when things were going on in the world, they would come in and have questions. And so unpacking what's going on, what we're seeing, can be a very sensitive topic. I got a chance to sit in a classroom in the Orlando area, and the teacher says it's really about giving students context and giving them just a safe space to unpack what's going on.
You see the big areas within the Ukraine, and those are the areas that we're hearing about a lot on the news.
The Russia-Ukraine war was in this week's 9th grade human geography lesson at Winter Park High School.
We look at a lot of different topics throughout the year, but one of the big ones is political geography. It led right into the discussion about what's happening with Russia and the Ukraine because of the conflict over borders.
A deadly battle over borders. The war is a constant fixture in the daily news cycle.
A lot of people are trying to understand what's going on. It's a pretty major development, especially for people at my age. This is like our first major conflict that we would have seen.
Students have a lot of questions.
How did Kyiv not become a part of Russia? Like, if that's the start of their culture, like, why aren't they Russia anymore? Like, how did that happen?
Teacher Stuart Parker says he starts his students with the basics, looking at maps to understand the historical context, watching videos, and showing students how to search for reliable news.
It's war, and even though it's not near us, it's still kind of unsettling. And so they need to have those feelings, have the freedom to talk about that at home and at school.
Randy, definitely some great points from that teacher that you were able to speak with. So amazing for them to, you know, let you into their class, and awesome that you were a teacher before this. I love that. You know, as we continue this conversation, not only in the classrooms, but at home, what are experts saying? What advice do you have to maybe parents that want to have this conversation with their children personally?
And that's something that I brought up to the teacher. I asked him, so parents who want to have this conversation, how do they tackle this? And some of the things that he mentioned sitting down with your child to watch the news, talking to them about some of the images that they're seeing on the news, and then how it's making them feel. And that is a good starting point to open the conversation so that you and your child can dive into this topic.
Well, really great points, Randy, and we thank you so much for coming on with us here on Live Now from Fox to talk more about this topic. So you have a great weekend, and we'll definitely be touching base with you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here from Live Now from Fox. Again, as we cover every development, every aspect of this invasion as it enters its 16th day, definitely a great topic of conversation to have, especially as we try to educate our youth on what is happening over there. Just, you know, such a grim picture being painted by all of the video, all of the live feeds that we've got coming in throughout the day here on our show. So we really thank our Fox 35 Orlando team for covering that angle and joining us here this morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. I do want to let you know that we are monitoring this feed coming in from Romania this morning as Vice President Kamala Harris has officially made her way to Romania after stopping in Poland just yesterday. This is a multi-stop tour to meet with our NATO allies and ensure them that they have our support amid this invasion. So many countries, so many of our NATO allies by seeing millions of refugees pour in throughout this invasion as it enters its second week. We do know that we had a confirmation from the United Nations just earlier confirming that 2.5 million refugees have fled since the Russian troops began attacking certain cities in the Ukraine just weeks ago. So some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I do want to head out to the White House to bring you the latest press conference from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Also some news that we have for you this morning that around 10:15 a.m. Eastern time, we are expected to hear from President Biden on possible new sanctions being brought to Russia and President Vladimir Putin, as well as all of their top officials as we continue to monitor this invasion. So stick with us, all that coming up after this quick break.
Okay, I don't want to disappoint you, but I have no toppers today. Sorry to disappoint all of you. Darlene, would you like to kick us off?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I wanted to follow up on your tweet yesterday about being on the lookout for Russia to use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine and possibly creating false flag operations to use them. What is the evidence to back that up beyond what you said in the tweet that it's a pattern from Russia? Is there more to this than it just being a pattern for them?
Well, they have a large biological and chemical weapons program. So it's a pattern, but they also have the capacity. Well, I'm not going to get into specific intelligence. We look at all of those factors. And we also know, and one of the main issue that prompted my Twitter thread yesterday was that Russia has a history also of inventing outright lies like this, which is the suggestion that the United States has a chemical and biological weapons program, or Ukraine does, that they're operating. Russia is the country that has a chemical and biological weapons program. So the objective was to make clear the inaccuracy of the information, the misinformation they're trying to put out, and make clear to the world that they not only have the capacity, they have a history of using chemical and biological weapons, and that in this moment we should have our eyes open for that possibility.
Would use of chemical or biological weapons be a red line for the president in terms of direct U.S. involvement in the war over there?
We are directly involved. We are providing $1 billion in security assistance. We are the largest provider of that. We are providing humanitarian. With the U.S. military going and engaging in Ukraine and fighting a war against Russia, we don't have any intention to do that. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Darlene. Go ahead. Last one.
One other one. The Defense Intelligence Agency, the director told Congress today that his agency underestimated the Ukrainian military's preparedness and will to fight. Is that the assessment? Does the White House share that assessment?
We do, and I think, Darlene, the world does. I mean, I think when we saw the preparations of President Putin and the Russian military on the borders of Ukraine, we saw the power of the Russian military, we saw the intentions of President Putin, and I don't think anyone anticipated the level of courage, of bravery, of capacity to fight back that we have seen in the country. At the same time, we've also seen some miscalculations by President Putin as well, in terms of that capacity and willingness, but also in terms of their own planning and logistics of their military.
And then lastly, can you just talk a little bit about the fate of the COVID money, the $15 billion
Sure.
that Speaker Pelosi took out of the bill yesterday? I mean, how confident is the White House that you will ultimately get that money?
Absolutely. Okay. I just wanted to let you continue. Well, we need this money. So without additional resources from Congress, the results are dire. Just to give you some specifics, in March, testing capacity will decline this month. In April, free testing and treatments for tens of millions of Americans without health insurance will end. In May, America's supply of monoclonal antibodies will run out. So failing to take action now will have severe consequences for the American people. That's why we requested $22.5 billion to avoid severe disruptions to our COVID response. The reason we've made the progress we have at this point is because we have been ahead of where the pandemic is in terms of having the preparations, for the most part, of vaccines, of supplies needed, and we want to continue to stay ahead of that if we can. So these are conversations, as you all know and has been reported out, that are happening with members, but we will need that funding in order to continue to fight the pandemic. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on Darlene, are you detecting any sign of any imminent use of chemical weapons over there?
I'm not going to get into any intelligence. Obviously, we continue to assess the declassification of that, as you know, Steve, as we have done throughout the course of the last several weeks. But what we endeavored to do when we put out that information yesterday is to remind the world of the large biological and chemical weapons program that Russia has, the fact that they have used it in the past against dissidents on their soil and on NATO soil, that they and that they were taking a step to put out misinformation about our own programs, capacities, and those of the Ukrainians as well.
And the President spoke this morning with the President of Turkey, Erdogan. Did they discuss access to the Black Sea? Do you know?
They had, I know we just put out a readout that you should all have. They had a constructive, lengthy call. I believe it was almost an hour, if not an hour. And the president is very grateful to the role that Turkey is playing and has played even earlier today in hosting diplomatic negotiations at this moment in time. But in terms of additional specifics, there's not more I can get into from here. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Thanks, Jen. I just want to be totally clear. Are you saying if Russia does conduct a chemical weapons attack in Ukraine, there will not be a military response from the United States?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. What we're saying right now is they have the capacity and the capabilities. I'm also not going to get into intelligence. But the president's intention of sending U.S. military to fight in Ukraine against Russia has not changed.
But that sounds like even if there is a chemical weapons attack, that calculus will not change. So I just want to be clear on what the U.S. response would be.
Again, there has not been a chemical weapons attack. We are conveying to all of you what the capacity and the capabilities of Russia are, what steps they have taken in the past. Let's hope we are not having a discussion about that, but the president and our NATO partners have not changed their assessment about their plans to send U.S. troops in.
Would President Biden let a chemical weapons attack in Ukraine go unanswered by the United States?
We have not let anything go unanswered that President Putin has done to date. We have not let anything go unanswered to date, any steps that President Putin has taken to date. What that would look like, I can't give you an assessment of that from here at this point.
One other question. The U.S. says their assessment is that Ukraine has planes that they could use. They don't think it would be effective to send more aircraft to Ukraine right now. Ukrainian President Zelensky has pleaded for more aircraft, saying that they desperately need it. So I guess the question is, how do you square the U.S. assessment with what President Zelensky, who is on the ground in Ukraine, says that he needs for his Air Force?
Well, I would say first, the U.S. military is one of the best militaries in the world. What we're basing our assessment on is both our intelligence assessment and the assessment of our military experts, who have been, of course, in touch with their counterparts in Ukraine and our NATO allies and partners. And what they assessed was that adding aircraft to the inventory is not likely to significantly change the effectiveness of the Ukrainian Air Force relative to Russian capabilities. The Ukrainian Air Force has several squadrons of fully mission-capable aircraft, and although Russian air capabilities are significant, their effectiveness has been limited due to Ukrainian strategic, operational, and tactical ground-based air defense systems, surface-to-air missiles, and manpads. And so the other detail is, how are we going to continue to provide assistance that is helpful to them and most effective and most useful to them in this moment? And the assessment of our military has been that continuing to provide defensive assistance and materials in that form is what is most useful and effective at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Just to follow up on the COVID aid bill, you said the conversations are going on, but if this bill has the dire consequences that you just described, where else can you go to get money for testing and treatment? Is there money in other parts of the government? I mean, if there's not going to be a standalone bill that gives you it, what are you going to do?
You'd need additional supplemental assistance.
And what do you think the chances of that are?
It is essential we get that assistance, otherwise we will not be able to, as I just outlined, Mara, and I appreciate you asking the question again for further clarification, we will have to stop a number of components of our program that are essential to the American people.
So you're saying there's no way you can get money move money around that's already been appropriated?
Well, again, I think that if we had that money to move around, we would be moving it. And our assessment is that we need this additional funding in order to meet the needs of the American public. And I would also note that a lot of these programs are widely popular across the board, regardless of your political affiliation, providing antivirals, providing tests, providing free vaccines. Those are all programs that we're talking about continuing.
And I just have one more question on another subject. The administration has been criticized for putting sanctions on one dictator and then going hand in hand to other dictators like Venezuela. How do you explain that?
Well, I think our engagement with Maduro, who we don't recognize, as you know, as the leader of Venezuela, but who is detaining American citizens, was to bring American citizens home. That was our first priority in those engagements. There is not, so as you're all assessing, there are a range of topics that we discussed. Largely, the conversation was about our approach to the Western Hemisphere. Certainly, Venezuela, as you all know, is the largest producer of oil in the world. But as you're one of them in the world. Sorry, thank you. Ed gave me a funny look there. I appreciate that. One of them in the world. But part of our conversation was focused about a range of issues, including encouraging them, of course, to be engaging in steps toward peace. As you may have seen, Maduro has announced his intention to be a part of the talks with the opposition in Mexico. But as you are assessing how to spend your energies in this time of a lot of news in the world, I would not focus a lot of them on conversations about the future of the United States importing oil at this point in time. Go ahead. From Venezuela. Go ahead.
Question on the economy. The inflation numbers that we received today show consumers paying almost 8% more than a year ago, and this was before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So how much higher does the administration expect prices to climb?
Well, as you know, a large driver of these inflationary numbers from the last these monthly numbers were from energy prices, and we have seen the increase happen as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So while we're looking at year over year, and there were year over year numbers that came out about a month ago as well, there are still predictions and projections from the Federal Reserve and outside economists about inflation moderating towards the end of the year. Obviously, they make those assessments on a regular basis. But in terms of prices going up, we do anticipate that gas prices and energy prices will go up. That is something that the president has conveyed very clearly to the American public. We also believe it will be temporary and not long-lasting. And what our focus is on now is doing everything we can to mitigate and reduce those prices and ensure there isn't a longer-term impact. So I can't make new projections for you from here other than to convey that, yes, it is accurate that that the invasion by President Putin into Ukraine has impacted global inflation, inflation in the United States, because of the impact it's had on energy prices, and that is a significant contributor to inflation, the inflationary numbers we saw come out today.
You said this is temporary. You know, you've noted before that inflation is going to wane or is expected to wane by the end of the year. Is that still your belief?
That continues to be the projection of the Federal Reserve, of outside economists, and we really rely on them for their projections. But there is also no question that inflation may be higher for the next few months than it would have been without President Putin and Russia's further invasion into Ukraine, particularly due to higher energy prices. And obviously they will watch that, and we are watching that, but that is definitely having an impact.
And just one more on this topic. You know, the president said earlier this week that American companies, you know, he sort of urged them not to price gouge. Are you aware of any price gouging in gasoline that's going on right now?
That's something we've asked the FTC to look at. They are the appropriate body. They're an independent body, so I'd point you to them for any assessment of that. But that's something we have to continue to monitor, right? You know, we've been monitoring it. We've asked them to monitor it. But obviously, at this point in time, when Americans are paying higher prices at the pump, this is one of the areas where we need to watch closely. Go ahead.
Can I ask you about the transportation mask mandate?
Sure.
TSA says it was based on a CDC recommendation. I'm just wondering if you're in position to explain the rationale, the science, the logic behind continuing it in places where the community level is low.
Well, I would really point you to the CDC to provide further detail, but I would note, as you know, when you get on an airplane, you travel to different places, right? You're not just static in one place, whether it's a green zone or a yellow zone or a red zone. So what they also announced is that TSA will be, that the CDC will work with government agencies to help inform a revised policy framework for when and under what circumstances masks should be required in the public transportation corridor, because it's unique, right? If we're in Washington, D.C. and we're in a green zone or a yellow zone, you can make a clear assessment. If you're moving from one zone to another and you're picking people up from one zone to another, it's a little bit different, and that requires some consultation, which is what they're going to endeavor to do between now and April 18th.
Completely separate topic. France said today that the window on an Iran deal is closing. Does the U.S. share that view? Is the sense here that Iran is trying to run out the clock?
Well, our view is that we are close. We have been close for some time now, and we also, for the last several weeks, as we've been talking about. We also all know from having been through these negotiations before that the end of negotiations is always when the difficult and challenging parts of the conversation typically take place. So I wouldn't make that assessment or echo that from here. We are continuing to have these diplomatic talks. It is in all of our interests to stay at the negotiating table, and that's what our plan is to do from here. Go ahead.
Jen, you said earlier to one of my colleagues that nothing that Russia has done so far in terms of this invasion has gone unanswered when you were being asked about bio and chemical weapons. Obviously, none of what we have done to answer Russia has steered them from continuing this invasion. So why not consider some alternate strategy to communicate to Russia the consequence if they are to do a bio or chemical weapon strike inside Ukraine?
Like what?
I'm asking you, in other words, why not communicate? You won't say if it's a red line, right? Because you won't say that it's not our intention right now. So let me start there. Is there any red line for Russia that the U.S. would have some involvement where the military entered in Ukraine?
I'm not going to get into red lines from here, Peter. What I would tell you is that when I said we have not let anything go unanswered, what I mean is that we have amped up a range of military and security assistance, a historic amount to Ukraine, including a range of defensive weapons, which we've expedited the delivery. Even in the last 10 days, we've delivered about $240 million of that. And also we've provided a range of humanitarian assistance, and we have basically crushed the Russian economy, where the stock market is not even open. So it's inaccurate to suggest it's gone unanswered. We have taken all those steps and rallied the world.
And I'm not saying it's gone unanswered. You say it's gone unanswered. We've witnessed the answer in the form of sanctions. I'm saying, given the potential that you've indicated that Russia could use a bio or chemical weapons strike there, why wouldn't the U.S. communicate to them something that is not an answer, but instead preemptive to communicate the consequence if they are to take what would be a horrific this war to a horrific new level?
The president's first and most important objective is the national security and interests of the United States and being clear and direct with the American people. He has been clear and direct with the American people. He is not intending to send U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine against Russia, to start another war, that would be an escalatory step that would not be in our national security interests and not in the interests of NATO. what we have conveyed is Russia's capabilities, their capacities, and their pattern of using chemical and biological weapons.
And so what does he say then? That's the message to the American people. His responsibility to them, of course, is before any other. What does he say to Vladimir Putin if those at the head of the Russian government are considering that? What do you say to them watching right now?
We have been very clear, and our actions have been the evidence of this, that there will be significant consequences for every escalatory step that is taken by President Putin and the Russian government.
Follow on this then very quickly as it relates to the MiGs. You guys have said you close the door on supplying combat aircraft to Ukraine right now, the transfer of MiGs. We heard from the Pentagon, your colleague there, John Kirby, said it was high risk. Mitt Romney today said there was a sentiment that we're fearful about what Putin might do and what he might consider an escalation. It's time for him to be fearful of what we might do. Why is it not a risk, a higher risk, to wait?
To wait to what?
We're not supplying, to not act in providing MiGs to the Ukrainian country. We said that's a high risk. Why is that a higher risk than not providing them? We're already witnessing civilians die as we speak.
Well, I would say what our assessment is based on is how to prevent a world war here, Peter, which is a significant weight that the intelligence community, the Defense Department, and the President of the United States weighs at every moment in time. And they weigh, and I would note that that there was also, I thought, a very interesting comment that was made that is important, I think, for people to understand how we look at this, which is that there's an escalation ladder, right? And there's a difference between an anti-tank weapon, a shoulder-fired missile, an aircraft, and a fighter jet that could cross a border and actually conduct operations on Russian soil. So how we assess things is what kind of assistance can we provide that will be the most impactful, if humanly most impactful in protecting, defending, providing assistance to the Ukrainian people as they are fighting courageously and boldly. We are also trying to prevent ourselves from taking steps that would be further escalatory. I don't think we have held back in any capacity in providing assistance, having the backs of the Ukrainians, but we are not going to do things that we think are not in the interest of the United States or our NATO allies, and that is where the bar is for us. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. We just heard you say again that you think inflation is going to be temporary. We've heard you say that it was going to be temporary since last spring. So how long do you guys think temporary is?
Well, again, Peter, I think what we do is we rely on the assessments of the Federal Reserve and of outside economic analysts who give an assessment of how long it will last. The expectations and their assessment at this point continues to be that it will moderate by the end of the year. There's also no question that when a foreign dictator invades a foreign country, and when that foreign dictator is the head of a country that is the third largest supplier of oil in the world, that is going to have an impact, and it is.
And so to that point, inflation goes up today. The president's statement blames the Putin price hike. Are you guys just going to start blaming Putin for everything until the midterms?
Well, we've seen the price of gas go up at least 75 cents since President Putin lined up troops on the border of Ukraine.
And last month, the statement didn't mention the Putin price hike. It mentioned inflation because of the pandemic. Why is that?
Well, Peter, last 2 years, there was a global pandemic. Everyone who's global economists have all agreed that that has been the biggest contributor to date of inflation because of the impact on the supply chain. Obviously, global events impact the economy, the global economy, as well as global inflation. And the price hikes as a result that have escalated over the course of time of President Putin's further invasion of the impact on the global oil markets are, of course, having an impact.
President Biden has hosted electric vehicle stakeholders here at the White House. Would he host oil and gas producers, the people who are the most affected by the Putin price hike?
Well, the oil and gas, I have nothing to preview or predict for you in terms of him hosting oil company executives.
Is he open to that?
I don't have anything planned on the schedule for that front, but I will tell you that the president has been clear that he believes they have the tools they need, 9,000 unused permits. They have the capacity they need to go get more oil here in the United States, and he'd encourage them to do that. Go ahead.
Just one more about electric vehicles. You guys are pushing electric vehicles today. This is a president who always talks about the power of our example. Does he own an electric vehicle?
Presidents of the United States don't do a lot of driving.
He's posted videos where he's revving the engine of his Corvette in Wilmington. He owns cars.
And he also has driven electric vehicles as president, as to give a model to the rest of the country.
Does he own one?
I think the president's record on this is clear, Peter. Presidents of the United States, current and when they are no longer, typically are not doing a lot of driving. Go ahead.
The Vice President expressed support for a war crimes investigation into Russia. Why at this point isn't the United States comfortable just directly labeling the bombing of a maternity hospital as a war crime?
Well, first let me say, the bombing of a maternity hospital is horrific, it's barbaric. I don't think anybody who saw that could not have been emotionally deeply impacted. There's a legal review process that the United States undergoes to make considerations of labeling something as a war crime. That is the ongoing process that we're pursuing at this point in time. It's ongoing. Obviously, if Russia is intentionally targeting civilians, that would be a war crime, but we need to go through the legal assessment and review in order to make a formal conclusion.
One more. The journal is reporting that Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman declined a request to speak with President Biden recently. Early in his term, the White House said the president would conduct diplomacy with the Saudis through the king rather than through MBS. Why has that policy changed?
That report is inaccurate, so let me start there. The president did speak with the Saudi king just a few weeks ago, several weeks ago. It's all running together at this point in time. There were no rebuff calls, period. But when he spoke with King Salman on February 9th, they talked about, and the readout made this clear, a range of issues and global issues that we can continue to work together on, including deterring Iranian-enabled attacks against civilian targets in Saudi Arabia, supporting UN-backed efforts to end the war in Yemen, ensuring the stability of global energy supplies. And the president's focus is really on our relationship moving forward, where we can work together, how we can work together on economic and national security here at home, and he looks forward to that continuing.
Does it remain the policy that he will only be conducting diplomacy through the king?
Well, he is his appropriate counterpart, but again, there are different leaders who attend different global events from a range of countries, including Saudi Arabia. So if the Crown Prince had been at any of the global events that the president had recently attended, I'm sure he would have engaged with him, but he was not. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Senator Manchin said today that he supported the Republican plan to move forward with 4 out of 5 Fed nominees. I know that you're going to say that Republicans on the Banking Committee should just get back to work and allow the entire slate to go forward, but the president also said during the State of the Union that these nominees were crucial to the fight against inflation, and we saw today, obviously, that's still a pressing concern. So I was wondering if you could walk me through why you wouldn't take what Senator Manchin called a win, get 4 of your 5 nominees. Is it because Sarah Bloom Raskin herself is crucial to this fight in inflation? Is it that you're worried about a slippery slope in the Senate? Like, why not take the 4 out of 5?
I know you give a little bit of a preview of what I might say there, but one, we don't have any change in our approach or policy here. The committee should hold an up or down vote on all 5 nominees. It is important to note that it is not a lack of votes on the committee to move these nominees forward. It is a lack of willingness of Republicans to show up to the committee to actually vote, even against this slate of nominees. That is where we have a core issue here. So we also would agree with the statements from Republicans in the Senate, like Senator Grassley, who have said that senators should not degrade their advice and consent responsibilities and should show up and do the jobs the American people pay them to do. And our hope is that Banking Committee members will show up and do their jobs and vote or not support these nominees, but allow it to move forward by meeting a quorum.
But I guess my question is, why is that core issue more important than the broader fight against inflation for you guys? What is the philosophical thing that you guys are saying it's more important than getting 4 Fed nominees on the board in a time of heightened inflation?
We believe all 5 nominees are eminently qualified and should be given an opportunity to be voted through the committee, where we absolutely have the votes. Republicans are just not showing up to get quorum for that vote to move forward.
All right. On inflation, you've said obviously that the Ukraine fight is going to has already driven up gas prices and is going to contribute to inflation in coming months. I'm wondering what spillover effect you expect.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox, where we are looking into the latest press briefing from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki right now to questions about inflation, which we know has reached a 40-year high
we will clearly continue to monitor all of the risks and the impact. But right now, we believe the United States economy is positioned well to deal with the challenges ahead. Given, since the president took office, we've seen historic recovery. We've added 678,000 jobs last month and 7.4.
Right now to discuss the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We do have NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, who is currently speaking right now. This is coming to us in English here on Live Now from Fox, so we're going to go ahead and listen in.
And sanctions on Russia puts heavy pressure on President Putin and increases the reasons he will have to at some stage sit down and engage in good faith in diplomatic efforts. So yes, of course, NATO allies.
Do you really believe that these sanctions, though, will have that sort of impact, that they will compel President Putin to send back his troops in a week, in 2, or even 3, that these political pressures will go anywhere besides inflicting that economic cost, not just on the people of Ukraine, but on people around the world? Look at the rise in energy prices and the price of wheat around the world.
No one wants these sanctions. Of course, these sanctions are costly for the whole world, including for those countries which are imposing the sanctions. But at the same time, we have to react when we see Russia is blatantly violating international law, invading in a brutal way an independent sovereign country, Ukraine, and 140 nations at the UN condemned that strongly. NATO and NATO allies have imposed severe sanctions to put maximum pressure on Russia, and that increased the likelihood for them at some stage accepting that they have to sit down at the negotiating table. I agree with the Prime Minister that every war has to end at the negotiating table. The question is, how long do we have to wait for that? And therefore we put pressure on Russia, both by the sanctions, but also by providing support to Ukraine. They are on the front line. They are paying by far the highest price, but NATO allies and other countries all over the world are helping them, supporting them, including with military support.
But what do you say to those who believe that NATO, in fact, should take a large part of responsibility of the blame in letting the situation get to what it is today, in pursuing the alliance's provocative, many people would argue, so-called open door policy, bringing in more and more countries from Eastern Europe? The Russians have had it as a red line for a long time, preceding President Putin. You call this his war, but we know it has been well documented. Senior US officials and others have said it, that the rationale in Russia has been, and in the Soviet Union preceding that, that Ukraine and Georgia joining NATO was a major issue, that it could lead to this major conflagration. And here we are today. Don't you take part of the blame? In fact, a large part of the blame.
No, not at all. And just the idea that it is provocative, that the sovereign nations do what they want, just demonstrates a kind of completely wrong worldview that reflects. I'm coming from a small country, Norway, bordering Russia. And when we joined the NATO back in 1949, Joseph Stalin and Russia, Soviet Union said that was a provocation. But I'm very glad that London, Paris, and Washington said, well, that's for Norway to decide. And we applied, and they accepted us. So this idea that big powers can decide what small neighbors can do, and if they do something they don't like, that's a provocation. You know, that's a world I don't want to live in.
But let's face it, this is the world we live in. Many see Ukraine as a pawn in a big power struggle between the United States and Russia, let's face it.
But the question
is it a wise policy to continue to pursue?
No, but you speak as if NATO is moving east. No, it is independent. Slovenia is one nation, Norway is another, Poland, the Baltic countries. They have, through democratic free decisions, made their own choices and chosen their own path. And I think it's extremely important that we respect those free democratic decisions. If you start to reintroduce some kind of right for big powers to decide what neighbors can do, then we're moving backwards. Then we're moving into a world where we don't have free sovereign nations. Russia has subscribed to again and again, from the Helsinki Final Act to the Paris Accord, many other documents, that every nation has the right to choose own path, including what kind of security arrangements they want to be part of. We respect Ukraine when they want to join, but we also, of course, respect Sweden and Finland when they decide not to join. Russia should respect free and independent decisions by free and independent nations. That's all about it.
Is it about respecting freedom and the sovereignty of nations? Because there is something called the Monroe Doctrine. Are you suggesting that the 200-year-old doctrine has ended, that the sphere of influence that the U.S. said it also sort of has,
first of all, I don't think
doesn't exist anymore? Because let's imagine for a second that missiles were positioned, Russian or Chinese missiles were placed in Cuba or Mexico or Venezuela. What happens then?
Also, I'm not defending everything the United States have done throughout 200 years. I have been going in the streets of Oslo protesting against some of these wars. But the fact that one nation does something wrong in their history doesn't, in a way, excuse severe mistakes by another. So the whole thinking again that you have to start with the basics. The basic is, does an independent sovereign nation has the right to choose own path? Yes or no? If you start to question that, you move into a world which Russia now try to re-establish by using force. The Ukrainians are standing up against that. They deserve our support. We are supporting them, and it's really impressive to see the strength and the courage they are now demonstrating in the fight against this.
Briefly before I move on, Secretary General, briefly before I move on, what is the price of peace for you? As Secretary General of NATO, I know you don't hold all the decisions in your hand, but would you be willing to pay a small price by suggesting that NATO should not expand eastward, of course? And many see the potential membership of Ukraine in NATO as a fig leaf, not more. Are you willing to state that NATO should not expand any further?
So first of all, it is for Ukraine to decide, and I respect their decision whenever it's whether it's to join or not to join. Second, what Russia has proposed in the legally binding draft agreement for NATO is that we should sign an agreement with them stopping any further enlargement of NATO. And I think it was very interesting to listen to, for instance, Sweden and Finland. They're not currently applying for membership, but they came very strongly out against that idea, because for them that was to limit their options in the future. So this goes beyond Ukraine. What Russia is asking for is actually a ban on any further enlargement of NATO. And again, it's not NATO moving east. It's actually those countries, again, Slovenia, the Baltic countries, Poland, who have chosen to join our family. And this has been a great success. It has helped to spread freedom and democracy across Europe for several decades.
But the Russians are being more specific here in the case of Ukraine. They're asking for Ukraine to abide to the principle of neutrality, just like Austria was forced to after World War II. Yeah. Would that be a good idea?
But you said it forced to. Do we want to live in a world where big powers force small countries to do what they don't want to do? That's not the world we like to be living in. So the whole idea that it's a provocation for Russia that Ukraine does what they want to do is to turn the world upside down and violate fundamental principles, which also Russia has subscribed to. So it is for Ukraine to decide whether they want to aspire for membership. And then it is, of course, for 30 NATO allies to decide whether Ukraine is ready for membership. And it has been clear for a long time that membership for Ukraine was not something that was imminent, not something that was relevant in the near future. But again, this is about the principle of respecting every nation's right to choose their own path.
If it is the only way to stop the war tomorrow, is it worth considering? Yes or no?
But again, this is for Ukraine to decide. I support Ukraine's right to decide their own path, and then, of course, for 30 allies to decide when Ukraine is ready. And several allies have made it clear that this is not something which is relevant or on the agenda for the near future.
All right. Thank you, Secretary General. Let me move on to Borut Pahor, President of Slovenia. Your government has taken a very strong stance, like so many others, obviously, against Russia, sending in some weapons to Ukraine, closing its airspace to Russian flights. The Prime Minister has said, quote, defending Ukraine is defending Europe. Your government went a little further than that, likening the situation in Europe in 1939 when Poland was attacked, arguing that if Hitler had been stripped at that point, Europe would not have had a 6-year war. Are those comparisons sound? Do you stand by them? And what do you think needs to happen next? Are you still calling for a no-fly zone?
Let me start by supporting fully what has just been said by Secretary General of NATO, Jens. I think NATO is lucky to have a Secretary General who is very strong, but at the same time very wise with his political experience, number one. Number two, Slovenia as an active part of EU and NATO is a part of collective response to what has just happened in Ukraine. It's awful. We fully condemned. That is why we are fully participating in what EU and NATO are deciding is right to do. You are asking me, ma'am, about the no-fly zone. So, as Jens has just said, I will repeat. I feel there is no legal ground for such an act. It would be politically bad to do. I think there is no reason for NATO to go in direct conflict with Russia. Russia is invading Ukraine. We are trying to help in different ways, but there is no reason whatsoever to directly confront Russia in Ukraine, since Ukraine is not a member of NATO. But at the same time, we are saying, and we are sending a strong message to Russia, do not try to do anything in regards to members, the countries which are members of NATO, because at that very moment there would be a direct response.
But you asked for a no-fly zone, didn't you? Are you concerned that it would actually drag NATO into a direct confrontation with Russia in open warfare? I mean, it's still somewhat limited, but this could lead to something much bigger if there was an enforced no-fly zone.
Here it is a diplomacy forum. I think what is needed at this very moment is to force Russia into a corner to accept political negotiation. I think was incredibly good yesterday to organize here a meeting between two foreign ministers. I did not expect a great deal out of it. It is a beginning, maybe, of peaceful resolution of the crisis. But what I would like to state at this very moment, what is needed now, it is a ceasefire. I think everybody should press for a ceasefire and then to inspire both countries to a political negotiation.
You say what is needed now is a ceasefire, yet Slovenia has been asking the EU to take, quote, quick and courageous decisions to admit Ukraine immediately, and the Ukrainians have made a request to be admitted into the EU in a fast-track motion. Poland and the Czech Republic did the same. Do you worry that President Putin could see this as further provocation, that it could inflame tensions even more? Besides, is Ukraine ready to join
Number one,
the EU?
to our initiative with Poland and others, we invited EU to speed the process of enlargement with Ukraine. I would like also see this speed process with Western Balkans. Number two, I think it is important to listen what will be the final decision of Ukraine. If Ukraine will be in favor of neutrality, will be in favor of their decision. But it should be their sovereign decision. This is very important.
It's, of course, an emotive time, and
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. It is just past 8:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. We do have several live feeds coming into our Live Now desk here today. We are listening in to the Antalya Diplomacy Forum coming out of Turkey, where we do have several world leaders currently meeting right now and taking questions from this host, including NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg, as well as the Turkish president and Turkish foreign minister, as well as other world leaders. We did just hear from NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg. He was addressing questions about Ukraine wanting to join NATO, which of course has been a major concern for Russia. Russia concerned about several neighboring countries being surrounded by NATO countries. Stoltenberg, responding to those questions, would not answer directly if he would outright shut down Ukraine's aspirations to join NATO, if that would help end the war and again ease Russia's concerns about being surrounded by NATO countries. But Stoltenberg again did not answer directly, but said that he does support Ukraine's right to decide. He again did not try and say anything specific to that question, only that he does support whatever Ukraine would want. So again, we are listening into this live feed coming in from Turkey. We also have the vice president soon to meet with Romania's president in Romania right now, part of her tour of Europe, addressing the humanitarian crisis from this Russian invasion of Ukraine. We also know that President Joe Biden is expected to hold a press conference around 10:15 this morning. He is expected to issue and announce new actions against Russia as we now move on day 16 of this Russian invasion of Ukraine. So again, we are going to continue listening into this forum coming into our Live Now desk from Turkey.
As a sovereign country to decide its foreign and security policy.
All right, thank you, President Pahor. Mohamed Bazoum, you've been president of Niger since April 2021, following the country's first peaceful transfer of power since its independence in 1960. And obviously, the country you obviously head, Niger, like so many other countries in Africa, are far removed from this crisis in Ukraine, yet they are directly affected by the surging price of oil and gas, affected by the surging price in wheat and other basic commodities. Just like the conflict itself, the economic impact is having a devastating and rapid effect on so many countries, as far removed as they may be. How do you view the events unfolding in Ukraine today?
Comment est-ce que vous allez? Elle n'a pas fini de traduire. She did not finish, but ask me the question again, please.
So the question
I was following the translator, not you.
How do you see the events unfolding in Ukraine today, given the fact that your country is so far removed physically, geographically, from what is going on?
Oui, merci, Madame. Nous sommes tout aussi concernés par ce qui se passe en Ukraine que ceux qui vivent en Europe et ailleurs. En tout cas, que les Occidentaux et à plus forte raison les Asiatiques, toute la communauté mondiale. Nous sommes une même famille aujourd'hui, nous sommes même 20 villages, comme on dit. Moi, je voudrais que nous réfléchissions sur cette question comme lorsqu'elle nous avait été posée avant que cette crise n'intervienne. Moi, je commençais en me disant que je serais à ce panel. Le coût de la guerre, le prix de la paix, et l'Ukraine nous donne une occasion.
All right, everybody, again, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are listening in to the Antalya Diplomacy Forum coming in from Turkey, where we currently have the president, I believe, of Niger, who is currently speaking right now, taking questions at this forum, where the host is asking several world leaders, including NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg, about the rising tensions and war between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine. He is currently not speaking in English, but as soon as we get a live feed again coming into our desk with an English translation or speaker, we will of course bring that feed to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We are also expecting to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris today in just a few moments. She is expected to meet with Romania's president, where she is touring Europe, as we've been reporting to you here on Live Now from Fox. Also later this morning, President Joe Biden expected to issue new actions against Russia as we now move on day 16 of this war with Russian troops in Ukraine. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, live from our studios here in Orlando, Florida. It is about 8:41 here on the East Coast, and we do want to show you some live feeds that we do have coming in to our Live Now desk. The first one there, the large box, is the Antalya Diplomacy Forum, where we do have several world leaders currently speaking right now about the situation happening in Ukraine, where we do know Russian troops are now on day 16 of this war with Ukraine. We also have Vice President Kamala Harris expected to meet with Romania's president this morning. Again, that live feed coming into our desk, and also that live shot of the White House in Washington, D.C., where we do know President Joe Biden is expected to hold a press conference and is again expected to issue new actions against Russia, again, as Russia now moves on day 16 of this war in Ukraine. We also want to take you out to another live feed, a shot of Kyiv, Ukraine, that we have been bringing to you live here on Live Now from Fox, where we do know Russian troops are surrounding the capital city of Kyiv. We also know that we have learned at least 2.5 million people have now fled Ukraine in the 16 days since Russia invaded the country. The latest report from the United Nations also shows at least 516 people have been killed in Ukraine, including 37 children. The UN also saying at least another 908 people have been injured in this war. As we just mentioned, we now know that Russian forces are widening their attacks. They are currently surrounding Kyiv, striking near airports in the west of the country as well, for the first time since this war started. We do want to take you out to some video that we do have coming into our desk this morning. We want to take the super down for you. Now, again, Russian troops are expanding their attacks, as we just mentioned. They've been targeting targeting cities in the east and in the south, but we also know they are moving in toward the west of the country as well, including strikes on the Lutsk airfield. According to the head of the surrounding region, the strike killed at least 2 Ukrainian servicemen and wounded 6 people. Residents there were ordered to shelters after this air raid alert. Again, this new video coming into our desk from today. A spokesperson for the Russian Defense Ministry says Russia used high-precision, long-range weapons today to put military airfields in this region, quote, out of action. We also want to show you this new satellite imagery coming into our desk, which appears to show Russian troops who have been stalled in a convoy outside the capital of Kyiv, trying to fan out in forests and towns to again encircle the city. The 40-mile-long convoy of troops stalled last week due to gas and food shortages, but these new images appear to show that convoy has dispersed. It is repositioned and is now deployed along tree lines with towed artillery howitzers in firing positions. And as we just mentioned, Russian attacks on Ukraine have expanded overnight and into the morning, with ominous signs now outside the capital of Kyiv. Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has the latest developments from Washington this morning, where President Joe Biden again is expected to announce new measures against Putin and Russia.
The president this morning is expected to announce that the U.S. and a number of allies will move to revoke Russia's most favored nation trade status as the war expands. Massive explosions at an airfield in western Ukraine, evidence that Russia is now expanding its attacks. And remember that 40-mile column of Russian tanks and vehicles seemingly stuck on the road to the capital, Kyiv? It's now dispersing and perhaps preparing for an assault.
They are actually in firing position, and they're close enough to Kiev to where they can actually fight from there. So that does appear that they're getting ready for maybe a larger onslaught onto Kiev.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin.
And President Biden is planning on tightening the economic screws on Russia today, but there are difficult decisions ahead. Russia is accusing the U.S. of operating biological warfare labs in Ukraine, something the administration vigorously denies. But there are concerns here that Russia could use chemical or biological weapons themselves.
I'm not going to get into red lines from here.
The White House won't say whether the U.S. would intervene if that happens. Russian President Vladimir Putin, meantime, is now inviting volunteers from around the world to fight in Ukraine. But Ukraine, too, is fielding offers. The Ukrainian embassy in D.C. says some U.S. citizens are eager to join the fight.
This is people of goodwill who are coming to assist Ukraine to fight for freedom.
And back here on Capitol Hill, Congress has just passed a massive spending package that includes more than $13 billion for the war effort. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. As we just mentioned, Vice President Kamala Harris is in Europe to meet with our NATO allies. We do know she is meeting with Romania's president today after she spent Thursday in Poland, which has already welcomed some 1.5 million Ukrainians since the invasion began 16 days ago. She met in Warsaw with Poland's president, as we just said, Ukrainian refugees, troops, and others in hopes of getting a fuller picture of the unfolding humanitarian crisis. We also want to take you out to this live feed we have, where we do know she again is expected to hold a press conference with Romania's president later this morning. We will, of course, bring that feed to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox as soon as we get that feed. We also want to take you back out to Kyiv, Ukraine today. We know that the Kremlin is accusing the United States of being involved in biological weapons research at Ukrainian labs. The U.S., though, calling those claims absurd. Ukraine's president also addressed Russia's conspiracy theories on his social media today. He is speaking in Ukrainian, but there are English subtitles, so let's go ahead and listen in to what he had to say.
Для нас сьогодні була організація гуманітарних коридорів. Суми, Тростянець, Краснопілля, Ірпінь, Буча, Гостомель, Ізюм. За цей день вже вдалося вивезти майже 40 тисяч наших людей, дати їм нарешті безпеку у Полтаві, Києві, Черкасах, Запоріжжі, Дніпрі, у Львові. Вдалося також і доправити гуманітарні вантажі, сотні тонн продовольства, медикаментів. Ми робимо все, щоб врятувати наших людей у містах, які ворог, на жаль, хоче просто знищити. З урахуванням роботи гуманітарних коридорів у попередні 2 дні ми вже евакуювали близько 100 тисяч людей. Але Маріуполь, Волноваха залишаються повністю заблокованими. Хоча ми зробили усе, що було потрібно для роботи гуманітарного коридору. Російські війська так і не припинили вогонь. Попри це, я вирішив все одно направити колону вантажівок для Маріуполя з їжею, водою, ліками. Я вдячний всім водіям, хоробрим людям, які були готові виконати цю місію. Надважливу місію. Але окупанти розпочали танкову атаку саме там, де мав бути цей коридор. Коридор життя для маріупольців. Вони зробили це свідомо. Вони знали, що зривають. Вони мають чіткий наказ тримати Маріуполь у заручниках, знущатися з нього, постійно бомбардувати, постійно обстрілювати. Сьогодні вони зруйнували будівлю головного управління Держслужби з надзвичайних ситуацій в Донецькій області. Саме поряд з цією будівлею і було те місце, де мали збиратися маріупольці на евакуацію. Це відвертий терор, зухвалий терор від досвідчених терористів. Світ повинен це знати, повинен це визнати. Ми усі маємо справу з державою-терористом. Але, що б там не було, ми будемо намагатись. Постійно ми продовжуємо спроби довести у Маріуполь допомогу, якої так потребують люди, наші люди, українці, українки. Окупанти роблять усе, щоб обманути наших людей у містах, що в облозі. Вони блокують зв'язок, не дають дізнатись інформації. Держава робить усе, щоб допомогти нашому місту. Усе, щоб сказати маріупольцям, ми боремось. І не полишимо цієї боротьби. Тому якщо ви маєте можливість говорити з маріупольцями, писати їм, поширюйте, будь ласка, правду. Нагадуйте їм, що Україна всім серцем з ними. І робить усе, щоб припинилося катування міста. Российские пропагандисты сегодня заметно оживились и очень старались. Наверное, для того, чтобы прикрыть преступления своей армии в Украине. Преступления против Мариуполя, против Донбасса, против Харькова, против десятков других городов. Прикрыть новыми обвинениями, новыми старыми фейками. Они обвиняют нас, снова нас, что мы якобы разрабатываем бактериологическое оружие, якобы готовим химическую атаку. Меня это очень беспокоит, потому что не единожды мы убеждались уже. Хочешь узнать о планах России, посмотри, в чем Россия обвиняет других. Послушайте, разгонка таких обвинений в российских СМИ сама по себе показывает, что это они на такое способны. Российские же военные, российские же спецслужбы показывают, что они этого хотят. Они уже делали такие вещи в других странах. Точно так же. Сами анонсировали, сами организовывали, сами жаловались и сами будут делать еще. Снова и снова, если их не остановить. Как Молдову они разорвали с Приднестровьем, как Грузию разорвали с Абхазией, как Украину разорвали с Донбассом и нашим Крымом. Обвиняют нас, тех, кто стал жертвой, тех, кто вынужден защищаться, бороться уже просто за свое право жить. Сами приходят к нам на танках и с ракетами, забирают чужое, наше, захватывают, даже стыдятся показать своим офицерам, прячут своих генералов. скрывают от своего же народа, что отправляют срочников на эту войну, лишь бы только силы вторжения сделать побольше. А мы виноваты. Нас все обвиняют в нападках на якобы миролюбивую Россию. И что теперь? Что это за обвинение в подготовке химических атак? Вы что, решили провести дехимизацию Украины? Чем? Аммиаком? Фосфором? Что еще вы нам приготовили? Куда ударите химическим оружием? По роддому в Мариуполе? По церкви в Харькове? По детской больнице Ахмадет? Или по лабораториям, большинство из которых остались еще с советских времен и занимаются обычной наукой, обычной, а не военными технологиями? Мы адекватные люди. Я президент адекватной страны, адекватного народа. И отец 2 детей. И никакого химического или любого другого оружия массового поражения на нашей земле никто не разрабатывает. И весь мир это знает. Вы это знаете. И если вы сделаете что-то подобное против нас, вы получите жесточайший санкционний ответ. Українці, наші захисники та захисниці. Я підписав декілька дуже важливих указів про присвоєння звання Героя України 13 нашим захисникам. Підполковник Літун Андрій Миколайович посмертно загинув, прикриваючи наших військових і героїчно стримуючи наступ ворога. Капітан Корпан Олександр Богданович посмертно врятував наших бійців та цивільні житлові будинки, коли відвів падаючий літак від них. Молодший лейтенант Блоха Юрій Ігорович посмертно у боях в Миколаївській області героїчно захищав побратимів, рятуючи їхнє життя. Старший сержант Івашко Андрій Олександрович посмертно під час ракетного обстрілу ціною власного життя особисто давав інформацію щодо дій ворога. Молодший сержант Волков Євген Володимирович посмертно за мужність і героїзм під час евакуації поранених в Донецькій області, за порятунок наших військових. Генерал-майор Ніколюк Віктор Дмитрович уміло керував обороною на північно-східному напрямку, завдяки чому вдалося не допустити захоплення Чернігова. Полковник Хода Леонід Олексійович. За період війни під його командуванням було знищено більше 50 машин противника. Підполковник Пономаренко В'ячеслав Анатолійович. Завдяки його діям було знищено значну кількість техніки та військових ворога у місті Гостомель. Підполковник Яковенко Олександр Олексійович вивів свої підрозділи з-під артилерійського вогню ворога, завдяки чому зберіг особовий склад і продовжив успішно боронити Донецьку область.
All right, everybody, this is a feed that we have coming into our desk from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressing Russia's conspiracy theories that they are spreading about biological weapons being created on Ukraine's land. Of course, President Zelensky saying that that is not true at all. He was also addressing the mass destruction currently going on in his country, again, where we do know at least 2.5 million people have now fled Ukraine after Russian troops invaded it about 16 days ago. In the meantime, we do know late last night that Congress has passed a massive funding bill with nearly $14 billion earmarked for military humanitarian aid for Ukraine. That vote in Washington, D.C. was 68-31 again yesterday, easily skating past the necessary threshold of 60 votes. The legislation now goes to President Joe Biden's desk to sign, for him to sign. Again, that need for that money growing more and more urgent by the day as Russian troops ramp up attacks, possibly signaling that they're moving closer to the capital city of Kyiv. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Poland with the details.
Russian violence hitting closer to western Ukraine. Shelling now reported less than 200 miles from the Polish border and less than 3 hours from Lviv, where hundreds of thousands have fled.
Kids shouldn't see the murder. They shouldn't hear the bombs falling on their city. That's why we are here, hoping that something will change and we can come back to our native land as soon as possible.
This mother of three, like so many, moving their families to safety, forced to leave everything behind, including husbands and older sons who remain to fight. The path to escape for many refugees has been dangerous, and once across the border, they face uncertainty.
We're noticing that more people who are crossing now have less means. Maybe they just grabbed the bag, grabbed, in some cases, their pet or their immediate possessions, and they moved.
Peace talks between Ukraine and Russia's foreign ministers failed on Thursday. Hours later, satellite images showed the stalled 40-mile-long Russian convoy start to break up and fan out, with artillery equipment moved into firing positions.
This is outright terror, blatant terror from experienced terrorists.
Thursday, Congress passed nearly $14 billion for military and humanitarian aid for Ukraine and European allies.
The motion to concur is agreed to.
In an effort to put more pressure on Russia's economy, President Biden, along with other world leaders, are looking to strip Russia of its most favored nation trade status. In Poland, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. The State Emergency Service of Ukraine is reporting another airstrike today with possible casualties. Firefighters on the scene at the site of a reported shoe factory in eastern Ukraine after a Russian airstrike hit. Reports say that this is one of several strikes carried out by the Russian military in this specific region, allegedly killing at least one person and causing damage to this factory, a kindergarten, and a nearby apartment building. And this comes as strikes were also reported in western Ukraine, as we mentioned, near one of those airports. These attacks again killed 2 Ukrainian service members and injured about 6 people. This footage was uploaded by the State Emergency Service. You can see it shows some of the flames and smoke rising from those piles of rubble strewn across the street as emergency crews work to put out those fires. Now, again, the war in Ukraine is escalating by the hour, with Russian forces approaching the country's capital city. While overseas in Poland, Vice President Kamala Harris yesterday stressed the unity that the two countries have in the ongoing response to Russia's aggression. The Biden administration continues, though, to face criticism after shutting down Poland's offer to give Ukraine fighter jets. Fox's Madeline Rivera has more.
The United States is prepared to defend every inch of NATO territory.
In a high-stakes trip to Poland, Vice President Kamala Harris underscored the United States' commitment to NATO and embraced calls for an international war crimes investigation of Russia for invading Ukraine.
Any intentional attack on innocent civilians is a violation.
Harris trying to portray a united alliance with Poland's president after the U.S. was blindsided by a Polish proposal to send fighter jets to a U.S. NATO base in Germany so that they can then go to Ukraine. The Biden administration rejected the move over fears that it would make the conflict worse, drawing criticism.
All of a sudden, it was okay for Poland to give the jets, but when we're in the delivery chain, it's an escalation.
President Biden, meanwhile, touting the West's sanctions against Russia.
And our economic sanctions are crippling the Russian economy right now.
While regular civilians take action too, this Illinois couple raising at least $18,000 and collecting donations like sleeping bags, first aid kits, and other medical supplies to send to Ukraine.
I know Ukrainians are strong, and not strong physically, strong at heart. And that's what makes us powerful.
Congress is also at work. The House recently passed legislation that includes more than $13 billion in aid for Ukraine. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. As you heard, the vice president was in Poland yesterday, meeting with the president there today. Later this morning, she is expected to meet with Romania's president. We do have that live feed coming into our desk, and we will, of course, bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox as soon as we get people up there at the podium. We also know President Joe Biden will be holding a press conference in about an hour and 15 minutes minutes, where we will also, of course, carry that to you live on Unfiltered when it happens. We do know he is expected to issue new sanctions against Russia as we now move to day 16 of this Russian invasion of Ukraine. But we do want to get you back to some of the video that we have coming into our desk showing the widespread damage caused by Russian troops. Now, the Ukrainian State Emergency Service building was damaged during Russian attacks in Mariupol. The Ukrainian SES released footage of the damage caused by the building on their Facebook page, saying in the accompanying caption, quote, "The damned occupiers are shooting up everything in the city, maternity homes, hospitals, civilian housing, schools, and kindergartens." We also reported to you here on Live Now from Fox just a few days ago that a maternity and children's hospital in Mariupol was damaged by a suspected Russian air raid, and there is, of course, growing outrage over that airstrike that killed 3 people. Russia's foreign minister is claiming that the facility was a, quote, military object and admits it was deliberately targeted. Fox News State Department correspondent Benjamin Hall is in Kyiv with the latest. But we do want to warn viewers, some of the images you are about to receive in his report may be disturbing.
Global condemnation over a missile attack on a maternity hospital in the southern city of Mariupol. Ukrainian officials now say 3 people have died, including a child. Women ready to give birth among the 17 wounded. Russia's foreign minister calling concerns over civilian casualties, quote, pathetic shrieks, and claiming without any evidence the hospital was an active militia base and had no patients.
There have been no women, children, or service personnel in that maternity hospital in Mariupol for a long time.
Ukraine's president vowing Russia's leader will be held accountable.
You will definitely be prosecuted for complicity in war crimes.
Mariupol's situation grows more desperate. Surrounded by Russian forces, at least 8 major airstrikes in the past 2 days. Shortages of food, water, electricity. Workers burying scores of soldiers and civilians in mass graves.
The only thing I want is for this to be finished. Damn them all, those people who started this.
Temporary ceasefires to allow humanitarian aid in and evacuations of civilians out have repeatedly failed. But Mariupol City Council said an aid convoy was on the way Thursday. It comes as the foreign ministers of Ukraine and Russia meet in Turkey in their highest level peace talks since the war's start. But little progress was made. Here in the north, 2 hospitals were reportedly bombed just west of Kyiv. The city's mayor reports about half the area's citizens have fled. The capital, a virtual fortress.
We ready to defend our family, our houses, our city.
Russia's efforts to complete its encirclement of Kyiv remain stifled. US officials estimate 5,000 to 6,000 Russian soldiers killed so far. And the White House warns Russian frustration could lead to desperation, ramping up the brutality by using chemical or biological weapons, part of a false flag operation to justify its offensive. And in Chernihiv, bravery on display, Ukrainian soldiers defusing an unexploded Russian bomb using just their bare hands and a bottle of water. The State Department says that Russia has encircled almost all of the cities that it is targeting, with the rare exception of Kyiv. Experts are divided on why that is, but most believe that it is because of the resilience and the bravery of the Ukrainian soldiers. How long that lasts for, however, is unknown, but we wait here to find out. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
All right, thank you for that report. This other video coming into our Live Now desk showing smoke rising near Kyiv last night as fighting continued around the Ukrainian capital. According to an assessment by the Institute for the Study of War, Russian forces, quote, have likely begun renewed offensive operations into Kyiv and to continue its encirclement on the west, but have not made much progress. Now, this video again shows smoke rising in the distance. Photographs taken around the same time showed smoky conditions to the northwest of Kyiv, the site of extensive fighting since the start of the invasion. Now, a column of Russian tanks was ambushed by Ukrainian forces also last night near the city of Brovary, which is just outside of the capital. According to Current Time, a Russian convoy of tanks retreated after taking heavy losses at the hands of those Ukrainian forces. A Ukrainian serviceman told the network that an ambush was organized against the convoy of about 40 vehicles and that the head of the convoy was destroyed. Current Time said several remaining Russian tanks are still in working order. They were seized by the Ukrainian military. Also coming into our desk, buildings lay in ruins in central Kharkiv, Ukraine, 2 weeks, 16 days after Russia began those strikes in the area and began sending troops across its borders into Ukraine. Now, we do want to cut away from this and take you to a live feed that we have coming into our desk of Vice President Kamala Harris, as we've been reporting to you here on LiveNOW from Fox. She is currently touring Europe right now and meeting with our NATO allies. She is in Romania speaking with the president. So let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on LiveNOW from Fox.
For the efforts and leadership of the United States, of President Biden, of Madam Vice President, and of the entire Washington administration in this very complicated context. The continuous dialogue and the close coordination of the United States with Romania and with all the allies and partners had an essential contribution to delivering an unified and strong message of the international community to the actions of Russia. Together, we have come up with a firm and prompt response, both from the point of view of assistance in multiple areas, both for Ukraine and for the individuals affected by the conflict, both when it comes to the sanctions applied to Russia and to the measures for adopting the allied posture in its entirety, especially on the eastern flank. Madam Vice President has reconfirmed, as part of our today's discussions, the full commitment of the United States of America for the Article 5 regarding the collective defense of the NATO-Washington Treaty. This article contains the essence and spirit of NATO and guarantees that any attempt to impact the security of one NATO state will receive a firm, prompt response of the entire alliance. I'm saying it with a great responsibility. NATO will act without hesitation to defend each and every allied state, including, obviously, Romania. It is a scenario that all of us want to avoid. But we, as allies, and I'm saying it while I stand next to our most important strategic partner, will defend every inch when it comes to respecting the commitments that bind us. I have conveyed my gratitude for these unshakable security guarantees, as the Romanian society has never had in its history, and thanks to which every citizen of Romania can be confident about his own safety and the safety of his family. I have also conveyed my gratitude for the consolidation of the United States military presence in Romania. We have also discussed about the need within this tense context to keep increasing the American and allied presence in Romania in the long run as an additional measure to ensure the security of our country and of the entire region. I have conveyed that, in turn, Romania understands that the security starts at home. And from this point of view, I have recently decided to increase the defense expenses from 2%, where it stands now, to 2.5% of GDP. And this is greatly appreciated by the American side. Together with Madam Vice President, we have assessed the long-term implications of the aggression that is taking place in Ukraine, as well as the Russian military presence in Belarus and the Euro-Atlantic we have agreed to cooperate to further consolidate the defense measures and deterrence on the eastern flank with a focus on its southern part. I have highlighted the fact that in this context it is necessary to operationalize as soon as possible the NATO battle group on the territory of Romania. Overall, Romania's strategic assessment is that it becomes necessary to fundamentally rethink the concept, the structure, and the constituent elements of the NATO posture on the eastern flank, taking into account the fact that the current circumstances are considerably different compared to the moment when the current approach concerning the eastern flank was projected. We need a united forward presence and a coherent one as soon as possible. We have discussed today about our common approach in order to come up with a common response to these unprecedented challenges, especially when it comes to the humanitarian area. Romania and the United States, along with its allied and partner countries, have offered assistance in different domains to Ukraine and its people that fights with heroism, courage, and determination. As you know, I have decided the operationalization in Suceava of a humanitarian logistic facility, so-called hub, that, thanks to the support of the European Union, has the role to collect and transport the international donations in the area of humanitarian assistance for Ukrainian citizens. I have invited the United States to support the activity of this hub. We have also discussed about the support that is so necessary to the Republic of Moldova. The situation of the neighboring country is unique from the point of view of a very high ratio between the number of refugees and population. This pressure overlaps with the economic and energy-related difficulties that the Republic of Moldova has to face. Together with Madam Vice President, we have analyzed the energy security prospects. We agreed that this crisis can represent a historic opportunity to switch to reach a true European energy independence from the Russian gas through investments in renewable sources in the civilian nuclear sector, through diversifying sources, imports of liquefied natural gas, and obviously through increased interconnectivity. As you probably remember, within the context of COP26 Glasgow summit, the common Romania-USA project to include small modular reactors in the Romanian national system, we agreed to continue and to intensify our cooperation in this strategic domain. Last but not least, a fundamental aspect for the success of our efforts aimed to ensuring security is represented by the maintenance and consolidation of the transatlantic relationship by ensuring the unity and coordination of the European Union, United States, NATO, and G7. Romania brought its own contribution in this regard by promoting the Bucharest 9 format, which was very efficient even in this context. This year, we celebrate 25 years from the launch of our strategic partnership.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Vox. It is 9:17 in the morning here on the East Coast. We want to bring you up to speed with what is on your screen. We do have this live feed coming into our desk from Romania, where we do know Vice President Kamala Harris right up there on the podium, speaking with the President of Romania, who was talking about a discussed common approach that the two have, and also the response to the unprecedented challenge, specifically the humanitarian crisis that the country is currently dealing with right now. The president saying that he has decided to create a humanitarian logistics facility to try and collect information to properly assist the thousands and thousands of people who have fled Ukraine and crossed into his country. The president of Romania also just mentioning moments ago that he agrees that this crisis represents a historic opportunity for not only Romania, but for all of Europe to reach a true European energy freedom through clean and renewable energy. So again, this live feed coming into our desk from Romania, where the president of the country currently speaking right now. And of course, VP Harris expected to speak shortly after him. So let's go ahead and listen into this live, raw, and unfiltered feed here on Live Now from Fox.
For the unprecedented context in which we currently find ourselves in. Thank you, Madam Vice President. You have the floor.
Thank you, President Iohannis, for the warm welcome to Romania and for your steadfast friendship, to the partnership that we have that is longstanding and enduring. I also want to recognize and thank Prime Minister Chuka for the conversation that we had last week. If I may, Mr. President, I'd like to speak directly to the Romanian people for one moment, to thank you on behalf of the United States. Under the leadership of President Iohannis, Romania has been extraordinary in the generosity and the courage that you have shown in this moment. Around the world, we have watched as you have received refugees. Around the world, and I will speak for the United States, we know of the particular challenges that you face geographically, yet you have shown so much courage. The meeting that the President and I had today was a very productive meeting to reaffirm the strength of the relationship and friendship between the United States and Romania. I've said many times, including this afternoon with the President and the President's leadership, but around the world, and I will say it here, America's commitment to Article 5 is ironclad. We take very seriously our role and the relationships that we have within the NATO alliance. We take seriously and are prepared to act on the words we speak when we say, an attack against one is an attack against all. We are firm in our commitment. When I say, and we say over and over again, President Joe Biden says, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. So I am present in Romania today to reaffirm that commitment, in addition to thanking the President, your leadership, and the people of Romania. The strength of our alliance has endured and is now bigger and stronger than ever. The strength of our alliance includes our mutual commitment to stand on the principles that we hold dear and share, that include the defense of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of independent states, and in this case, Ukraine. We are clear that the work that is to be done in response to Putin's war includes standing strong within the alliance to support the needs of our partners. To that end, and to demonstrate our commitment as the United States, in recent weeks, we sent a 1,000-member Stryker squadron that creates a total force of 2,000 American troops who are prepared to stand in defense of our commitment to the NATO alliance and the eastern flank. We have reinforced our recent commitments all with the mention and with the meaning of strengthening our deterrence and our collective defense. I want to thank you, President Johannes, for your leadership on NATO's eastern flank. I want to thank you for, in addition to doing all that you have been doing in your role of leadership, to modernizing and to increasing the resources that are available. You and I talked about the importance of running a government in a way that we modernize and are efficient and effective with the resources we have. You have been a model in that regard, and I thank you. In terms of our mutual support for the people of Ukraine, in Washington, in the United States Congress, we have taken recent action, including a commitment of $13.6 billion for Ukraine and the region in terms of security assistance and humanitarian assistance. The President, Johannes, and I talked extensively, and I was very moved, Mr. President, by the stories you shared with me of the time you spent with refugees and the heart-wrenching experience that they are having. So we stand together, Romania and the United States, in ensuring that we will do all that is required to put resources into the humanitarian piece of this, understanding that the needs are significant and immediate. To the extent that we are offering humanitarian assistance, in addition to the $13.6 billion package from the United States Congress, $4 billion of that will be directly committed to humanitarian assistance. That is on top of the $53 million that I announced yesterday that through the UN, the United States will give to the World Food Program. But I must say, when we are talking about humanitarian assistance, Romania has been a hub of humanitarian assistance. And that is yet another reason that we are here to thank the President and the people of this great country for what you are doing based on the needs of this region. You have been welcoming tens of thousands of refugees and doing it with such compassion and such grace. So I'll conclude my remarks by saying that this is a strong and enduring relationship. It is an important relationship, and the importance of this relationship is being highlighted at this very moment. But it is a relationship that will continue over the years. And again, I thank you, Mr. President, and the people of this beautiful country for all you do and all you represent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice President. We have a couple of questions.
Good afternoon, Roxana Zamfirescu, State TV. I have a question for both officials. I would like to ask you if the United States plans to increase the number of troops and to create here a permanent presence. I'm asking this in the context of which 150 kilometers away from the Romanian frontier bombardments take place, and I would like to ask you as well what are the chances of the war extending towards Romania and the Republic of Moldova?
I cannot repeat frequently enough that the United States is committed to our friendship and alliance with Romania. And to that end, we have a continuous and rotating commitment of U.S. troops to this country, most recently with the deployment of the 1,000-member Stryker Squadron. And as the people of Romania know, we also know that this is a dynamic situation, and we will on a daily basis assess the needs that we have to maintain stability in this region. As it relates to what might be the future conduct of Putin, I cannot speculate, but we are clear in our position, which is that as a member of NATO, an attack against one is an attack against all.
Thank you. Cred că prima parte a primit.
I believe that the first part received a very clear response from Madam.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. It is about 9:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we just heard from Vice President Kamala Harris, who was speaking alongside the President of Romania in Romania right now. Again, this live feed coming into our desk. The Vice President saying that she is currently working with the President of Romania to try and assist in this humanitarian crisis, where we do know that at least 2.5 million people have fled Ukraine since the war began 16 days ago, back on February 24th. Of those 2.5 million people who have fled the country, we do know about 340,000 Ukrainians have fled to nearby Romania, which borders Ukraine to the southwest. The Vice President spoke directly to the Romanian people, thanking them for their extraordinary generosity and courage that they have shown in this moment. Of course, welcoming tens of thousands of refugees who are again fleeing their country as Russian troops continue to move in and launch attacks. Now, the Vice President also just took a question from one of the reporters there. That reporter asked, what are the chances of the war extending past Ukraine into nearby Moldova and Romania? The Vice President said she does not know what Putin plans to do, only that she would not speculate, and adding that an attack on one is an attack against all. She also took a question on if the United States plans to send more troops to NATO countries and possibly keep them there permanently. The Vice President did not answer directly, only that the U.S. is sending troops on a rotating basis and that this is a dynamic situation that they will continue to address daily. So let's go ahead and continue listening in to this feed, live, raw, and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox.
What we have maintained all along. We're witnessing a playbook, the Russian playbook. And it includes lies, misinformation, and the acts of aggression that we are now witnessing. We maintain that diplomacy is the way to resolve these issues. That coexists with our commitment to ensure that our allies are strong and that there must be serious consequence and accountability for what Russia is doing, which is why we have, to the other point of your question, engaged in historic sanctions and to the effect of basically a free fall of the ruble. The Russian stock market is still not open. Their credit rating is now junk, and there will be more announcements about more action that we will take to ensure serious consequence for what is atrocious and outrageous conduct on behalf of the Russian people by Putin.
The sanction packages have been discussed between the United States and the European Union. We worked very well together on this, and we will continue to work together on this. This is the economic side. On the other hand, the two of us just stated that we stand strong together according to Article 5 of the NATO Treaty, and we will continue this way. So if new sanctions will be necessary, they will be discussed and applied.
Bună ziua, Oana Bâlă, Radio.
Good afternoon, Ana Bâlă, Radio Romania. Madam Vice President, Mr. President, we have seen as the Russian troops attacked a maternity as well as humanitarian convoys. A lot of civilians were killed, including a lot of people were killed, including children, and this triggered a huge international response. Do you believe that Russia committed war crimes in Ukraine?
And I'll say it again, we are clear that any intentional attack or targeting of civilians is a war crime. Period.
Am discutat aceste.
We have discussed these topics because the images are, of course, shocking. I have discussed about this with Madam Vice President, and yesterday we discussed this topic as part of the European Union summit, and it is very clear to everyone that such situations must be documented in such a way that when the right moment comes, the authorities and the competent institutions would be able to follow up on these facts and to establish in a correct manner on the international level whether or not they constitute war crimes, who committed them, and what should be the appropriate consequences for them. However, it is unimaginable for all of us to see such images now in the 21st century in a war that takes place in Europe. It's outrageous.
Amir Madani.
Thank you.
From the Associated Press.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I really appreciate it. If I may ask, Mr. President, your country and many of your neighbors are enduring enormous cost aiding Ukrainian refugees, and you also face a really dire threat in the Black Sea. And I was just wondering what specifically you've asked the Vice President for. Particularly, do you need more U.S. troops here? Do you need any specific more material defense aid? And if I can ask you, Madam Vice President, President Biden has said that Americans will feel some pain for the sake of defending freedom and liberty, but there does seem to be no end game in sight. How long should Americans expect? How long should we be bracing for this really sort of historic inflation and some unprecedented gas prices?
Sure. In terms of the discussions that the President, Johannes, and I had, they ranged in subject, including the issue of the Black Sea, and I'll let him explain in more detail as he would like. But we are, again, fully aware and apprised, because we are in constant communication with the President, with his administration here, about the concerns that they have about the entire region and, frankly, the vulnerability. All you have to do is look at the map and see that where Romania exists geographically, and as is the case for our allies on the eastern flank, that there are potential vulnerabilities, which is why we say very clearly we will dedicate, and have been especially enhancing over the last few weeks, our support based on their current needs. When we look at Putin's actions, the previous question, it is painful to watch. It is painful to watch what is happening to innocent people in Ukraine who just want to live in their own country and have pride in themselves as Ukrainians, who want to be home speaking the language they know, going to the church that they know, raising their children in the community where their families have lived for generations. And by the millions now are having to flee with nothing but a backpack. And then you compound that with what happened a couple of days. The President talked about it today. I talked about it yesterday in terms of a maternity hospital, pregnant women.
we have the unfortunate experience, all of us right now who are not in Ukraine, of witnessing horror. So we are committed in everything we are doing. And yes, then the president did say in the State of the Union, there is a price to pay for democracy. You've got to stand with your friends. And as everybody knows, even in your personal life, being loyal to those friendships based on common principles and values, sometimes it's difficult. Often it ain't easy. But that's what the friendship is about, based on shared values. So that's what we're doing.
All right, again, everybody, you are watching live now from Fox. The vice president in Romania right now taking questions from the press about the growing tensions between Russia and Ukraine. Also, the massive humanitarian crisis with 2.5 million people who have already fled Ukraine since the war began 16 days ago, back on February 24th. Now, the vice president just answering a question about Putin's actions. She was saying that, quote, when we look at his actions, it is painful to watch what is happening to innocent people of Ukraine who just want to live in their own country, who want to be in their homes, speaking the language that they know, and who want to raise their children in the country that their families have lived in for generations. Now, she also took questions about how long should Americans be bracing for inflation and high gas prices. However, the vice president did not answer that question directly. It does appear that the president of Romania is currently speaking right now. So let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Be well balanced, because if one part of the eastern flank is strong and the other part is weak, it's obviously a weakness on the eastern flank. So the eastern flank has to be strong to defend the entire NATO, to defend the Euro-Atlantic area. And on the eastern flank, the allies, and in this case we discussed specifically about US and Romania, have to materialize a force that is strong enough to be deterrent. NATO relies on strength and deterrence. So to deter somebody, you have to be strong in that area. So yes, we discussed about the necessity of a NATO battle group in Romania, and obviously the United States play an important role in this. We discussed about enhanced US presence on the eastern flank, specifically, obviously, on our part of the eastern flank, and we discussed, obviously, about Article 5 of NATO and about the long-standing partnership between our troops, because soldiers from the United States have been in Romania for many years now, and they work very well together with the Romanian forces, and they are a real gain on the southern.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Rain Augustine. Thank you so much for streaming us on this Friday, March 11th. Slowly approaching the 10 a.m. hour, we were just showing you all a live press conference from Vice President Kamala Harris. She was speaking with the president of Romania as Russia continues to invade Ukraine for its 14th day. Now, unfortunately, live TV, we did end up losing that live briefing, but let's check in with our colleague Doug Luzader with Fox News. He's going to bring us a recap of what Vice President Harris was just speaking about.
The United States is prepared to defend every inch of NATO territory.
In a high-stakes trip to Poland, Vice President Kamala Harris underscored the United States' commitment to NATO and embraced calls for an international war crimes investigation of Russia for invading Ukraine.
Any intentional attack on innocent civilians is a violation.
Harris trying to portray a united alliance with Poland's president after the U.S. was blindsided by a Polish proposal to send fighter jets to a U.S. NATO base in Germany so that they can then go to Ukraine. The Biden administration rejected the move over fears that it would make the conflict worse, drawing criticism.
All of a sudden, it was okay for Poland to give the jets, but when we're in the delivery chain, it's an escalation.
President Biden, meanwhile, touting the West's sanctions against Russia.
And our economic sanctions are crippling the Russian economy right now.
While regular civilians take action too, this Illinois couple raising at least $18,000 and collecting donations like sleeping bags, first aid kits, and other medical supplies to send to Ukraine.
I know Ukrainians are strong, and not strong physically, strong at heart. And that's what makes us powerful.
Congress is also at work. The House recently passed legislation that includes more than $13 billion in aid for Ukraine. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
Thanks, Malin, for that report. Continuing our coverage of this ongoing situation, we're getting reports that a Russian convoy outside of Ukraine's capital city, Kyiv, has redeployed. Satellite images showing a 40-mile-long convoy of vehicles, tanks, and artillery has broken up and has moved into other areas. Now, the Kremlin convoy assembled outside of Kyiv about a week ago, but it has since been stalled, reportedly due to food and fuel shortages. Now, United States officials said that Ukrainian troops and citizens who took up arms have been hitting the convoy with anti-tank missiles as they defend their country. Here's more on that story.
Global condemnation over a missile attack on a maternity hospital in the southern city of Mariupol. Ukrainian officials now say 3 people have died, including a child. Women ready to give birth among the 17 wounded. Russia's foreign minister calling concerns over civilian casualties, quote, pathetic shrieks, and claiming without any evidence the hospital was an active militia base and had no patients.
There have been no women, children, or service personnel in that maternity hospital in Mariupol for a long time.
Ukraine's president vowing Russia's leader will be held accountable.
You will definitely be prosecuted for complicity in war crimes.
Mariupol's situation grows more desperate. Surrounded by Russian forces, at least 8 major airstrikes in the past 2 days. Shortages of food, water, electricity. Workers burying scores of soldiers and civilians in mass graves.
The only thing I want is for this to be finished. Damn them all, those people who started this.
Temporary ceasefires to allow humanitarian aid in and evacuations of civilians out have repeatedly failed. But Mariupol's city council said an aid convoy was on the way Thursday. It comes as the foreign ministers of Ukraine and Russia meet in Turkey in their highest level peace talks since the war's start. But little progress was made. Here in the north, 2 hospitals were reportedly bombed just west of Kyiv. The city's mayor reports about half the area's citizens have fled. The capital, a virtual fortress.
We ready to defend our family, our houses, our city.
Russia's efforts to complete its encirclement of Kyiv remain stifled. US officials estimate 5,000 to 6,000 Russian soldiers killed so far. And the White House warns Russian frustration could lead to desperation, ramping up the brutality by using chemical or biological weapons, part of a false flag operation to justify its offensive. And in Chernihiv, bravery on display, Ukrainian soldiers defusing an unexploded Russian bomb using just their bare hands and a bottle of water. The State Department says that Russia has encircled almost all of the cities that it is targeting, with the rare exception of Kyiv. Experts are divided on why that is, but most believe that it is because of the resilience and the bravery of the Ukrainian soldiers. How long that lasts for, however, is unknown, but we wait here to find out. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
Now, as the war rages on, we're actually getting a closer look at President Putin's playbook. Let's go ahead and check with Fox 13 Tampa for that story.
Well, now to the war in Ukraine. Talks between top diplomats this morning failed to reach a ceasefire, and now Russian invaders are encircling Mariupol, which is the same city where they struck a maternity hospital yesterday. And that deadly attack on children and pregnant women has drawn outrage from really across the globe.
Yeah, it really has. Ukraine's president accusing Russia of attempted genocide, and Western officials are branding the strike of that hospital a war crime. Vice President Kamala Harris traveled to Poland today to help call for a war crimes investigation into Russia. And now international scientists are also raising concern about the safety of nuclear power facilities in Ukraine. All right, here to explain all of today's developments is Fox 13's political editor, Craig Patrick. Craig, it's pretty incredible, too, what Russia is saying about that strike on that hospital, saying, no, this wasn't a hospital. This was a Ukraine militia base. And, you know, ignore the photos you're seeing of the injured pregnant woman and that sort of thing.
These are false claims, and that's nothing new for Russia. But what is new is the recycling, the repetitive nature, and where this seems to be leading. And there are some real concerns that it could be leading to perhaps chemical or biological weapons attacks, because when you hear the response coming out of Russia and the nature of the claims and how they're phrasing it, on one hand, we're seeing more evidence of brutal attacks on civilians as it is, but also the risk of far more deadly attacks and on a much larger scale. As hospitals, homes, and schools across Ukraine crumble and burn, Ukraine says it intercepted calls from Russian troops bragging of looting and killing civilians. Senator Marco Rubio shared some of the audio, tweeting in case anyone is wondering whether the Russian troops know what they're doing.
Я вчера магазин обворовал. Мародеры. Теперь у тебя есть маневр твоих манто. Мы их держали, раздели догола, ну и приняли решение просто в лесу застрелить. Я не знаю, мы выиграли.
The day after Russia struck this hospital maternity ward in Mariupol, Russia's foreign minister defended it by saying Russia is not attacking Ukraine, but rather freeing its people from Nazis, and that this was no longer a hospital, but rather a base for Ukraine's Nazi militia.
It had no women, no children, no medical professionals inside. It was occupied by the militants.
And as for the pictures of pregnant women wounded in the attack, he claimed they don't exist.
As for hospitals and maternity wards, I have just said that, but you're not listening. That's right. And I think you're not even listening to my answer if you don't speak Russian.
And as for the mass graves the Associated Press discovered beyond the hospital and the growing evidence of civilian massacre through Mariupol and beyond, Russia says it's all an illusion.
Fakes. So there are a lot of fakes on television, online, in all media outlets.
Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin addressed his ministers and the Russian people by assuring them their economy will be fine.
The sanctions pressure has always existed. The economy will adapt.
And in saying that, Vladimir Putin repeatedly referenced agricultural gains, its control of fertilizer, its control of certain materials, metals, minerals. All of this indicates that Russia and Vladimir Putin is seeing a gain in what can be taken from Ukraine, its bounties and his cost benefit, which is leading us once again to the rationale of the Russian invasion. But it's the false claims by Russia that there is a Nazi conspiracy led by the United States to take over Ukraine that ultimately leads also to false claims that the United States has deployed thousands of bioweapons labs in Ukraine. That's particularly concerning, and the fact that Russia is placing so much emphasis on that now, concerning that could be the lead up to a false flag attack in which Russia uses chemical or biological weapons and then tries to blame it on the United States. Both parties in Washington, leaders from the White House to all around the world, are all raising the same concerns that could be coming.
Yeah, almost every time our intelligence has said this is what Russia is about to do, it's come to fruition. So tell us, Craig, why are international scientists sounding alarms about the safety of the nuclear plants in Ukraine?
Well, part of it is the fact that they're under military control and that the nuclear staff at those facilities, 2 of them in particular, have guns pointed to their head and they're under duress, and so that's a safety concern in itself. But particularly, they have concerns about the defunct Chernobyl site. Its loss of access to electricity, generators currently circulating the nuclear waste to cool it. The concern is that may not last. You could therefore get a radiation cloud that could drift far beyond Ukraine throughout Europe. That's the concern. The IAEA says it's a dire situation. You have Russia saying that Belarus just helped them restore power. Hopefully it did, but the IAEA says it cannot confirm that, and it's stressing that much more needs to be done to secure the safety of those nuclear facilities, and perhaps others if Russia takes control of them.
Yeah, it's certainly too much uncertainty when it surrounds those nuclear plants. Thank you, Craig.
Well, now to the war in Ukraine.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 13 Tampa for bringing us that update. And again, make sure that you are staying tuned into our programming all morning long. In about 20 minutes or so, we do expect to have a live announcement from President Biden himself speaking on the Russian war against Ukraine. We do expect him to announce possibly more sanctions, more economic penalties against Russia. And this is coming actually as Russia is accusing the United States of having a biological warfare camp in Ukraine, something that the administration continues to deny. But we do expect President Biden to address this as well. Again, that's slated for 10:15. And of course, we'll bring it all to you live, raw, and unfiltered. But right now we are getting another international feed that I want to share with you all. Let's head out to Versailles, France. Right now we have EU leaders meeting to discuss Russia's war in Ukraine and the economic fallout.
Donc il y a encore du travail, mais ça va dans le meilleur sens et je remercie le gouvernement britannique. Je pense que la lettre du ministre de l'Intérieur français était donc utile. Je souhaite surtout que les femmes et les hommes, ukrainiennes, ukrainiens, qui ont vécu l'horreur, qui ont traversé l'Europe pour rejoindre leurs proches, leurs familles,
to reach their families on UK territory will be better treated. Obviously, we'll be doing what we can, and we're trying to cut back on the red tape so that they can reach more dignified living conditions. So I'd like to thank the UK government for this first step, and it's over the coming days that we'll be able to see whether it's enough or whether more effective measures are going to be required. We have also said that we are willing to house in Lille or other cities a place for the administrative procedures to be run through. And then on the question of the common debt, joint debt, I think that the right strategy, as we've seen during the pandemic, is to agree on objectives. And when we do that, when you reach agreement on objectives, then the instruments just follow. If we start by working on the instruments, given that we have divisions and disagreements, generally things don't move forward and we waste time. So, well, first of all, we've seen this unanimity today. Unanimity as regards the need to invest all sorts of types of sovereignty, digital, food, energy, and so on. All of that is covered. And then we give a mandate to the Commission to do the work, to say how much is to be needed. That has to be assessed, and through that we can see what can be covered by the private sector, what can be covered by the public sector. And depending on all of that and how quickly it's done, we'll have a discussion as regards the actual resources and the mechanisms. In any case, it's certainly not a past debt, but we can be talking about activating mechanisms that have already been used, for example, in the situation of the pandemic. But this question of the instruments are only there as a means to the end. There's unanimity as regards the strategic objective, and now the March and May summits will make it possible for us to clarify our operational objectives, which will make it possible for us to identify the tools, the instruments that will get us there. That's how we're going to go through this.
What your first question is concerned, indeed, we welcome this improvement for the Ukrainian refugees. This is a good step in the absolute right direction. As you know, we in the European Union already a week ago, we have activated the so-called temporary protection directive For the very first time in the history of the European Union, this gives all Ukrainians immediately residency rights, and by that, of course, access to the labor market immediately, access to schools, to medical care, to otherwise support, so that these poor, innocent people immediately find a home here and can get on to try to accommodate in the European Union. What the second question is concerned, indeed, I want to underline that it has proven right that we first define the priorities and the necessities to invest in them. And I want to recall that from the beginning of our mandate, we have defined 3 priorities. It's the European Green Deal, it is digitalization, and it is resilience. And throughout the pandemic, as well as now throughout these times of war that Russia is unleashing, they have proven to be the right priorities. The European Green Deal is absolutely necessary if we want to get independent of fossil fuels, mainly by Russia, supplied by Russia. The digitalization is of utmost importance to modernize our economy, which proves now to be the leverage against Russia's war machine. And resilience, of course, defense is a subtitle of resilience. And it is important, as the President said, that we look at all different tools we can then activate to make it possible that we advance in our priorities. This is, on the one hand, the European level, and there is as well the European budget, as, for example, Next Generation EU. It is the national level, but we should also not forget the private level. And a good example how to activate all 3 levels and make the projects advance is now, for example, our CHIPS Act concerning the semiconductors. Here we push forward a crucial topic that goes for the digitalization as well as our resilience, that is our independence, with the European investment and national investment and triggering private investment.
Thank you. Angela Mauro from Huffington Post, you have the last question.
Okay, thanks, Baron. 2 quick questions. What do you reply to Mr. Zelensky, who is saying he's disappointed from the Declaration of Versailles? He asked Europe to do more, and he says it's not enough. And then I wanted to know, when you say you're preparing another package of sanctions and you're ready to, everything else that is on the table, is it on the table, an embargo of petrol and gas from Russia is on the table, or the exclusion of Sberbank and Gazprom Bank from SWIFT is on the table as well? Thanks.
Bon, sur la première question,
as regards your first question, let me say once again, with a great deal of respect and consideration for President Zelensky and his citizens who are fighting, the political message that the European Union sent from Versailles yesterday is a clear message. We played the Ukrainian national anthem here, and we sent a very clear political message. Now, it's not a legal process for the reasons that I've already cited in answer to one of your colleagues' questions, and also President Michel and President von der Leyen have made the point as well. Now, I fully understand that when involved in battle so courageously as the Ukrainians are, at the same time as last week when there was a request for a no-fly zone, obviously much more is wanted. But we are not parties to the conflict. Let me say that we are determined to do everything useful to bring about an end to the conflict, and peace can come back to Ukraine. The European path is a clear one for Ukraine. We've made that point very clearly. Secondly, our desire to continue to support Ukraine and the Ukrainians is clear, and we've demonstrated it. We've taken a decision on this. Thirdly, we're willing to sanction beyond what has already been done. So, nothing from what you've mentioned is off the table. I preserve the strategic ambiguity because I think it's good. I think it's beneficial to us. Additional decisions will be taken following the G7. They will be limited. But if Russia, notwithstanding what it says, notwithstanding President Putin saying, I believe in discussions, negotiations, things are moving forward, I see that things are changing. In a few hours' time, we'll be talking to President Putin again, together with Chancellor Scholz. If, despite that, he steps up the bombing, he puts Kyiv under siege, then we know that further massive sanctions will have to be taken by us. The message I want to put across to you here is that in that case, nothing is off the table. Nothing is taboo. We will do whatever we deem to be effective and useful to halt Russia in its aggression. Let me also say that as regards the different packages of sanctions, each time round we've been able to bring things together very quickly whenever necessary and to act when necessary. And yesterday evening's meeting demonstrated this again, the ability to work as Europeans, to work with our partners to prepare things together. And we can see the impact of these sanctions. They're having a real effect. And we're going to continue to assess the situation so that we can take the right decisions at the right time in order to bring about a change in the Kremlin's position and bring it to a state of mind that will make it possible, we hope, for there to be a ceasefire and a cessation of hostilities as quickly as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you, President. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday, March 11th. My name is Rain Augustine, continuing our coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It was just moments ago when Vice President Kamala Harris had a live press conference with the president of Romania, saying that she wants an international war crimes investigation against President Putin, citing atrocities of bombing innocent children, civilian, and most recently, allegedly, a maternity hospital. And we do have that announcement, that press conference that we do want to replay for you all, just in case you missed it, raw and unfiltered.
I thank you for the warm welcome and for the very constructive and productive conversations we had today as part of our ongoing dialogue and friendship that spans generations. I would like to also speak directly to the Polish people. I have shared with your president that under his leadership and your leadership has been extraordinary. The world has been watching Poland, Mr. President, your leadership and the leadership of the people of your country. And we've witnessed extraordinary acts of generosity and kindness. We have seen through images on the television, looking at images of ordinary people doing extraordinary things in support of the dignity and the well-being of perfect strangers. So I first and foremost want to express the thanks for the people of the United States, to you, Mr. President, on behalf of our President, Joe Biden, and to the people of Poland for what you are doing every day. It really represents the best of who we are. We are here, and I am here in Poland today, as part of an enduring, long-standing friendship and commitment between the United States and Poland based on shared values and priorities. I am here, standing here on the northern flank, on the eastern flank, talking about what we have in terms of the eastern flank and our NATO allies, and what is at stake at this very moment. What is at stake this very moment are some of the guiding principles around the NATO alliance, and in particular, the issue and the importance of defending sovereignty and territorial integrity, in this case of Ukraine. As President Duda has described, we have been witnessing for weeks, and certainly just in the last 24 hours, atrocities of unimaginable proportion. A maternity hospital, a children's hospital, where we have witnessed pregnant women who were there for care, for one reason, being taken out because they required care because of an act of violence, unprovoked, unjustified. I am here in Poland as an expression of the enduring and important relationship between the United States and Poland that again has been long-standing, but in particular on the issue of Ukraine is unified and is clear. We will do everything together in partnership, in solidarity, to support what is necessary at this very moment in terms of the humanitarian and security needs of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Today we discussed, Mr. President, many issues that relate to our special bond also, because I will say as a point of personal privilege, we have a substantial Polish-American community in my hometown of Los Angeles, but throughout the United States, who understands the relationship that we have on many levels, including the diplomatic, but also cultural relationships that span generations. And so through all of that, and in the spirit of those relationships and our shared commitments, our shared commitment to the importance of international norms and rules, you and I discussed today many important topics, in particular as it relates to the eastern flank. And we talked specifically about what we care deeply about in terms of our commitment, the United States commitment to Article 5. I've said it many times, I will say it again. The United States commitment to Article 5 is ironclad. The United States is prepared to defend every inch of NATO territory. The United States takes seriously that an attack against one is an attack against all. We are here today to restate that commitment, but also to do what we must do to reinforce our support of Poland and our allies through the EU and NATO alliance. In particular, as it relates to troop deployment, we have recently deployed an additional 4,700 American troops to Poland. That's on top of the years of rotation of about 5,000 American troops in Poland. We are pleased to have announced this week that we have directed 2 Patriot missile defense systems to Poland, and today I can announce that we have delivered those Patriot systems to Poland. We do this as a reminder and as a demonstration of our commitment to the security of our allies and our commitment in particular to Poland at this moment in time. As it relates to the people of Ukraine, they have suffered immensely. When we talk about humanitarian aid, it is because, yes, the assistance is necessary, but what compels us also is the moral outrage that all civilized nations feel when we look at what is happening to innocent men, women, children, grandmothers, grandfathers, who are fleeing everything they've known. Our outrage, which compels not only our security assistance, but our humanitarian assistance, is rooted in the fact that also we support the people of Ukraine who have shown extraordinary courage and skill in their willingness and, yes, ability to fight against Putin's war and Russia's aggression. So today we are also announcing, in pursuit of what must happen, which is to provide humanitarian assistance, that we will give another $50 billion, the United States will, through the UN's World Food Program, to assist with humanitarian aid. The President and I also talked about the fact that, as he mentioned, Poland has taken, in just a very short period of time, in excess of 1.5 million refugees in from Ukraine. And that has put an extraordinary burden on Poland and the people of Poland. And so we will continue with the support that we can give you, Mr. President, in terms of the work that you and the people of Poland have been doing to bear this burden, but in a way that really has been with such grace and such generosity. We also are pleased to have shared with the President what our United States Congress has done, which is there is a commitment now of $13.6 billion in humanitarian and security assistance that will be then distributed and shared with Ukraine and the people of this region and Europe. All again, understanding that this moment in time requires both a humanitarian response as well as security assistance. And today, I'm also pleased to say that we are in ongoing discussions with Poland and our allies about the effectiveness of sanctions thus far and going forward. As we have announced in the United States, we have, through the United States Department of Justice, started a task force to do what is required and necessary and appropriate in terms of investigations as it relates to any criminal activities and behaviors on behalf of institutions and individuals, including oligarchs. We talked, the President and I, about the effectiveness of the sanctions we've seen thus far in terms of the courage and the bold action that has been taken through the NATO alliance to do what is necessary to send a clear signal that there will be, as we promised, severe cost and consequence for Russia's aggression, to the point that we have now seen a free fall of the ruble, to the point that we have now seen that Russia's credit rating has been rated as junk, and what we know to be real economic consequence to Russia.
10:18 this morning, taking a look back as Vice President Kamala Harris calls for a war crimes investigation into Russia, also speaking on the alliance that the Ukrainian people have with the United States. We're getting another live press conference coming to our desk that I would like to share with you all. Let's head out to Poland, where VP Harris just spoke from about 30 minutes or so ago. We're going to get an update from the National Assembly, and we also expect Ukrainian President Zelensky himself to make a few remarks.
I would like to welcome the former presidents of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Aleksander Kwaśniewski and Mr. Bronisław Komorowski. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, deputy speakers for the Sejm and the Senate, Deputy Chairman of the Council of Ministers, former speakers of the same former prime ministers, the president of the Constitutional Tribunal, the National Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament, of the European Parliament, the representatives of the central bodies of public administration, representatives of the Chancellery of the President of the Republic of Poland and of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland, of the Sejm of the Senate, representatives of the central and local governments, generals, officers, representatives of the Polish Army, Your Eminencies, Your Excellencies, representatives of the churches and religious communities, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, and especially the ambassadors of the member states of NATO, I would like to give you an especially warm welcome today. We have His Excellency Ambassador of Ukraine, Mr. Andrzej Breszczyca, with us today. I am very glad and I would like to give you a very warm welcome, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, and all the distinguished participants in this National Assembly. The National Assembly always happens in exceptional moments for Poland, and it is so also today, on the threshold of a very important anniversary, the anniversary of Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary joining NATO. On the 12th of March 1991, the post-Yaltan world order finished and the division into different spheres of influence. By joining NATO, we fully joined the Western community in which we were always culturally, and then we joined it also politically and militarily. This is a great event for Poland and for the world. Today, unfortunately, is not the moment for joyful celebration. We are meeting in a dramatic time during the greatest world security crisis since the end of the World War II. The unprovoked aggression of Russia on the independent Ukraine shocked the world. For over 2 weeks, the Ukrainian army and nation offer heroic resistance to the aggressor. Our neighbors give the whole world an example of what true valor means and what it means to love our shared values, freedom, sovereignty and democracy, and they pay the highest price for this. Ukrainian cities are bombarded. Houses and housing communities are bombarded, as well as schools and hospitals. People are perishing. Civil society is perishing. And such attacks from the Russian aggressors have genocide characteristic, because this is what we call shooting to the civilians who are not in the army. And we have to do everything so that these criminals stood before the international tribunals and respond and bear responsibility for their crimes. This is important for the international community. Vladimir Putin, when he started this cruel war, drew directly on the heritage of the Soviet Union, this empire of evil, as it was once called by a great American president and friend of Poland, Ronald Reagan. What Russia is doing in Ukraine shows that it still is the empire of evil, that it was never buried, and today is showing its worst face again. Here it's worth to remember the significant words of Professor Zbigniew Brzezinski. Without Ukraine, Russia ceases to be an empire, but with Ukraine subordinated and overpowered, it automatically becomes an empire. Russia can either be an empire or a democracy, but it cannot be both. We see today clearly what Russia has chosen, and we see clearly what Ukraine has chosen and what it is defending. It defends democracy and freedom, an honest world. Nobody will better understand the pain and suffering of the Ukrainian nation than we, Poles, who went through so much during our history, especially the history of the 20th century. We also fought many times for our freedom, for your freedom. Polish soldiers fought on all fronts of the Second World War, from Narvik to Tobruk, from the Battle of England to Monte Cassino and Berlin. We remember the valor of the Home Army and the Warsaw Uprising. We see still the destroyed Warsaw, destroyed by the Nazi Germany. And this is why from here, from Poland, from Warsaw, the plea reaches the whole world. We cannot allow Russia to overpower the free and independent democratic Ukraine. We have to increase our efforts and support for the fighting Ukrainian nation. Let Kiev and other Ukrainian cities not share the fate of the destroyed city of Warsaw. Let's stop the evil. This is a challenge for the whole free world. Ladies and gentlemen, dear compatriots, despite the long fight on all fronts of the Second World War, Poland, as a result of Yalta arrangements, was in the Soviet area of influence. Against our will, we found ourselves behind the Iron Curtain. The generation of our grandparents, parents, and many of us present here were dreaming to change the course of history, the peaceful revolution of solidarity and regaining sovereignty by our country after 1989, and finally the dissolution of the Soviet Union made it possible. And to fulfill these efforts, the crowning part was joining the NATO by Poland. That was the dream come true. When at the beginning of the 1990s, to be exact in 1991 and 92, the Prime Minister Jan Olszewski, exactly from this place, as the first one, announced that Poland would put efforts to join NATO. Many thought that it was impossible to achieve because we still had Soviet army stationing in our country, and there were many lively disputes regarding the settlements of the past accounts. But thanks to joint efforts, it worked. We managed to set apart this cause from the political disputes. And let the fact be symbolic here that the first discussions about Poland's joining NATO were started by Lech Wałęsa and ended by President Aleksander Kwaśniewski. And it was also an effort of Polish governments from the right to the left. Also the efforts of the Polish diplomacy and Polish army. I would like to thank all of you who contributed towards this from the heart for all your efforts. Your conduct is an example to us. When on the 12th of March 1999, in the American city of Independence, the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bronisław Geremek, passed on the act of Poland's joining NATO, we could all feel great satisfaction. Before, on the 11th of February, the Sejm adopted the ratifying act, and later, 1 week later, it was signed by Aleksander Kwaśniewski. On the 23rd of February, Jerzy Buzek ratified the treaty. It was a historical moment, an incredible time in the history of our homeland. But let's remember that the idea of Poland's joining NATO, as well as other former Eastern Bloc countries' NATO, was not universally supported in the West, which is why what was key was the support of the United States of America, and that was irrespective of political factions. We started our discussions with the President George Bush Sr., and the process of joining NATO was completed during the presidency of Bill Clinton, who here in Warsaw said, "Today Poland is joining NATO. Poland is taking its place in the community of democracy. Never anyone else will decide about Poland's fate. Never will you be denied the right to freedom. Poland is coming home." And so it happened. We came home because the sovereign and independent Poland will always be a home of freedom and democracy, and we will defend this home with all our strength. In that time, we could count on support of many tried friends of Poland, including the current President of the United States. Let me remind you that in the 1990s, Joe Biden, then a senator, an influential member of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Senate, was one of the leaders supporting Poland's joining of NATO. The joining of NATO by Poland, he described as wiping out the historical wrong done to Poland by Joseph Stalin. Mr. President, Poland thanks you. Still, we need to emphasize here that, like Joe Biden said, as we know, Poland has never come to terms with this historical wrong done to us. Also, during the time of Soviet domination over our country, a lot of people were forced to make dramatic choices. They had to show valor. The symbol of it was the great Polish patriot and the first Polish officer in NATO, Colonel Ryszard Kuklinski. Today, post-mortem, General of Brigade since 2016. It was my
Just after 10:30 a.m., everyone, we're taking a live now look from Poland as NATO and Zelensky in just a moment expected to address the Polish National Assembly. However, we're getting a anticipated live event to our desk. Let's listen in as President Biden is expected to announce more sanctions against Russia.
The economic pressures on Putin and to further isolate Russia in the global stage. Later today, together with other NATO allies in the G7, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, United Kingdom, as well as the European Union, we're going to jointly announce several new steps to squeeze Putin and hold him even more accountable for his aggression against Ukraine. And I want to speak to a few of those points today. First, each of our nations is going to take steps to deny most favored nation status to Russia. A most favored nation status designation means two countries have agreed to trade with each other under the best possible terms. Low tariffs, few barriers of trade, and the highest possible imports allowed. In the United States, we call this permanent normal trade relations, PNTR, but it's the same thing. Revoking PNTR for Russia is going to make it harder for Russia to do business with the United States, and doing it in unison with other nations to make up half of the global economy will be another crushing blow to the Russian economy. It's already suffering very badly from our sanctions. And I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, Leaders Schumer and McConnell, and Senators Wyden and Crapo, Representatives Neal and Brady for their bipartisan leadership on this in the Congress. I would like to offer a special thanks to Speaker Pelosi, who's been a strong advocate for revoking PNTR and who agreed to hold off on that in the House until I could line up all of our key allies to keep us in complete unison. Unity among our allies is critically important, as you all know, from my perspective at least. Many issues divide us in Washington, but standing for democracy in Ukraine, pushing Russia's aggression, should not be one of those issues. The free world is coming together to confront Putin. Our two parties here at home are leading the way. With that bipartisan cooperation, I'm looking forward to signing into law the bill revoking PNTR, which is, again, most people think of it as most favored nation status. We're also taking a further step of banning imports of goods from several signature sectors of the Russian economy, including seafoods, vodka, and diamonds. And we're going to continue to squeeze Putin. The G7 will seek to deny Russia the ability to borrow from leading multinational institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Putin is an aggressor. He is the aggressor. And Putin must pay the price. He cannot pursue a war that threatens the very foundations, which he's doing, the very foundations of international peace and stability, and then ask for financial help from the international community. The G7 is also stepping up pressure on corrupt Russian billionaires. We're adding new names to the list of oligarchs and their families that we're targeting. And we're increasing coordination among the G7 countries to target and capture their ill-begotten gains. They support Putin. They steal from the Russian people, and they seek to hide their money in our countries. They're part of that kleptocracy that exists in Moscow. And they must share in the pain of these sanctions. And while we're going after these their super yachts and their vacation homes and worth hundreds of millions of dollars, we're also going to make it harder for them to buy high-end products manufactured in our country. We're banning the export of luxury goods to Russia. They're also the latest steps we're taking, but they're not the last steps we're going to take. And as I said, at the beginning of all these steps, we're going to hit Putin harder because the United States and our closest allies and partners are acting in unison. The totality of our sanctions and export controls is crushing the Russian economy. The ruble has lost more than half its value. They tell me it takes about 200 rubles to equal $1 these days. Moscow Stock Exchange has been closed for 2 weeks because they know the moment it opens, it will probably collapse. Credit rating agencies has downgraded Russia's government to junk status, its economy to junk status. The list of businesses, international corporations leaving Russia is growing by the day. We're also continuing to close corporations with allies and partners to make sure that the close cooperation we continue to have, the Ukrainian people are able to defend their own nation. The United States has sent more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine over the last year, including anti-armor and anti-air capabilities, taking out tanks and planes and helicopters, with new shipments arriving every day. We, the United States, are also facilitating significant shipments of security assistance from our allies and partners to Ukraine. And the humanitarian front, we're working closely with the UN and humanitarian organizations to support the people of Ukraine who have been displaced by the violence in Ukraine. We're providing tens of thousands of tons of human supply, humanitarian supplies, food, water, medicines, coming by truck and train every single day. Yesterday in Poland, Vice President Harris announced an additional $53 million in additional humanitarian support to Ukraine. That brings the total humanitarian assistance to $107 million in just 2 weeks. We've joined this effort with more than 30 other countries who are providing hundreds of millions more. And last night, with a great credit, the Congress passed a bipartisan spending bill that included an additional $13.6 billion in new assistance to the Ukrainian people. I look forward to signing that immediately. I also want to be clear, though. We will make sure Ukraine has weapons to defend against an invading Russian force. We will send money, food, and aid to save the Ukrainian people. And I will welcome Ukrainian refugees. We should welcome them here with open arms if they need access. And we're going to provide more support for Ukraine. We're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send unmistakable message. We'll defend every single inch of NATO territory with the full might of the united and galvanized NATO. We will not fight a war against Russia in Ukraine. Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III, something we must strive to prevent. But we already know Putin's war against Ukraine will never be a victory. He hoped to dominate Ukraine without a fight. He failed. He hoped to fracture European resolve. He failed. He hoped to weaken the transatlantic alliance. He failed. He hoped to split apart American democracies in terms of our positions. He failed. The American people are united. The world is united. And we stand with the people of Ukraine. We will not let autocrats and would-be emperors dictate the direction of the world. Democracies are rising to meet this moment, rallying the world to the side of peace and the side of security. We're showing our strength, and we will not falter. God bless all of you. God bless Ukraine, and God bless our troops.
President Biden, your White House has said that Russia may use chemical weapons or create a false flag operation to use them. What evidence have you seen showing that? And would the U.S. have a military response if Putin does launch a chemical weapons attack?
I'm not going to speak about the intelligence, but Russia would pay a severe price if they use chemical weapons.
Would the U.S.
the federal gas tax? All right, that was the latest from President Biden announcing new sanctions against Russia as we enter the 16th day of the invasion. Many sanctions, including that he's announcing that he is revoking normal trade with Russia. So this will make it extremely hard for Russia to continue to do business with the United States or its other allies. Also banning Russian alcohol and seafood. Also mentioning that he's going to continue to go after Russian oligarchs. And he also noted that the United States has provided over $13.6 billion or $107 million in humanitarian aid to the Ukrainian people. And just last night, a bipartisan effort to provide $13.6 billion to Ukraine. And that bill is actually headed to the president's desk probably today. He mentioned that he will sign it. So a lot of moving parts as we continue to cover what's being called Putin's war. Slowly approaching the 11 a.m. mark. However, let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we still have that live announcement coming from Poland. We expect NATO as well as Ukrainian President Zelensky to make a few live remarks. So we'll have that right after this break.
Democracy. And I believe deeply that free, sovereign, independent Ukraine will still follow these principles because I believe it will win. They, Ukrainians, have to have the right to take the decision whether after the end of war they want to be part of the alliance or not, whether they or maybe they opt a different pathway to secure their security. No one has the right to take this decision for them. No one, and we will never agree to a new Yalta. distinguished compatriots, ladies and gentlemen, Vladimir Putin, by brutally attacking Ukraine, wanted to establish a new world order. He wants to change the course of history. As he is saying, he wants to bring back times from before 1997, from before the decision of enlarging NATO to the east. In fact, he would like to come back to the times of the Soviet Union and division of Europe into zones of influence, division of the world. But Russian aggression on Ukraine has brought exactly a reverse outcome. It united again this whole transatlantic community. It showed how important NATO's role is and the significance of American presence in Europe. It confirmed the leadership of the United States in the area of security in the world. It brought about a change of policy in the European Union. It united public opinion in Europe as well as communities, societies of Western states. I don't know whether this is how Putin imagined his success. The answer to this great evil caused by Vladimir Putin and Russia to Ukraine and Europe is great kindness. Here in our country, from the first hours, Poles opened their hearts and rushed to help their Ukrainian brothers in need. I salute millions of compatriots who each day have been responding with kindness to evil. It is from the bottom of their hearts that they try to wipe evil by accepting refugees in their homes, helping in transport, organizing charities and giving donations, paying money to help Ukraine. Seeing heroism of the Ukrainian nations that's fighting for freedom of its homeland, for its homes, security, and the future of their children, but also seeing huge solidarity of Poles and other nations, I deeply believe that kindness and good will prevail. Good has to prevail. I believe that Ukraine will defend itself from Russian aggression, that millions of its citizens will be able to come back to their homes, which collectively as the West we will help them rebuild, that Ukraine will join the European Union. We will be supporting it always, everywhere. I believe that values will prevail, the ones that we jointly support, values on which the whole Western community is founded and which NATO is supposed to defend. Long live NATO. Long live free Ukraine. Long live Poland. God bless our homeland.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that on behalf of all of us, I would like to welcome the President of Ukraine, Mr. Vladimir Zelensky, who will be connecting with us, who with his conduct and his attitude with other representatives of Ukraine and the whole Ukrainian nation, who is giving resistance to this aggression is giving a great example of valor and heroism. Now, I would like to give the floor to Ukraine's President, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky. Distinguished Mr. President and my friend Andrzej, distinguished Speaker for the Sejm and the Speaker for the Senate, ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament and senators, brothers and sisters. When I became a president in 2019, what was felt at that time was that we would need to go a long way with Poland because the atmosphere was cool in our relations, in our attitudes to each other. So that's how it was, but I wanted to go this way, the way towards the warmth, as quickly as possible. We knew that by nature we are close to each other, both the Ukrainians and the Poles. I remember my first meetings with Andrzej Duda. From meeting to meeting, things were changing. The coolness disappeared. We understood each other. As a Ukrainian with a Pole, as Europeans, as friends, as parents who like their families and understand that our children should live in the world of the same shared good values, that they are to live in a world where nations are independent, where there is freedom, where family is important, where there is no room for military aggression. It's supposed that number 7 brings fortune. Well, Ukraine has 7 neighbors. Does it bring us good fortune? Well, the whole world knows the answer today. And the 78 Russian children know it best, those who were killed in Russian military attacks. This is the neighbor who brought poverty and war to our country, the neighbor who acts without God's blessing. When there is someone who is brutal in its attack, we need someone you can count on, we can count on. When somebody attacks you, you need a friend who will reach out to you. In the early morning on the 24th of February, I had no doubt who such a person would be, who will tell me you will not be left alone with your enemy. And indeed, this happened. I am very grateful to my Polish brothers and sisters who are supporting us, who are with us, and this is natural. On the very first day of the war, it was clear that the Ukrainians, it was clear both for the Ukrainians and the Poles that there are no borders between us. Physical, historical, personal, human. After the 16 days of this war, the Ukrainian Duma and the Ukrainians' honor and Ukrainians' pride and Poland's support help us. Between our nations there is peace, peace between neighbors, peace between brothers. And I would like these words to also be heard by our neighbors, Belarusians. We are close to each other. We are neighbors. We should also be brothers with you, with Belarusians. And of course, we will achieve that, ladies and gentlemen, our Polish brothers and sisters. For a long time, many parties tried to convince us that Poles and Ukrainians are far from each other and that they lead different lives. Why did they do that? Let me remind you the words of the former president of Poland, Lech Kaczyński, said in Tbilisi. We know very well. Today it's the Georgia, tomorrow Ukraine, then the Baltic states, and maybe then the turn will come for Poland. On the 24th of February, this terrible tomorrow that he was talking about happened for Ukraine. And today we are fighting for the Baltic states and for Poland so that they wouldn't have to face that time. And we are fighting together. Together we are 90 million people. Together we can do everything. This is a historical mission of Poland and of Ukraine, to be leaders, to be together, and to take Europe from this precipice and from this danger, to stop Europe from becoming a victim of this aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do it. Yesterday, we could see what the European nations were talking about. We saw who is the real leader and who is fighting for the unified Europe, who is fighting for the joint European security, and who was trying to stop us, who was trying to stop you. We understand why Poles know how to fight together with others, fight for freedom, for the European freedom, for Europe. Remember a huge tragedy that happened in 2010 in Smolensk. You remember how the circumstances of this crash were investigated. We understand what it meant to you and what it meant for you to face the silence of those who knew the circumstances very well. But we're still looking towards our neighbor, our brothers and sisters. I feel that we have already built an amazing alliance. Perhaps informal yet, but this is an alliance that is based on reality, not written on paper. This is an alliance that stems from the warmth of our hearts and not from the words of politicians at high levels. The way you accepted our friends, our people who are welcome in your homeland, where they sought refuge against this evil that happened to our country. There is over 1.5 million of Ukrainian citizens here, and they don't feel as foreigners here. They were accepted in families with the spirit of brotherhood and kindness. And you don't want anything in return. You do it from the heart, as between friends, as in a family, which is why I just appeal to you. My friend Andrzej, dear Agata, I can say that we have already united ourselves. We united ourselves like this great Pole, John Paul II, said, that we will together strive for freedom and create freedom. I am convinced that we will be defending freedom together with you. As much as we need to. I am grateful for your help that you have already provided. Help from your state, from your nation. I am grateful for all the efforts that you make to protect the Ukrainian airspace. I believe that we will manage to achieve something very important. God willing, if we win this war, we will share with you our victory. We'll share it with our brothers and sisters. This is our greatness, but also your greatness. This is a battle for our freedom, but also for your freedom. This is a joint history of great nations. Dear Lord, please let us win.
Bardzo dziękujemy panu.
Thank you very much to Mr. President Zelensky. Now we will hear from the Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Jens Stoltenberg.
President Duda, dear Andrzej, dear members of the Polish National Assembly, many congratulations on the anniversary of Poland's accession to NATO. 23 years ago, your country joined NATO, and Poland has been a highly valued and committed ally ever since, contributing to our shared security in many different ways, including with troops for our missions and operations, regular contributions to air and maritime patrols, and hosting one of NATO's multinational battle groups. Let me also thank Poland for the tremendous solidarity you have shown at this dangerous time. You are generously hosting many hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing Putin's war in Ukraine and providing humanitarian assistance in what is the worst refugee crisis since World War II. You are also providing military assistance to help Ukraine exert its right of self-defense. This war affects the lives of innocent Ukrainians. It affects the security of Europe and the entire rules-based international order. NATO allies have been supporting our partner Ukraine for many years, and allies have stepped up significantly in the last few weeks and months, including with large quantities of anti-tank and anti-missile equipment to help save Ukrainian lives. NATO's core task is to protect and defend all allies. We have a responsibility to ensure this conflict does not escalate beyond Ukraine, because this would be even more dangerous, destructive, and deadly. So allies are stepping up our defensive presence in Poland and across the eastern part of our alliance, with thousands more troops and hundreds more aircraft and ships, more than doubling our presence in recent weeks. Together with you, Mr. President, I was at Wask Air Base just a few days ago, meeting Polish forces working together with colleagues from the United States. It was truly inspiring to see their professionalism and dedication. This sends a clear message that NATO allies stand together. We will protect Poland and defend every inch of Allied territory. One for all and all for one. Whatever Moscow seeks to achieve through violence and aggression, it will fail. It is failing already. President Putin wants less NATO on Russia's borders. He is getting more NATO. He wants to divide Europe and North America, but we stand more united than ever. He wants to hold European nations hostage with Russian oil and gas. Instead, he is pushing countries to more rapidly diversify their supplies. And most of all, President Putin wants to take away the freedom and independence of Ukraine. But brave Ukrainians are fighting for their freedom and for their future. NATO strongly supports the right of each country to live in peace, to be free and choose its own path. More than 3 decades ago, Poland made its own free choice to go down the Euro-Atlantic path and join NATO. You inspired many other countries in Central and Eastern Europe to follow that same path. Our open door policy has been an historic success, spreading democracy and freedom across Europe To this day, we remain committed to it. It is enshrined in our founding treaty, and neither Russia nor anybody else has a veto on whether any country becomes a NATO member. It is a sovereign decision. We must all respect it. Poland's accession to NATO 23 years ago has made your country stronger and more secure. And it has made our alliance stronger and more secure. I know I can count on Poland's continued commitment to NATO in the future. Congratulations again on this anniversary, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to ask all of you to rise, and I would like to ask Mr. Tomasz Grodzki, the Speaker of the Senate, to read the resolutions adopted by the Sejm of the Republic of Poland and the Senate of the Republic of Poland on the 23rd anniversary of Poland's membership in NATO.
Uchwała
Resolution of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland and the Senate of the Republic of Poland on the 23rd anniversary of Poland's membership in NATO. The Sejm of the Republic of Poland and the Senate of the Republic of Poland, appreciating the historical importance of Poland's joining NATO and the formal becoming of the full-fledged member of the treaty together with Czech Republic and Hungary on the 12th of March 1991, want to commemorate this event on the threshold of the 23rd anniversary. Poland, having some tragic experience in the 20th century, fighting two totalitarian regimes, the Nazi regime and the communist regime, took efforts in political consensus to become embedded in the structure of the Western world that is based on democratic principles and sovereignty of nations. The expression of that is the presence of the Republic of Poland in NATO, the membership of which is considered to be a priority of Polish foreign policy. Appreciating the involvement and work of all those who contributed to us achieving this goal, and the dream of a Polish society to join NATO to become true, the Sejm and the Senate of the Republic of Poland would like to express their thanks and gratitude and respect. The Sejm and Senate of the Republic of Poland support keeping the open door policy of NATO, which contributed to historical success of the alliance, broadening the sphere of freedom and security across Europe. We defend the rights of each sovereign state to decide about their future and to choose the alliances, and we reject any attempts of creating spheres of influence in Europe. The security warranty granted by NATO, and in particular Article 5 of the treaty, which assumes the collective defense together with using military forces in order to restore and maintain safe of the North Atlantic area, constitute the foundation of the world order and the protection of democratic values. The Sejm and Senate of the Republic of Poland emphasize the importance of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization for the world's security and safety, cannot be indifferent to the current events, the military aggression of the Russian Federation on the sovereign country of Ukraine and Ukrainian nation. The criminal regime of Russia, breaking all legal norms and international obligations attacked Ukraine, causing the unprecedented since the Second World War political, economic, and humanitarian crisis. The Sejm and the Senate of the Republic of Poland want to commemorate the 23rd anniversary of Poland's joining NATO, and it appeals the governments and parliaments of the member states of NATO and the associated states to continue solidarity in actions that serve maintaining world security and to counteract Russian aggression in a firm way, and to counteract their breaking international law, including humanitarian law. The Sejm and the Senate of the Republic of Poland call upon you to consistently strengthen the North Atlantic ties and to counteract the Russian aggression and to provide Ukraine with comprehensive support, which can contribute effectively to close the hostilities. Signed, the Speaker of the Sejm, Elżbieta Witek, and the Speaker of the Senate, Tomasz Grodzki. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this closes our National Assembly. I close the National Assembly of the members of Parliament and senators of
Poland celebrating their anniversary there of the membership in NATO. And then earlier we just heard from the Ukrainian President Zelensky talking about the fight that continues in Ukraine with this Russian aggression. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We do have President Biden. He is about to leave and head to Philadelphia. He's going to be making a speech there. We'll bring it to you about 10:30 Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. And I mean 12:30 Eastern, I'm sorry. 12:30 Eastern, that is what is going to be happening there with President Biden. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, Friday edition here as we continue to roll on. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We do have President Biden about to leave on Air Force One. Live look right there as he will be heading to Philadelphia to be making a speech at the Democratic caucus. And we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to go out where EU leaders are coming together to talk about the Russian invasion right here on Live Now from Fox.
les Ukrainiens font une leçon pour défendre ces valeurs de liberté, ces valeurs européennes que nous portons.
Have a lesson for us all to learn from on freedoms, and we have to be committed to show that we can live up to their hopes and aspirations.
From Bloomberg, you're next, John.
Hello, if I could ask a question in English, please, of all the participants. Actually, two questions. The first one is on refugees. The British government has announced measures to relax entry into the UK for Ukrainian nationals with passports. I wanted to ask you if this is enough for easing their entry in the country, and if you believe that the UK is now doing its fair share of the burden. And the other question on spending on defence and energy. What were the reflections on the idea of common debt? Was there a consensus, or is there division on this? Thank you.
On the first point, let me say that I welcome the change in position of the UK, which goes to show that there was a problem, notwithstanding what might have been said at the time. And I don't think anyone could have understood that after so many strong statements that we share, that the UK government had continued to implement the existing rules, which means not welcoming the Ukrainian refugees who wanted to come to the UK, saying that they have to travel hundreds of kilometres in order to apply for a visa. So it's a glimmer of pragmatism, and it's starting to align itself with some of the declarations and statements, which is a step in the right direction, and it seems to be working well there. It's going in the right direction, although much remains to be done, and I'd like to thank the UK government, and I think that the French Home Affairs Minister letter was probably a useful one, and I would hope that the Ukrainian men and women who have lived through horrors, who have crossed Europe to reach their families on UK territory, will be better treated. Obviously, we'll be doing what we can, and we're trying to cut back on the red tape so that they can reach more dignified living conditions. So I'd like to thank the UK government for this first step, and it's over the coming days that we'll be able to see whether it's enough or whether more effective measures are going to be required. We have also said that we are willing to house in Lille or other cities a place for the administrative procedures to be run through. And then on the question of the common debt, joint debt, I think that the right strategy, as we've seen during the pandemic, is to agree on objectives. And when we do that, when we reach agreement on objectives, then the instruments just follow. If we start by working on the instruments, given that we have divisions and disagreements, generally things don't move forward and we waste time. So, well, first of all, we've seen this unanimity today. Unanimity as regards the need to invest all sorts of types of sovereignty, digital, food, energy, and so on. All of that is covered. And then we give a mandate to the Commission to do the work, to say how much is to be needed. That has to be assessed, and through that we can see what can be covered by the private sector, what can be covered by the public sector. And depending on all of that, and how quickly it's done, we'll have a discussion as regards the actual resources and the mechanisms. In any case, it's certainly not a past debt, but we can be talking about activating mechanisms that have already been used, for example, in the situation of the pandemic. But this question of the instruments are only there as a means to the end. There's unanimity as regards the strategic objective, and now the March and May summits will make it possible for us to clarify our operational objectives, which will make it possible for us to identify the tools, the instruments that will get us there. That's how we're going to go through this.
What your first question is concerned, indeed, we welcome this improvement for the Ukrainian refugees. This is a good step in the absolute right direction. As you know, we in the European Union already a week ago, we have activated the so-called Temporary Protection Directive for the very first time in the history of the European Union. This gives all Ukrainians immediately residency rights And by that, of course, access to the labor market immediately, access to schools, to medical care, to otherwise support, so that these poor innocent people immediately find a home here and can get on to try to accommodate in the European Union. What the second question is concerned, indeed, I want to underline that it has proven right that we first define the priorities and the necessities to invest. And I want to recall that from the beginning of our mandate, we have defined 3 priorities. It's the European Green Deal, it is digitalization, and it is resilience. And throughout the pandemic, as well as now throughout these times of war that Russia is unleashing, they have proven to be the right priorities. The European Green Deal is absolutely necessary if we want to get independent of fossil fuels, mainly by Russia, supplied by Russia. The digitalization is of utmost importance to modernize our economy, which proves now to be the leverage against Russia's war machine. And resilience, of course, defense is a subtitle of resilience. And it is important, as the President said, that we look at all different tools we can then activate to make it possible that we advance in our priorities. This is, on the one hand, the European level, and there is as well the European budget, as, for example, Next Generation EU. It is the national level, but we should also not forget the private level. And a good example how to activate all 3 levels and make the projects advance is now, for example, our CHIPS Act concerning the semiconductors. Here we push forward a crucial topic that goes for the digitalization as well as our resilience, that is our independence, with the European investment and national investment and triggering private investment.
Thank you. Angela Mauro from Huffington Post, you have the last question.
Okay, thanks, Baron. 2 quick questions. What do you reply to Mr. Zelensky, who is saying he's disappointed from the Declaration of Versailles? He asked Europe to do more, and he says it's not enough. And then I wanted to know, when you say you're preparing another package of sanctions and you're ready to, everything else is on the table, is it on the table, an embargo of petrol and gas from Russia is on the table, or the exclusion of Sberbank and Gazprom Bank from SWIFT is on the table as well? Thanks.
As regards your first question, let me say once again that with a great deal of respect and consideration for President Zelensky and his citizens who are fighting, the political message that the European Union sent from Versailles yesterday is a clear message. We played the Ukrainian national anthem here, and we sent a very clear political message. Now, it's not a legal process for the reasons that I've already cited in answer to one of your colleagues' questions, and also President Michel and President von der Leyen have made the point as well. Now, I fully understand that when involved in battle so courageously as the Ukrainians are, at the same time as last week when there was a request for a no-fly zone, obviously much more is wanted. But we are not parties to the conflict. Let me say that we are determined to do everything useful to bring about an end to the conflict, and peace can come back to Ukraine. The European path is a clear one for Ukraine. We've made that point very clearly. Secondly, our desire to continue to support Ukraine and the Ukrainians is clear, and we've demonstrated it. We've taken decision on this. Thirdly, we're willing to sanction beyond what has already been done. So nothing from what you've mentioned is off the table. I preserve the strategic ambiguity because I think it's good. I think it's beneficial to us. Additional decisions will be taken following the G7. They will be limited. But if Russia, notwithstanding what it says, notwithstanding President Putin saying, I believe in discussions, negotiations, things are moving forward, I see that things are changing. In a few hours' time, we'll be talking to President Putin again, together with Chancellor Scholz. And if, despite that, he steps up the bombing, he puts Kyiv under siege, then we know that further massive sanctions will have to be taken by us. The message I want to put across to you here is that in that case, nothing is off the table. Nothing is taboo. We will do whatever we deem to be effective and useful to halt Russia in its aggression. Let me also say that as regards the different packages of sanctions, each time round we've been able to bring things together very quickly whenever necessary and to act when necessary. And yesterday evening's meeting demonstrated this again, the ability to work as Europeans, to work with our partners to prepare things together. And we can see the impact of these sanctions. They're having a real effect. And we're going to continue to assess the situation so that we can take the right decisions at the right time in order to bring about a change in the Kremlin's position and bring it to a state of mind that will make it possible, we hope, for there to be a ceasefire and a cessation of hostilities as quickly as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you, President. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, that was from earlier today. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to bring you always the top stories and headlines from all over the country here. Well, we do have some breaking news here that we want to get to. This is just being tweeted out by the Defense Intelligence of Ukraine, saying that Putin is preparing a terrorist attack on the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. A man-made catastrophe is planned at the CNPP controlled by Russian forces, for which the occupiers will try to shift responsibility to Ukraine there. So that is what they are saying right now. This is all coming really just days after the power plant was disconnected from the power grid, sparking fear of radiation leaks here. The Ukrainian Foreign Affairs Minister demanding Russians agree to ceasefire to restore Chernobyl plant's power supply there. So that is some, very, very upsetting news to see there. And we're hoping for the very best for everyone out there. But this could lead to a big catastrophe if something goes wrong there at that nuclear plant. Of course, we all know what happened in Chernobyl in the 1980s with that meltdown disaster. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look here in New Jersey. A roundtable discussion will be happening soon with the governor there, Governor Murphy, and other state officials coming together to talk about the administration's effort to combat the opioid epidemic there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that and playing out some of that for you a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to go out. Looks like the UN Security Council is underway right now. We do have the Russian Federation speaking right now. Let's listen here on Live Now from Fox.
See from the project documents, the United States actively funded the biological projects in Ukraine. Experiments were being conducted to study the spread of dangerous diseases using ectoparasites such as lice and fleas. Even non-specialists understand that such experiments are one of the more reckless because they do not give you an opportunity to control how the situation is going to develop further. Similar studies using lice and fleas as agents were conducted in the 1940s by the infamous Squad 731 of the Japanese Army, whose members, by the way, found refuge in the United States and escaped justice. Ukraine has a unique geographical location. A whole number of migratory routes cross there for potential spreaders of disease, and many of them go through Russia and Eastern Europe. The research I just mentioned was conducted in the very heart of Eastern Europe and in immediate proximity of the Russian border. As the data we received shows us, the birds which were ringed and released as a result of bio-research in Kherson Zoo, they were caught in Ivanovo and Voronezh Oblast of the Russian Federation later. And the analysis of the materials shows that there was a transfer from biolaboratory in Kharkov abroad of about 140 containers with ectoparasites of bats. And we do not know what was the further fate of these dangerous materials and what a consequence is going to be of the fact that there was no international control there and they will simply dissolve quite probably over Europe. In any event, there is a very high risk that they will be stolen and used for terrorist purposes or that they will be sold on the black market. Using the pretext of curing for coronavirus, from Ukraine into the Walter Reed Institute in the United States, several thousand samples of blood serum of the people was taken, and most of them are of Slavic extraction. Everyone knows how careful people in the West are when it comes to transferring the biomaterials of Western nationals abroad. And there is reason for that, because in theory, bioagents can be created which can selectively target specific ethnic groups. At the same time, the activity of biological laboratories, who we notice have been accessed since 2014 and what is being implemented by the United States within the program of so-called reform of Ukrainian healthcare, led to an uncontrolled growth in Ukraine when it comes to particularly dangerous and economically important infections. There is a growing number of German measles cases, diphtheria and tuberculosis. Cases of measles went up by a factor of more than 100. World Health Organization declared Ukraine a country with a high risk of an outbreak of poliomyelitis. There is also evidence to show that in Kharkov, where one of such laboratories is located, in January 2016, 20 Ukrainian soldiers died from the swine flu and 200 more were hospitalized. By March of the same year, in Ukraine, 364 people already died from swine flu. The outbreak of African swine fever in Ukraine have become a regular occurrence. In 2019, there was an outbreak of a disease which symptomatically is very close to plague. At the time when the military biological studies in the United States were removed because of danger to the people, the Kiev authorities basically agreed to make their country into an experimental platform and using their citizens as guinea pigs. These experiments, with a potential risk for the entire country, is something that went on for years. And we can see in this yet another confirmation of an extraordinary cynicism of Kiev's mentors, who tell us all the time that they're very concerned by the fate of the Ukrainian people. If we are to believe what is being said by Reuters, and the WHO recommended that Ukraine should eliminate the particularly dangerous pathogens they have to make sure that they avoid leaks. Otherwise, this could lead to the spread of diseases amongst the population. And we don't know whether Kiev implemented that recommendation. The Ministry of Defense of ours has materials stating that all of the serious studies of high level of danger in biological laboratories in Ukraine were conducted under the leadership of specialists of the United States who had diplomatic immunity. Currently, according to our Ministry of Defense, the Kiev regime, according to the request of their Western mentors, are trying to clean it all up to make sure that the Russian side does not find direct evidence that the United States and Ukraine are violating Article 1 of Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention. Their biological programs are being urgently closed up, and the Ministry of Health of Ukraine set us as a goal to, as of the 24th of February, fully destroy the bioagents in laboratories. The analysis of instructions in laboratories tells us that the order of liquidations is aimed at their irretrievable elimination. Our analysis shows that in Lviv alone, 233 containers with leptospirosis agents were destroyed, 30 with tularemia, 10 with brucellosis, 5 with plague. Overall, 320 containers. The nomenclature and the excessive number of biopathogens leads us to believe that these work were conducted within the framework of a military biological program. I would like to address my colleagues from Europe separately. Right next to the European Union, you've had an experimental platform for extremely dangerous biological trials. And we call upon you to think about a very real biological danger to the people in European countries, which can result from an uncontrolled spread of bioagents from Ukraine, which, as we have seen with COVID-19, is impossible to stop. And if there is such a scenario, then all Europe will be covered by it. Representatives of the United States provide confusing information about the involvement of the United States in this activity. Victoria Nuland, Assistant Secretary of State, basically confirmed the fact that there were dangerous studies being conducted in Ukrainian laboratories in Congress in 8th of March. There was a direct question put by Senator Marco Rubio, and she replied and said that in Ukraine there are research structures which should not end up in the hands of the Russian armed forces. End of quote. At the same time, the State Department continue insisting that on the territory of Ukraine, there are no laboratories under the control of the United States. We would like to, in this regard, put a question to the American delegation. How can this tally with the agreement of 2005 between your Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Health of Ukraine about cooperation in the area of development technologies and pathogens which could be used so as to develop bioweapons? This document exists in the internet, and in line with Article 3 of this agreement, the Ministry of Defense of the United States can extend assistance to the Ministry of Health of Ukraine in the area of joint biological research, determining threats from biological agents and working out a response to them as relates to, and I quote, to the dangerous pathogens deployed on objects on the territory of Ukraine. And I would like to underscore here that biological threats, because of its very nature, knows no borders. There is no region in the world today who can feel safe. The United States are overseeing several hundreds laboratories in about 30 countries in the Middle East and Africa, Southeast Asia, and also on the perimeter of the former USSR. Placing it under international verification is something that Washington categorically refusing to do. They've blocked, since 2001, a legally binding protocol under the Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention about creating an effective verification mechanism to ensure compliance. And this can but lead us to the thought that the United States have something to hide. I call upon colleagues in these regions to think about what kind of an activity Washington is conducting on their territory, what the consequences for your people will be. I can foresee what the reaction I'm sure are going to be saying now that all of this information is fake and Russian propaganda. But this is self-delusion, and I do not think this will be helpful to the European people in case there are outbreaks in Ukraine or neighboring states with further spread and bringing in their wake dangerous diseases. The risk of this is very real, given the interest that the radical nationalist groups in Ukraine are showing towards the work with dangerous pathogens conducted together with the Ministry of Defense of the United States. We also know that in the case of any such incident, Pentagon told their Ukrainian colleagues to immediately accuse the armed forces of the Russian Federation of this, say that they are striking against scientific and medical institutions, and or link these incidents with the Russian diversionary groups. The Ministry of Defense of Russia continues analyzing the biological situation in Ukraine and the materials we keep receiving. What we told you today is a very small portion of the information that we have. Detailed information is something that we will disseminate in the very near future. As an official document of Security Council, you will be able to study it. We think it is our duty to keep the Security Council informed of the situation when it comes to the military biological activity by the United States in Ukraine. It creates real risk for international peace and security, and we intend to revert to the discussion of this topic in the very near future. We do not exclude the possibility of invoking the mechanism of Articles 5 and 6 of the Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention. At present, however, we expect to hear responses from the American side to the questions that we put. I thank you, Madam President.
أشكر ممثل الاتحاد الروسي على بيانه.
I would like to thank the representative of the Russian Federation, and I give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me thank USG Di Carlo and USG Nakamisutu for their information. I would like to make the following points. First, we meet at the request of Russia following allegations on a possible program of development of biological weapons in Ukraine. We listened to their statement very carefully. Madam President, any issue regarding weapons of mass destruction should never be taken lightly. As we just heard from the USG, the United Nations is not aware of any of the alleged program inconsistent with international treaty obligations, including on chemical or biological weapons. We heard about health facilities in Ukraine. We have heard repeatedly also a firm rebuttal at the highest levels from both the US and Ukraine. Therefore, Russia's allegations are, in our opinion, part of the information warfare, false, unsubstantiated, part of the usual propaganda and the disinformation coming from Russia, conspiracy theories not worth our time. The Council should not be served with fantasies or story-eyed stories, but with proof, independently verified and corroborated. This is not the case. However regrettable all this is, it is hardly surprising since everything, absolutely everything we have been hearing from Russia regarding Ukraine has been false, fabricated, or distorted. These are all in the public space and do not deserve mentioning, but the real palme d'or goes to the Russian declaration just 2 days ago, according to which Russia has not attacked Ukraine. Well, As we saw last week, the UN General Assembly has a different account. In every other situation, everyone would have thought that this is a joke, except for the fact that this joke is destroying a country, is killing civilians, and is responsible for more than 2.5 million refugees and counting. That translates to 7,000 people per hour. Reportedly, this is also responsible for the death of several thousand Russian soldiers, but this is an issue for Russia and its people. All the more reasons for the immediate ceasefire and leave place to negotiations. Second, Madam President, Russia has a long and well-documented track record of using chemical weapons, including in attempted assassinations and in poisoning its own citizens, like the jailed opposition leader Alexei Navalny or the Skripals. Bellingcat reporting has been brilliantly able to make a direct and irrefutable link of the attempted deadly poisoning with GRU high officials. We should therefore be very worried that in spreading such disinformation, a crescendo of allegations about weapons of mass destruction could serve as yet another pretext for Russia to prepare the ground and use chemical or biological weapons during its ongoing invasion of Ukraine while accusing others. After all, Russia has accused Ukraine of genocide in Donbass, which is ridiculous. It has also accused Kiev of seeking to produce nuclear weapons, which is outrageous. It has accused Ukraine of bombarding its own cities, which is preposterous. As we have heard many times, including yesterday, Russia has and continues to support the regime of Bashar al-Assad in Syria, which has used chemical weapons against the civilian population. Dear colleagues, what should retain our attention and deserves our time is the escalating situation that is wrecking two countries, threatening a whole continent, and disrupting the entire world. 15 days into this brutal invasion and the growing armed might of Russia, with the open complicity of Belarus, has stalled before the steel-clad and indisputable right of a nation to defend its land. Russia's goals are as abhorrent as the means it is using to achieve them. We are horrified by the catastrophic situation in Mariupol and other besieged cities where civilians are starved, by the use of cluster ammunition and in urban areas, as we heard during the briefing, by the redoubling of blind shelling and bombardments, by more than 26 assaults on various health-related facilities or including ambulances, as confirmed by the WHO and confirmed during this meeting, by outrageous and immoral acts which constitute war crimes. These are facts. Nothing seems to be going as planned in Ukraine. The unprovoked, unjustified, and premeditated act of aggression by Russia, again with the complicity of Belarus, lacks any legal or moral ground. The very ones that in turn empower Ukrainians to fight heroically, be ready to die for the ideals they believe in, for the right to choose who they want to be shapers of their own destiny. In this respect, we welcome the conclusions of the European Council, which, among others, welcomed the will of Ukraine to join the European Union. We are warm-hearted by the Ukrainian resistance, incomprehensible maybe to the invader, and which should be seen as an inspiration and a reminder that freedom always prevails over tyranny. Let's not forget, colleagues, if Russia makes its way into Ukraine, it will not stop there. It will want more. And as history reminds us, aggression works like a drug. This is why David must and will prevail. I thank you.
أشكر ممثل ألبانيا على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثلة الولايات المتحدة.
Thank Albania. The United States, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to our briefers for your remarks this morning. Russia asked the Security Council for today's meeting for the sole purpose of lying and spreading disinformation, and that is exactly what you have heard from the Russian PR this morning. You also heard from Ms. Nakamitsu that the UN is not aware of any biological or chemical weapons programs in Ukraine. Last month, Secretary Blinken laid out with tragic accuracy what Russia was about to do. He specifically warned that Russia would manufacture a pretext for attack and even cautioned that Russia would fabricate allegations about chemical or biological weapons to justify its own violent attacks against the Ukrainian people. Today, the world is watching Russia do exactly what we warned it would. Russia is attempting to use the Security Council to legitimize disinformation and deceive people to justify President Putin's war of choice against the Ukrainian people. And China, too, has been spreading disinformation in support of Russia's outrageous claims. I will say this once. Ukraine does not have a biological weapons program. There are no Ukrainian biological weapons laboratories supported by the United States, not near Russia's border or anywhere. So here are the facts. Ukraine owns and operates its own public health laboratory infrastructure. These facilities make it possible to detect and diagnose diseases like COVID-19, which benefit us all. The United States has assisted Ukraine to do this safely and securely. This is work that has been done proudly, clearly, and out in the open. This work has everything to do with protecting the health of people. It has absolutely nothing to do with biological weapons. In fact, it is Russia that has long maintained a biological weapon program in violation of international law. It is Russia that has a well-documented history of using chemical weapons. It is Russia who is the aggressor here. It was Russian operatives who poisoned Alexei Navalny and Sergei and Yulia Skripal with nerve agents. It is Russia that continues to support the Assad regime in Syria and shield it from accountability when the UN and the OPCW have confirmed that Assad has repeatedly used chemical weapons over the past several years. And we're deeply concerned that Russia's calling for this meeting is a potential false flag effort in action. Exactly the kind we have been warning about, including from Secretary Blinken here in the Security Council last month. Russia has a track record of falsely accusing other countries of the very violations that Russia itself is perpetrating. And given that, and consistent with our previous statements, we have serious concerns that Russia may be planning to use chemical or biological agents against the Ukrainian people. The intent behind these lies seem clear, and it is deeply troubling. We believe Russia could use chemical or biological agents for assassinations as part of a staged or false flag incident or to support tactical military operations. From the beginning, our strategy to counter Russia's tactics has been to share what we know with the world transparently. And candidly, we have been right more than we'd like to. We're not going to let Russia get away with lying to the world or staining the integrity of the Security Council by using this forum as a venue for legitimizing Putin's violence. Russia has attacked homes, schools, orphanages, and hospitals. Russia has attacked civilian infrastructure, including water and sanitation facilities. Their forces are laying Ukrainian cities under siege. Hundreds of thousands of civilians now don't have access to electricity for heat or drinking water to stay alive. Russia is the aggressor here. And despite Russia's best efforts, the media and everyday Ukrainians are documenting this truth on the ground. Russia can't paint over the front page of the New York Times, which on Monday featured the bodies of a Ukrainian mother and her 2 children, who died while trying to cross a bridge outside Kyiv in their attempt to flee to safety. Russia cannot cover up the work of AP News reporters who captured a doctor attempting to resuscitate an 18-month-old Kirill who died from Russian shelling in Mariupol. Russia cannot suppress the social media posts confirmed and amplified by CBS News that told the story of the 11-year-old Ukrainian boy who fled to Slovakia by himself with only a passport, a plastic bag, and a phone number scrawled on his hands. Russia cannot silence the Al Jazeera report of Russian soldiers terrorizing Ukrainian cities. And Ukrainian journalists are risking their lives every day to deliver to the world the latest on-the-ground facts, such as Novovremye reporting on the reckless behavior of Russian forces toward Ukraine's nuclear facilities. Russia is failing in its quest to create an alternative reality. In fact, not even Russian diplomats can keep their propaganda straight. Just yesterday, the Kremlin spokesman said he didn't have clear information about the Russian forces who fired on a maternity hospital. Then the foreign minister himself denied Russia attacked Ukraine at all, right before admitting that Russia deliberately targeted this maternity hospital in Mariupol. Their fabrications didn't matter because the world had already seen the searing images broadcast on CNN of bloodied pregnant women being evacuated from the scene of Russia's attack on the hospital. Even Russia's own citizens are tiring of such lies. Russian athletes are writing "No war" on their shoes and on TV cameras. Russian citizens are marching in the streets and protesting Putin's war of choice. And even Russian state TV pundits, Putin's own propaganda arm, have called for Putin to stop the military action. This is why we didn't object to holding today's meeting. Today's meeting has confirmed our predictions, revealed Russia's objectives to the world, and exposed Russia's lies for what they are, a malicious effort to cover for the atrocities being committed by Russia as part of their illegal and unprovoked attack on Ukraine. It is a page directly out of the Russian playbook, and it will not convince us one bit. The world is watching. Photographic and video evidence is mounting, and you will be held to account for your actions. We will not let atrocities slide. Unlike the Russian government, whose first instinct is to silence, we are confident that truth and transparency will prevail. We call on President Putin to end this unprovoked, unconscionable war against the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
أشكر ممثلة الولايات المتحدة على بيانها.
I thank the representative of the United States, and I now give the floor to the representative of France. Mr. President, I thank Mesdames Di Carlo and Nakamitsu for their briefings. I wish to denounce in the strongest of terms the unfounded allegations of Russia. Russia would have us believe that chemical attacks are being prepared in Ukraine. Russia would also have us believe that there are bioweapon research laboratories. Let us be serious. No one is fooled by Russia's lies. They are part of a cynical disinformation strategy and a smoke screen which Russia has used to make into a veritable weapon of war. We denounced these irresponsible provocations just a few days ago at the OPCW, along with 46 other states parties. Furthermore, this is not the first time that Russia is spreading lies to cause confusion, so fear, and more importantly, cover up its own responsibility. Let us remember the facts. It is Russia and not Ukraine that resorted to chemical weapons in recent years on European soil. It is also Russia which is seeking to cover up through disinformation the chemical attacks of the Syrian regime. France is very concerned at the possibility that this disinformation campaign may be the prelude to the use of a chemical or biological weapon orchestrated by Russia in Ukraine. These weapons are banned under international law. They must never be used in no context whatsoever by whomever. Russia committed to this by ratifying the Convention on the Prohibition of Biological Weapons and the Convention on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. The briefings that we heard this morning are clear. The reality is that Russia premeditated its aggression against a sovereign state. It violated the United Nations Charter. And the reality is that Russia pushed millions of Ukrainians into the streets and this led to the most serious humanitarian crisis in Europe since the Second World War. Russia is the one that for the past 15 days has been daily bombing Mariupol and so many other Ukrainian cities and civilian installations in violation of international humanitarian law. It is Russia which each day is killing more Ukrainian innocents. Neither disinformation nor the veto can mask this harsh reality. Neither will the laws adopted by Moscow to muzzle the press and the voices against the war in Russia. Russia can fool neither Russians nor the world. Thank you.
أشكر ممثل فرنسا على بيانه.
I thank the representative of France, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Russia has today brought into the Security Council a series of wild, completely baseless, and irresponsible conspiracy theories. Let me put it diplomatically. They are utter nonsense. There is not a shred of credible evidence that Ukraine has a biological weapons program. Ukraine is a state party to the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention in good standing. As we've heard, the research facilities are established facilities set up to deal with public health hazards. The UN briefers today have confirmed this. This is yet another lie in Russia's disinformation campaign. They said they would not invade Ukraine. They then invaded. Foreign Minister Lavrov then said they hadn't invaded, and he repeated this absurdity yesterday. A whole pack of lies. They said Ukraine was preparing a dirty bomb. That was a lie too. They said yesterday that a pregnant woman staged her injuries in the Mariupol hospital bombing. That was a grotesque lie. Russia is sinking to new depths today. But this council must not get dragged down with it. So let's get back to the facts. Russia is invading Ukraine in violation of international law. Russia is killing hundreds of civilians through indiscriminate shelling of Ukrainian cities. It is using cluster munitions and thermobaric rockets, weapons designed to inflict maximum damage wherever they are deployed. It is targeting hospitals and schools and committing war crimes. Thousands of Russian and Ukrainian soldiers are dead, deaths that will shatter the lives of families they've left behind. 2.5 million Ukrainians have become refugees. 1 million children forced to flee from President Putin's invasion. This is a war of choice that Russia needs to end. Colleagues, Russia has broken its commitments under the Charter, but we must not let it subvert the multilateral system itself. As the UN said today, Russia is now putting at threat the global framework for peace and security. The Security Council is responsible for addressing many serious conflicts around the world. We have important work to do. We do not sit in this chamber to be an audience for Russia's domestic propaganda. And we should not allow Russia to abuse its permanent seat to spread disinformation and lies and pervert the purpose of the Security Council. Let us resolve today that this Council remains focused on the real threats to international peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her statement. I give the floor to the representative of India.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank USG Nakamitsu and USG DiCarlo for their briefings. We have noted the recent statements by states and wider information regarding the biological activities relating to Ukraine. In this context, we would like to underline the importance attached by India to the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, BTWC, as a key global and non-discriminatory disarmament convention prohibiting an entire category of weapons of mass destruction. It is important to ensure full and effective implementation of the BTWC in letter and spirit. We also believe that any matters relating to obligations under the BTWC should be addressed as per the provisions of the convention and through consultation and cooperation between the parties concerned. Mr. President, we have repeatedly expressed serious concern over the ongoing situation in Ukraine. We sincerely hope that the ongoing direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine would lead to cessation of hostilities. There is no other alternative except the path of diplomacy and dialogue. The dire humanitarian situation needs immediate and urgent attention. We once again call upon member states to adhere to the principles of the UN Charter and international law and respect the sovereignty and integrity of states. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of India for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the Undersecretary General Rosemary DiCarlo and High Representative Nakamitsu for their briefings, and we take note of the information they shared with us. We also listened closely to the statement made by the Secretary General's spokesperson, whereby the World Health Organization has no knowledge of any activity from or by the Ukrainian government that would be contrary to its obligations under the Convention on Biological Weapons. This has been reiterated in this meeting by the High Representative. Mexico is committed to abiding by the Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, and Stockpiling of Biological and Toxin Weapons. It is a fundamental treaty in the United Nations disarmament regime, and in the event of disputes, disputes must be settled using the mechanisms established by the Convention itself, where there is no external verification mechanism in place. as is the case for chemical weapons. And it's timely that we remember that Article 5 of that convention stipulates that the states parties to this convention should undertake to consult one another and to cooperate in solving any problems which may arise in relation to the objective of or in the application of the provisions of the convention. And it also states that consultation and cooperation pursuant to the convention may also be undertaken through appropriate international procedures within the framework of the United Nations and its charter. President, Mexico categorically opposes the use of biological weapons by any actor and under any circumstance. And against any attack against medical, scientific, or facilities in Ukraine, we conclude with an urgent call for a ceasefire, and until such, we call for the establishment of a sustainable humanitarian pause that will ensure protection for the civilian population and access to humanitarian assistance for those who need it without restrictions or exclusions. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Mexico for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And let me begin by thanking the High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Isuzimi Nakamitsu, and the USG for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, Rosemary DiCarlo, for their briefings to the Council this morning. I also welcome the participation in this meeting of the representative of Ukraine. Mr. President, Ghana has taken due and careful note of the briefings and the remarks of delegations that have spoken before us. We believe that on account of the information before us, a determination of Ukraine's biological programs can only be made after further assessment by relevant institutions, such as the World Health Organization, to establish the situation of the biological laboratories under consideration and the state of infectious disease research that were being undertaken therein. It is in this regard that we urge the parties to respect the call for an unconditional and immediate ceasefire and for the Russian Federation to withdraw all of its invading troops from the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, bearing in mind the incalculable consequences that an accidental or deliberate release of chemical or biological agents in the conflict theater could have on the populations in and around Ukraine, but also on global stability and an already fragile security environment. The weaponization of chemical and biological agents in the war in Ukraine or anywhere else would be wrong, and that should not even be contemplated. As a state party to the Biological Weapons Convention, we believe that the call for a verification regime for the BWC continues to be valid, and that such an additional protocol could be done in a manner that is reasonable and sensible, especially in light of recent global developments, including the COVID-19 pandemic. Ghana remains deeply concerned about the escalation of military bombardments in several cities of Ukraine, which have given rise to a rapidly deteriorating humanitarian situation described by many as the worst in Europe since the end of the Second World War. We are also concerned by the transmission of shocks of the war in Ukraine within the global economy and the disproportionate impact that developing countries and small economies are having to bear on account of this war, many of whom are already in the throes of the COVID-19 pandemic and contend with the deaths of several thousands from the socioeconomic consequences of the pandemic beyond the scope of global attention. International solidarity is therefore important even as we maintain global cohesion and stability. We remind the warring parties of their obligation to respect and comply with their commitments under international law, international humanitarian law, and human rights law. In particular, we call for the protection of civilians and humanitarian workers in Ukraine in accordance with the provisions of the 4th Geneva Convention of 1949 relative to the protection of civilian persons in the time of war. Mr. President, in concluding, let me recall Ghana's long-held view that the possession or proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, including chemical and biological weapons, neither assures international peace nor national security. We all therefore have a responsibility to ensure that we eliminate such weapons from the present civilization we are seeking to build. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
I thank the representative of Ghana for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank the High Representative Nakamitsu and Under Secretary General De Carlo for their sober briefings this morning. Mr. President, Ireland deeply regrets the decision of the Russian.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us.
Than to advance baseless claims against Ukraine and the United States. Ireland has a long-standing and clear policy on biological, chemical, and other weapons of mass destruction. It is intolerable that Russia, as part of its attempts to excuse its unjustifiable and unlawful aggression against Ukraine, is making unsubstantiated and unfounded claims against Ukraine regarding the alleged development and possible use of biological and chemical weapons. The prohibitions on biological and chemical weapons must not be undermined. Given the reckless disregard for nuclear safety and security shown by Russian forces since the start of the invasion, there are fears for CBRN safety arising from the invasion. This in no way, however, supports the claims of weapons of mass destruction development in Ukraine. We are familiar with this approach by the Russian Federation. It forms part of a long-standing pattern by the Russian Federation to use disinformation in multiple multilateral fora to distract, deny, and cover up its own transgressions and aggressions. Ireland considers it unacceptable to levy such accusations against Ukraine, a state party in good standing to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the Chemical Weapons Convention, and the Biological Weapons Convention. These instruments are doing their vital job of ensuring non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and no evidence has been advanced to support such allegations in these fora. Earlier this week, 48 states, including Ireland, challenged these unsubstantiated claims by Russia in the OPCW. I urge the Russian Federation to cease its campaign of disinformation and not to use this council as a platform to spread disinformation. Such harmful actions demean this body and its role in maintaining international peace and security. Mr. President, the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine has created a humanitarian catastrophe. In another effort to mislead and misinform, we've been told by the Russian Federation that the humanitarian crisis we are seeing in Ukraine is not a result of its actions. However, as UN briefers confirmed again today, it is clear that the Russian offensive is causing the suffering of millions, resulting in a rapidly rising toll of internally displaced persons and refugees in need of humanitarian assistance. Millions of people in Ukraine are struggling with the humanitarian consequences of this senseless aggression. Whatever is agreed or not agreed on humanitarian safe passage, civilians and civilian infrastructure must be protected. Compliance with international humanitarian law is not optional, it is an obligation. Full, safe, and unhindered access to provide humanitarian assistance is urgently needed. Mr. President, one more time, Ireland urges the Russian Federation to immediately cease hostilities, unconditionally withdraw from the entire territory of Ukraine, and refrain from further threat or use of force of any kind against Ukraine. It is beyond time to choose dialogue and diplomacy as the only pathway to resolve this conflict. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Ireland for her statement. I give the floor to Norway.
Thank you, President. And I thank USG DiCarlo and High Representative Nakamitsu for their statements. 2 weeks ago, the Russian Federation, in blatant violation of international law, chose to wage an outright war against its peaceful neighbor, Ukraine. We reiterate our condemnation of this act of aggression. A few days later, Russia misused its veto to prevent the Security Council for fulfilling its mandate to maintain international peace and security. And today, Russia has called for a meeting based on an uncorroborated narrative, insinuating that Ukraine is developing biological weapons. This impacts the credibility of this council. Let us not forget the real threat to international peace and security that we are witnessing, an illegal war waged by the Russian Federation against another sovereign UN member state. And we condemn the use of cluster munition by the Russian Federation, confirmed here today. The Russian invasion was preceded by fabricated claims and unfounded allegations. And it is intolerable that Russia now makes the unsubstantiated claim that Ukraine was preparing aggressive action with the use of biological weapons. Similar allegations have also emerged in weapons production. As we heard from the UN briefers, they are not aware of that Ukraine has developed or planned to use either chemical or biological weapons. President, Norway remains a staunch supporter of the Biological Weapons Convention, which remains one of the pillars of disarmament and the non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, together with the Non-Proliferation Treaty and Chemical Weapons Convention. And we condemn any use of such weapons, which would constitute a clear violation of these conventions. The convention have established a total ban on chemical and biological weapons. All states parties were obliged to destroy their stocks of such weapons when they entered into these two agreements. Universal adherence and full implementation by all state parties are key. And I would like to remind that Russia must, as a party to both conventions, uphold their international obligation just like all states parties must. Chemical and biological weapons cannot and must not be used in war. President, I'm deeply concerned by the growing humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, and we are appalled by the blatant lack of respect for international humanitarian law displayed by the Russian military forces. In particular, the blatant disregard for their obligation to protect the Ukrainian civilian population. Every day we see numerous reports of Russian shelling of homes, schools, hospitals and other critical civilian infrastructure. This is unacceptable and must stop. The horrifying reports from this week's attack on a medical facility in Mariupol are yet another example of the disrespect for international humanitarian law. The space for humanitarian action must be restored, and it must be protected in a way that ensures continuous and sustained humanitarian access. Russia must end this war now. We need a withdrawal of all forces and engagement in good faith toward a political solution. Diplomatic solution must prevail. Thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of Norway and give the floor to China. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the situation in Ukraine is still rapidly evolving with growing complexity and sensitivity. What is most needed now continues to be to intensify diplomatic efforts, reduce tension, and bring the Ukrainian issue back to the track of a political settlement as soon as possible, while making efforts to prevent a massive, large-scale humanitarian crisis. Stop fighting and hostilities is a widespread desire of the international community. Peace negotiations are the only viable means to achieve that goal. Recently, Russia and Ukraine have held multiple rounds of direct talks, and the two foreign ministers held a high-level meeting yesterday. All these are positive steps towards achieving peace. The international community should continue to encourage and support Russia and Ukraine in their negotiations and create necessary environment and condition for such peace talks. China will continue to work with the international community and play its part in de-escalating the situation and seeking peace. Mr. President, China attaches great importance to biosafety and security and consistently stands for complete prohibition and a thorough destruction of all WMDs, including biological weapons, firmly opposes the development, possession, and use of biological and chemical weapons by any country and under any circumstances, and encourage those countries that have not yet destroyed their stockpiles of chemical weapons to do so as soon as possible. The purposes and the principles of the Biological Weapons Convention should be strictly upheld. Biological weapons are weapons of mass destruction. Any information and leads on biomilitary activities should trigger high attention from the international community. China has noted with concern relevant information released by Russia. To uphold the Biological Weapons Convention is an obligation for all state parties. The concerns raised by Russia should be properly addressed. China urges relevant parties to effectively implement their obligation under the convention, provide a comprehensive clarification, and accept a multilateral verification. We have taken note of the press report that WHO has advised to the Ukrainian government to destroy the pathogens located in those labs in order to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. We look forward to be receiving more specific information on this. Under the current situation and for the sake of public health, we call for ensuring the safety and security of relevant laboratories. Mr. President, the U.S. representative in her statement made a groundless allegations against China, which we firmly reject. The international community have been raising concerns about the U.S. military biological activities. They have around the world 336 laboratories. This number comes from the information provided by the U.S. to the Conference of State Parties of the BCW. The U.S. said they are for transparency. If they believe the relevant information is fake, all they can do is to provide us with relevant data, provide clarification so that the international community can draw a conclusion by itself. Thank you, Mr. President.
I would like to thank the representative of China for his statement and give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, biological weapons were the first category of weapon of mass destruction to be subject to a comprehensive prohibition. The Biological Weapons Convention, BWC, adopted in 1972, binds all state parties to the obligation to, and I quote, never in any circumstances to develop, produce, stockpile, or otherwise acquire such weapons, end of quote. Brazil believes that any accusations regarding violations of the basic prohibitions set out by the BWC are extremely serious and as such must be thoroughly substantiated by solid evidence. Such evidence must be presented to and confirmed by an independent and impartial authority, as foreseen in Article 4 of the Biological Weapons Convention. It is unfortunate that such investigation mechanisms are not strong enough at the moment. Brazil also believes that legitimate scientific and technological research on biosafety and biosecurity should be kept distinct and separate from possible violations of the prohibition against the development and production of biological weapons if we wish to preserve the BWC regime. Research into new and dangerous pathogens should be subject to strict transparency mechanisms. Brazil has long favored the negotiation of a multilateral verification protocol as a complement to the BWC, with additional measures to guarantee protection and security against emerging biological threats. The situation before the Council today only reinforces the urgency and the necessity of such a mechanism. Brazil strongly condemns the use or threat of use of weapons of mass destruction, including biological and chemical weapons, anywhere, by anyone, under any circumstances. I thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of Brazil for his statement and give the floor to the representative of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank USG Mary DiCarlo and High Representative Nakamitsu for their briefings, and I welcome the participation of the representative of Ukraine. The conflict in Ukraine continues at unacceptable cost to the people of Ukraine and increasingly to the entire world as the prices of essential commodities rise sharply. Our hearts go to the families who have lost loved ones, as well as the millions of refugees and internally displaced persons. We are also gravely concerned that the armed conflict has not spared objects indispensable to the survival of civilian populations, including residential homes, health facilities, as well as power and water infrastructure. Mr. President, we have listened with deep concern to the serious allegations of the development of biological weapons in contravention of the Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, and Stockpiling of Biological and Toxin Weapons. The Security Council, as mandated in the Biological Weapons Convention, is obliged to consider complaints brought forward by any state party to the Convention against the breach of this Convention. The Convention weighs the Security Council with the responsibility to consider whether to carry out an investigation. Should a state party formally launch a complaint to trigger such a process, we must make the obvious observation that there would need to be a halt to the armed conflict to enable an investigation. That, Mr. President, would then bring us to precisely the same situation where we are in today, even as Ukraine and Russia's diplomats have just met in Antalya to explore an agreed basis for a ceasefire. We urge them to redouble their efforts and to make use of the willingness of many countries to lend their every assistance to their talks. Mr. President, the risks of this conflict broadening and escalating should be taken with extreme seriousness. Already, its effects are being experienced far outside Ukraine. The sanctions and counter-sanctions are threatening the world food supply, and rapid energy price increases will drive millions more people into poverty, even as they struggle to recover from COVID's impact. Humanity is teetering on the edge of a precipice. The coming economic shock, if a ceasefire is not imminently announced, will be accompanied by a political crisis and more conflict situations. In regard to the serious allegations we have had, whatever action is undertaken in the Security Council should be by a newfound commitment by all member states to the Biological Weapons Convention. We urge its 183 states parties to seize the opportunity of the 9th Review Conference later this year to strengthen the biological weapons regime and the norms that safeguard humanity from the threat of use of these abhorrent weapons. Ultimately, Mr. President, the only way out of this crisis is to pause the armed conflict and give a chance to dialogue to shape a stable European security order in which the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all members is protected. I reaffirm Kenya's recognition of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. I thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of Kenya for his statement and give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the Undersecretary General, Madame De Carlo, and High Representative Nakamitsu for their briefings and the information they shared with us. And we also welcome our colleague from Ukraine to this meeting. We are holding this second.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here. For some of you, we are awaiting the Ukraine response here to Russia's latest allegations. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Serious accusations, valid on both sides by members around this table, is making it clear that there is a persistent risk of the use of chemical weapons linked to the war in Ukraine, and this would not redound to the benefit of humanity. My country calls on the parties to abide strictly by the relevant provisions of the Convention on Biological Weapons, which formally prohibits the use of broad-spectrum weapons, as well as their development, manufacture, and stockpiling. As a member state of the Convention on the Prohibition of Biological Weapons, reaffirms its opposition to any use of any form of biological weapons, and we call on the belligerents to refrain from resorting to such weapons and to abide by international humanitarian law. Gabon reiterates its attachment to the peaceful settlement of the disputes between United Nations member states, and we call them to return to the negotiating table and to put an end to the suffering of civilians who are paying a heavy toll since the hostilities began. Sir, it is fundamental that this council go beyond the logic of confrontation and condemnation and to instead make sure that we focus on finding a credible solution so as to avoid a war that the consequences of which cannot be predicted. We must get on top of the situation. We must do so, and it urgently so, if we want to restore peace and security in Ukraine. We must offer a genuine alternative to the deafening language of weapons and threats of using non-conventional weapons. The Security Council cannot and should not be a place where we volley invective and reaffirm and entrench ourselves in our rival positions. We must more than ever return to our calling to find a way to settle conflicts and to emerge from crisis. Thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of Gabon for his statement. The representative of the Russian Federation asked for the floor. Once again, the floor is to the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, what conclusion could be drawn from the discussion we've had today? As we expected, Our Western colleagues, first and foremost, neither one of them addressed the substance of the issue we put forward. When my American colleague was throwing thunderbolts and accused us, as we expected, of propaganda, two things came to mind. First of all, Russian saying, according to which a guilty mind is never at ease. The louder people are trying to shift the blame on us, the greater is our conviction that we hit the nail on the head when we're talking about their nefarious activity in Ukraine. Secondly, I remember another story which was mentioned many times in many contexts about the container shown by the Colin Powell some time ago here in this room, which became the foundation for the United States going into Iraq and which led to huge level of suffering and victims and destruction, which then reverberated in the whole region, reverberated also in the form of a terrorist organization called ISIL. That is the real palm d'or that the Albanian colleague mentioned today. In his statement, many of you said that you are unaware of the military biological programs in Ukraine. That doesn't mean that they didn't exist in actual fact. The military development is a secret enterprise, and those who are involved in that do not report to Ms. Nakamitsu about it. I also recall Iraq and Mosul, which were razed to the ground and buried under their rubble thousands of civilians, and this was done by the forces of the coalition headed by the United States. And the bodies remain there for several months. And I do not recall righteous ire on the part of the colleagues about this. We raised this issue many times, but this died and was buried, and people prefer not to recall that. But on the other hand, we hear every day about the atrocities of the Russian army attacks on hospitals, kindergartens, schools, maternity hospitals using cluster bombs, something that was refuted repeatedly by our Ministry of Defense. The maternity hospital number 1 in Mariupol has become the common parlance in this regard. Let me ask you this. Did you listen to what we said here in this room on Monday, 7th of March, when we said that the fighters, the radicals, converted that building into an attack base? This is something that we warned about even then. Apparently you don't listen or you don't hear what it is that we say. Did you see the photos of the allegedly destroyed maternity hospital, the building of the hospital destroyed by a bomb? What you can see there is a building without windows, but it's not destroyed. Here are the photos. Can you imagine what would have happened to a building if it underwent a bomb strike or shelling, as well as to those who were inside the building? What would have happened to it? So we have the videos from inside the building. Here they are. And they show that there is disorder, overturned furniture, and untouched intact chairs. Once again, can you imagine what kind of destruction would have remained in the wake of a building hit by a rocket or a bomb? Ask military specialists, they will tell you. They have already said that. They show the photos of a crater near the building, which resulted from an exploded mine. At the same time, we are being told about the 17 wounded in the building, and not a single death, by the way. And by way of evidence, what is showed is a false picture of a Ukrainian blogger, Mariana Podgorskaya, here,
she was shot by an AP stringer, Yevgeny Maloletka. This blogger lady is using two different kinds of makeup to present herself as two different women in photographs. And this is something that was revealed by the network users themselves. We are dismayed by the dirty campaign to blame us for intentionally shelling a civilian infrastructure. You are accusing us of propaganda and fake, whilst ignoring a huge number of fakes which are being churned out in Ukraine and in the West, so as to conduct a special psychological operation. At the same time, you coyly going over in silence over the fact that you have basically shut off your access to Russian sources of information. We found a great deal of new things these days about the freedom of speech that you seem to champion. I would like to react now to my UK colleague. She quoted Minister Lavrov incompletely as usual when he said that we did not start the war. This is the exact quote. We did not start this war. We want to end it. And it is true that the war was not begun by us. It started 8 years ago by the Kiev authorities in the Donbas. Yesterday in the internet, we show a video where the Ukrainians wear military form near Kharkov, let's say, are shooting down what is supposed to be a Russian plane using a movable rocket launcher. There is a car right next to it, the car in which apparently they used to arrive there. Here's a picture. White color Toyota bearing a logo of the United Nations. We've already asked this question to the representative of this secretariat, and the answer was that UN vehicles are not being used by the Ukrainian territorial defense. We insist on this incident being investigated by the UN. Even it turns out that this is not a UN car. Nonetheless, using a UN logo on a car which is used for military activities is unacceptable. I thank you.
أشكر ممثل الاتحاد الروسي على بيانه.
I thank the representative of Russian Federation for his statement. The representative of the United States asked for the floor for the statement. You have the floor.
I know that you expect me to respond, but we're not going to give any more airtime to the lies that you're hearing today. It's beneath this council, and there's only one aggressor here, and that is Russia. And we hope they will be able to find it in their conscience to end the attacks and stop the suffering of the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
أشكر ممثلة الولايات المتحدة.
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished members of the Security Council, Madam Under-Secretary General DiCarlo, Madam Under-Secretary General Nakamitsu. I should also acknowledge the presence of a separate category here, a representative of the aggressor state, who sits in the seat of the Soviet Union in the Security Council, the status of which was recognized by the General Assembly Resolution ES 11/1, and that is the status of aggressor state. There is already a long record of Russian lies established here in the Council, and only the recollection of the items of lies over the last 2 weeks will take perhaps an hour or so. But let me mention just a couple lowest of the lowest, and I would not hesitate to mention them again after the representative sitting in the Soviet seat just referred to them. Let me quote his kingpin, Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov. who said yesterday, indeed, I quote, "We do not plan to attack other countries. We did not attack Ukraine either." End of quote. An outlet of the Russian lies, the Russian embassy in London, tweeted yesterday that a pregnant woman is in the attacked maternity hospital in Mariupol was wearing makeup and was playing multiple roles of pregnant women. And indeed, Moscow and the Russian ambassador here are struggling to get this story straight. Kremlin spokesman Peskov told Reuters in the immediate aftermath of the strike on Wednesday that, I quote, "Russian forces do not fire on civilian targets," end of quote. On Thursday, he told reporters that the Kremlin would look into the incident, I quote, "because you and I don't have clear information about what happened there," end of quote. Following a meeting with the Ukrainian foreign minister in Turkey on Thursday, Russian foreign minister Lavrov took a different stance, as he claimed without evidence that the hospital in Mariupol was a warranted target because the building had been seized long ago by Ukrainian armed groups. Let me share with you a very good news. Miss Mariana, the pregnant woman, gave birth to a healthy daughter last night. Her name is Veronica. Here she is with her father. No matter what the Russian lies are about herself, her family, and the incident. Mr. President, whatever the gentleman in the Soviet seat may say in reply is most probably useless. We need to hear directly from the mastermind of the war crimes committed so far. As we established that he was out of loop on many occasions, having no clue what was going on the ground. We know quite well that the manic obsession with which Putin fantasizes about non-existent biological or chemical weapons or hazards in Ukraine is very dangerous. It may actually point at Russia preparing another horrific false flag operation. So what else are you going to use against Ukraine? Cruise missiles, multiple rocket launchers, heavy aerial bombs? We have already experienced all of this. What is next? Ammonia, phosphorus, and what will be the next target? One more residential building? One more maternity hospital? One more school? Or maybe one more cultural heritage site? Russian troops have already hit all these sites, all of them. By calling this meeting, the aggressor state has shot itself in foot once again. Ukraine runs a health system that is totally in full compliance with its international obligations and in full cooperation with all relevant international organizations. The rest is a bunch of insane delirium of Putin and his henchmen, including the Russian mission to the United Nations. Russia does not give a monkeys about safety of its own citizens, including thousands of decomposing bodies of Russian soldiers sent by Putin to Ukraine to this ongoing carnage. I regret that the Security Council is being now manipulated by the Russian Federation to promote such an insane delirium. It is an utmost disregard by the Russian Federation of the members of the Security Council. Finally, it is detrimental for the Council's credibility. What indeed has to be addressed by the Council are the war crimes and crimes against humanity that the Russian Federation commits on a daily basis since 24th of February, the day when the war in Europe unleashed by Russia started. Among the most recent examples that shocked the world, Russian airstrike that destroyed the maternity hospital that we already mentioned so many times today. Russian indiscriminate shellings and airstrikes have almost destroyed Mariupol, one of the most beautiful cities on the Azov Sea, and killed 1,582 civilian residents of that city, according to the local administration. For the first time since the World War II, people are being buried in mass graves in Ukrainian cities. I would like to use this opportunity to ask the gentleman in the Soviet seat, if you are really connected, wired to Moscow, please talk to Moscow to release the kidnapped mayor of the city of Melitopol. Please help us get him back from the arms of the invaders. Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Sumy, Izium, Akhtirka, Volnovakha, and many other Ukrainian cities are being razed to the ground. Documents and maps seized by the Ukrainian troops from Russian prisoners of war confirm that bombardments of residential areas had been planned in advance. Captured Russian pilots at today's press conference in Kiev have reconfirmed that they deliberately dropped the bombs on residential areas. The number of civilians killed by the Russian troops exceeds military losses. Many people have lost their homes. More than 1.5 million left Ukraine, almost 2 million by now, across the western border. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, became IDPs. Only from Kharkiv, 600,000 people were evacuated by trains. The main efforts are now focused on ensuring safe passage of civilians through humanitarian corridors. Unfortunately, the arrangements are often violated by the Russian troops. Awful pictures and footages taken near the destroyed bridge in Irpin with killed civilians, including entire families who tried to flee the occupied areas, have circled and horrified the globe. Russia must not use civilians as hostages in human shield. By exposing cities to indiscriminate shelling and creating a dire humanitarian situation, deliberately shelling civilians during the evacuation from the besieged Ukrainian cities, Russia is forcing civilians to flee their homes and providing only a corridor to its territory or to Belarus. So-called green corridors proposed by the aggressor for sending people to Russia and Belarus could be considered as forcible deportation of protected persons according to international humanitarian law. Mr. President, Ukrainian people are being killed and Ukrainian cities are being destroyed as we are compelled to listen to the Russian absurd fakes in the Security Council. Fakes created in a desperate attempt to whitewash the war against Ukraine. Russian aggression threatens us all, and there is an urgent need to be resolute in countering uncivilized, barbaric, and mean actions by Russia. The sooner the aggressor is stopped and held accountable for his crimes, the safer our world will be. I will not end before I read several paragraphs from an open letter from 194 Nobel laureates.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to listen in to the Ukraine representative talking about the Russian invasion.
The Ukrainian people and the free and independent state of Ukraine as it faces Russian aggression. 194 Nobel laureates. in a move that recalls the infamous attack of Nazi Germany on Poland in 1939, using similar tricks of feigned provocation. The government of the Russian Federation, led by President Putin, has launched an unprovoked military aggression, nothing else but a war against its neighbor, Ukraine. We choose our wars carefully here, for we do not believe the Russian people have a role in this aggression. We join in condemning these military actions and President Putin's essential denial of the legitimacy of Ukraine's existence. We respect the calm and the strength of the Ukrainian people. We are with you. Our hearts go out to the families and friends of all Ukrainians and Russians who have died and been injured already. May peace come to this piece of our beautiful world. End of quote. I thank you.
أشكر ممثل أوكرانيا على بيانه.
I thank the representative of Ukraine for his statement. There are no more speakers on my list. The meeting is adjourned.
In the over 1 hour meeting there at the special UN security emergency meeting there, Russia called this meeting and really only to use it to put more lies and misinformation out there, this time alleging that there is biological weapons in Ukraine. And that was one of the reasons why they had to do the invasion there. And then we heard from the U.S. representative as well as Ukraine and other countries really just talking about these lies and misinformation putting out there by Russia. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everybody, thanks again for joining us here worldwide. As always, I'm your host Mike Pace. We're going to go out to now Philadelphia, where we do have President Biden speaking. Their Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and others spoke right before him. Let's go and rewind that to you in full right here on Live Now from Fox.
Are y'all ready to hear from President Joe Biden? Our House Democrats in the House right now? Are you fired up? Are you ready to go? Thank you, all of you. It's my honor and my privilege to introduce a woman who really needs no introduction, but nonetheless, we'll just give her a brief but appropriate one. I'm so thankful for the House Democratic Caucus, all of your brilliance and effort and heart and commitment. This is an incredibly diverse caucus, a caucus that represents the American people in the most authentic fashion, closest to the people, fighting to build a better America for the people. We're a great orchestra filled with brilliant people who have the ability to make tremendous legislative music. People who play different instruments at different times, but brilliant people. But in order to have a great orchestra, you also need a great conductor. And Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi is a great conductor. And we're thankful for her leadership. She's a voice for the voiceless, a defender of the disenfranchised, a leader for the least, the lost, and the left behind, a fantastic facilitator, a notorious negotiator, and a legendary legislator. I give you Speaker Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi.
Thank you all. Let's get to the point. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your very generous introduction. I join you in saluting our caucus for its excellence. Thank you. And Vice Chair Aguilar for a wonderful conference. Mr. President, what you see before you, I say to them, when under one roof, when our caucus comes together, is the greatest collection of integrity and ideas and imagination to make the future better for the American people. They came together in this caucus under the leadership of Mr. Jeffries and Mr. Aguilar and our other leadership, and we heard from them. We heard from members of your administration. We heard from grassroots activists. We heard from, actually we began, Mr. President, with a prayer, and it was a prayer to St. Francis, where there is despair, may we bring hope, and you have brought us hope. Now, Mr. Cleaver's prayers have their own imagination, but they also bring us hope. So thank you, Mr. Cleaver, for your your prayer. Again, this was a remarkable few days because it was for the people, but it was Slava Ukraina. It was about Ukrainia. Mike McFall, others here have talked about Ukraine and what our responsibility is there to those people. They are fighting for their country. They are fighting for democracy. Now, I just say, Mr. President, it's an honor for us to receive you any day, but on the one-year anniversary of the rescue package, the American Rescue Plan, thank you for joining us and thank you for your leadership to make that possible. You know, and we've all talked about all weekend, millions of jobs created under your leadership, hundreds of millions of vaccinations taking place, children in school, people back to work, child tax credit, so many things that you made possible and to improve the lives of the American people. And it is one-year anniversary. More to be done. What we talked about here, when I heard you say in that room, and I've quoted you, you will be very pleased to join in a bipartisan way for an infrastructure bill, but you would not confine your vision for America to just that. And we have other initiatives that are being put forward. As you said in your State of the Union address so clearly, your message was about hope, it was about progress, and it was about empathy for the people, many of whom have not felt the full benefit of the upturn in our economy. But this election, because we talk about empathy, under your leadership, we talk about equality and equity and all that we are doing, whether it's building infrastructure or advancing our economy, to do so in a new, fresh way, to not only help people survive, but to help them succeed, and to do so in a transformative way where many more women and people of color participate in that. And you are making that happen with equality, equity, with empathy for the people, making progress. I'll just close by saying, and our democracy is on the ballot here. We know that. Not every, Mr. Hoyer has told us again and again that the Republicans are saying it's legitimate political discourse, what happened on January 6th. That's a threat to our democracy. Mr. Clyburn has said, I always quote Jamie Raskin quoting Thomas Paine, the times have found us. Yesterday we were at the Independence Hall and saw the reenactment of the peaceful transfer of power from George Washington to John Adams. Very emotional, especially in light of what happened last year. And Mr. Clyburn says, while we're saying the times have found us, he says these are the times that try men's souls, another Paine quote. So with all of that, we have to show the public the relationship between democracy and their kitchen table concerns. If the other side has its way in suppressing the vote and nullifying elections, what does that mean? It means big, dark money dominates. So at the kitchen table, people will not have the confidence that they can have lower drug prices or higher minimum wage or better public education for their children or safer neighborhoods free of gun violence, because that big, dark money, which would prevail if the Republicans have their way in suppressing the vote and in nullifying elections. So much is at stake, nothing less than our democracy, but what democracy also means, fair elections mean in the lives of the American people. You have been, the time has found you. This is a president who has a great vision for our country. We see that every day. He has vision and values that go with it. He is a president who has knowledge and therefore judgment about policies that can work. You know his career. I don't have to go into it, but we do know that every day in his life he has made a difference in his political and official life. A president who is strategic in his thinking, who knows the path to get something done, and a person with such authenticity, such sincerity about what he believes in. He knows that kitchen table. His family has sat at that kitchen table when he was a little boy, in Pennsylvania, and then moved to Delaware. So again, God has blessed us with the timing of this presidency, with this person who is just making such a tremendous difference in the lives of the American people. So what a joy for us to be able to welcome him as we discuss how we go forward and how we impress upon the American people that their concerns are our concerns. We sit with them at that kitchen table, and we are determined, again, to win the election, to make the difference. And our message will be the message of the President of the United States, our special guest today, President Joe Biden.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, sit down. Please. I've been to enough Senate caucuses and Democratic retreats to know that when the last speaker is up, we want to get the hell out of here, no matter who it is. But thank you. Look, folks, let me begin by saying that when I ran, and a lot of you helped me, a lot of good people ran, I made it clear I was running for 3 reasons. Because I had no intention of running for office again when left the vice presidency. But when I saw those folks come out of those fields down in Charlottesville, carrying torches and singing Nazi slogans and carrying swastikas and white supremacists, I decided to get engaged. The point is this: I had a message which I didn't consult with anybody about generating to begin with, which was not viewed as being very saleable. The first was that I thought it was essential to literally restore the soul of this country, a sense of decency and honor, a sense that you could trust one another, just restore the soul of the country. Because what we were seeing was not who we are. And among some of our Republicans, what they're saying is still not who we are. The second thing I wanted to do, that's been the essence of my whole career from the time I ran 20 miles from here, a 29-year-old kid for the Senate, was that I wanted to rebuild the backbone of the country. And the backbone of the country is the working class and middle class. I'm so sick and tired of trickle down. When the middle class does well, the poor have a way up, and the wealthy do just fine. They do just fine. And the third thing, which a lot of you didn't like, I know, I thought we had to unify the country. Because ultimately, we are a democracy. And there needs to be, for it to work, there has to be consensus. And the consensus, you got to get a majority. We've not been able to do that for a lot of the important things. That's why we have to continue to maintain our majority. This off-year election, in my view, may be the most important off-year election in modern history. Because we know what happens. We know the fundamental change that shifts if we lose the House and Senate. The only thing I'll have then is a veto pen. And so, folks, I want to thank Nancy for your introduction, for your friendship all these years. Nance and Paul, thank you as well. And I want to thank the extraordinary job you've done delivering the omnibus, just like you delivered so many critical pieces of legislation last year. And Hakeem and Steny and Jim and Emmanuel Cleaver and Pete, Congresswoman Catherine Clark, and all of you out there. Let me first say that I want to thank you. Thank you for the support you provided Ukraine. I was on the phone today for a better part of an hour with Zelensky, who I speak to almost daily. The people of Ukraine have demonstrated a remarkable source of bravery and courage, but the security assistance that you provided has been absolutely critical in their defense. Second, I want to thank you for showing a unified front to the world. When Putin unleashed his assault, he thought he could divide NATO. He thought he could literally divide this country, the West, the United States, in terms of the parties. I know a former ambassador knows that out there. He thought he could divide Democrats and Republicans at home. But he failed. He failed. For months, the United States has worked tirelessly to keep our allies and partners together. As our former ambassador you see on television a lot, thank God, will tell you I've spent literally hours and hours and hours and hours keeping the alliance together, the EU, NATO, and all of our allies, including our Asian allies. As a result, we've been able to ramp up our economic pressure on Putin and further isolate Russia on the global stage. This morning, along with the G7 nations in Germany, Canada, France, Italy, Japan, and the United Kingdom, we moved, which I know you wanted to do initially, and Nancy, I drove her crazy, on most favored nation status, as we call it in the United States, permanent normal trade relations, and eliminate them. But folks, I know I've occasionally frustrated you, but more important than us moving when we want to is making sure all of NATO is together, They have different vulnerabilities than we do, just like in the oil embargo. A lot of them could not. The only way took, I think you know, weeks to work out. I said, we're going to block oil, Russian oil and energy. We consume 15% of it. They rely totally on it. Without Russian oil, they're going to find themselves in a position where they get choked off in a way that far exceeds anything we do. So it took a long time sitting with my counterparts and saying, look, we're going to block oil, but I'm not going to ask you to do it. I'm going to say to you, you do what you can. I'm going to explain why it's not rational for you to do the same thing. In the meantime, we're going to help you get energy through liquefied natural gas and a whole range of other things. The point is, revoking PNTR for Russia has made it harder for Russia to do business with the United States, but in doing it with unison with our allies that kept together make up half the global economy, half of it. It's a crushing blow to Russia. Along with our partners and allies, we've stepped up pressure on corrupt Russian billionaires. We're increasing coordination among the G7 countries and to target, capture the ill-begotten gains, the yachts. You see some of these yachts 450 feet long. No, I'm serious. Hundreds of millions of dollars in value. They're luxury apartments. The totality of our economic sanctions and export controls are crushing the Russian economy. The ruble has lost, I know many of you know this in detail, lost more than half its value. You know what the value of a ruble is versus a dollar? You'd need 200 rubles to equal $1 today. 200. Moscow Stock Exchange is closed for a simple reason. I get asked, well, why is it closed? Because for the last 2 weeks, because the moment it opens, it will be disbanded. You hear me? It will blow up. Credit rating agencies have downgraded Russia's government to junk status. Junk status. The list of private business and international corporations leaving Russia is growing day by day by day. I want to be clear, though. We're going to make sure Ukraine has the weapons to defend themselves from invading Russian force. And we will send money and food aid to save Ukrainian lives. We're going to welcome Ukrainian refugees with open arms if, in fact, they come all the way here. And as we provide this support to Ukraine, we're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send an unmistakable message that we will defend every inch of NATO territory, every single inch, with a united, galvanized NATO. One movement. That's why I moved over 12,000 American forces along the borders with Russia, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Romania, etc. Because they move once. Granted, if we respond, it is World War III, but we have a sacred obligation on NATO territory, a sacred obligation, Article 5. And we will not, although we will not fight the Third World War in Ukraine. Putin's war against Ukraine was never be a victory. Democrats are rising to meet the moment, rallying the world on the side of peace and security. We're showing the strength and we'll never falter. But look, the idea that we're going to send in offensive equipment and have planes and tanks and trains going in with American pilots and American crews, just understand, and don't kid yourself, no matter what you all say, that's called World War III, okay? Let's get it straight here, guys. That old expression, don't kid a kidder. Now, I'd like to speak to our broader purpose here today, to remind everyone.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here for some of you watching Live Now from Fox.
The direction we're headed in, and all of you know that today is the day anniversary, as Nancy said, since we passed the American Rescue Plan. Within the first month of an office, thank God you did it. And anybody thought, well, we're going to pass a bill that's $1.9 trillion? Going to do that? Well, yeah, you did it. I ask you, and you did it. Few pieces of legislation, no hyperbole, in American history have done more to lift this country out of a crisis than what you did. It took about 2 million Americans before I was sworn in. 2 million Americans have been vaccinated. Today, because of the efforts what you voted for, we have more than 250 million Americans fully vaccinated. You all remember the lines of cars, remember nice-looking cars stretched for hours and hours to milk in just to get a box of food. Well, guess what? Stretching those miles and miles no longer is happening. That box of food is not only in the table, in the trunk. Because of that law, 41 million people put food on their table and are putting it on the table who wouldn't have been able to. Because of that law, we helped to keep a roof over 4 million people's heads who were about to be evicted. And we gave families what my dad used to call just a little bit of breathing room. Just a little bit of breathing room. Because we took action, we created 6.7 million jobs last year, more than any other time in American history. And we hadn't stopped. Last month, we created over 678,000 jobs in February to get us well over 7 million jobs. Unemployment is down 3.8%. The economy grew 5.7%, the best economic growth in the last 4 decades. And the leading financial firm on Wall Street, Moody's, estimates that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more jobs are created. Unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been, and had we failed to ask. And it didn't cause the inflation. Look, there's more to the story than that. Many of you remember when we went through that last financial crisis in 2008, I had the dubious distinction of the president standing before all of you and said, and Sheriff Joe is going to take care of the Recovery Act. Well, guess what? The economy recovered, but underneath the recovery, just like every other recovery in our history, there was a lot of pain, a lot of pain. Republicans in Congress refused to give President Obama the additional recovery funds he asked for. And the truth is, a lot of folks never got back on their feet. A whole lot of young people saw their futures dimmed, diminished. They didn't get back on track. And what's economists called the economic scarring that occurred as a consequence of that recession. The chronic pain when an economy comes back, but some of the folks are left behind and left behind almost permanently, trapped in long-term unemployment.
evictions and foreclosures. Study after study showed that when you're stuck in that cycle, it has the worst impact on your emotional health and that of your children and your family members that you can imagine. And that's serious. So when I came to office in the midst of this crisis, I was determined not to let that happen. Together, we made the choice to ask for all that we needed, to leave nobody behind, to minimize the pain and the hopelessness and despair that so many had just lost their jobs, lost everything, through no fault of their own. And look what happened. It isn't just that unemployment rate has dropped at a record pace. We've also seen the biggest drop in long-term unemployment ever recorded in American history. Nearly 2.5 million Americans have got to break out of that cycle of long-term unemployment. We've seen the most significant drop in Black and Hispanic unemployment ever recorded. Black employment fell by more than 30%. Hispanic unemployment fell by 9% to 4.4%. We've seen the lowest child poverty rate ever recorded, 40% decline in child poverty. The lowest number of home foreclosures ever recorded, down less than a third of what they were before the pandemic. Record low credit card delinquencies because families had money in their pockets. The list goes on. We've got a long way to go, though. I'm not saying we're over, we're just getting going. And a lot of work to do, but never forget what we've accomplished together so far. And by the way, the American people just trying to stay above water don't understand this. You tell them what the American Recovery Act was, they look at you like, what are you talking about? Understandably. They're like my family. Mom, dad, 4 kids, grandpop living in the house in a 3-bedroom suite-level home. Just every single day figuring out how you put enough food on the table, even when things are okay. Well, and on this one anniversary, the American Rescue Plan, let's be clear. We did it alone, without one single solitary Republican vote. America comes flat on its back. It was the Democrats, it was you that brought us back. And you didn't stop there. You invested in America. In fact, you passed the biggest investment of rebuilding the nation in history. Now, it's true we got some Republicans, friends, to help on the Infrastructure Act. But we're talking how many in the House? 12, 13, 14 or something, whatever it was? 13. I mean, come on. I was happy for them, don't get me wrong. And then every one of them got attacked. Look, but have you noticed that every new bridge, every trench dug to put in to take out lead pipes, every trench dug, there's a Republican standing there saying, this is a great thing. Wonderful. We did it. Even Mitch McConnell, for God's sake. You know, as we say in my outfit, bless me, Father, for I have sinned. This has been so much since the last confession. Look, the simple fact is, this infrastructure bill is going to transform America. I mean, not figuratively, literally transform America. That's already starting. Instead of having infrastructure week, we have an infrastructure decade we voted for, okay? We got 4,000 projects all across the country, including 1,500 bridges in disrepair that are starting to be repaired this year. This year. People back home need to know what's happening. By the way, where's my Pittsburgh group? Where are you? They're in Pittsburgh. Anyway, I just reached out in Pittsburgh. That bridge, you saw that bridge, it was devastating. I stood there about that bridge. It had gone down an hour before I got there. Over 100-foot fall. Only a couple folks on that bridge. And if it had been 2 hours later, school buses would have been filled. Children would have died. I mean, it was, you saw the pictures in the paper. You ought to stand there and lean over and look at it. Look, we need to tell the American people, this law is going to create millions of jobs rebuilding roads and bridges and airports and ports, internet, and a whole range of other things. Because that's what it's going to do. And that's why I'm not going to get into it right now, but that's why we have to make sure we have our education system up and running so we can produce the kind of workers we need, et cetera. But it's going to start to get rid of the poisonous lead pipes as well, so our kids and families can drink clean water. There's 10 million homes with lead pipes in America. And some of you on the Health Committee know the incredible studies done on the impact of lead on the brain of children and children's development. 400,000 schools. We're going to invest $65 billion to deliver affordable high-speed internet everywhere in America, urban, suburban, tribal, city. And by the way, we can't be this United States of America, we can't be the country where for a mom to get her kid on the internet to be able to do their homework has to pull into the McDonald's parking lot. I mean, for real. That's what's happening. This law is going to put an end to all of that. It's going to put people in a much different position to be able to determine their own judgments about when to sell their cattle, when they should. It's going to change things. But look, we all know that despite the progress we made, families are still struggling. They're struggling with higher prices. As I said, I grew up in a family where the price of gas went up. Everybody's felt it. You talked about it. It mattered. It mattered. But let's be absolutely clear about why prices are so high right now. They're very high for two reasons, notwithstanding what the Republicans say. COVID, number one. What happened was, the way the global economy works, if a factory in Taiwan makes computer chips, shuts down because of COVID, it causes a ripple effect that can slow down the manufacturing in Detroit, which it did. One hitch can hold up everything. Because of the pandemic, you've had disruptions in our supply chain materials and import materials. At the same time, the strength and speed of our economic recovery and families making more money still kept up. So here you had the unusual situation that during the pandemic, people had money to spend. But what they didn't do is they didn't want to go to restaurants. They didn't want to go out and go on vacations. They didn't spend money on leisure activities. So they wanted to spend it on other things, on hard goods, home improvements, televisions, additions to their homes. The very products are slowed down by disruptions in the supply chain because there weren't people cutting 2x4s because of COVID. They were shut down. I could go on and list, you all know this. I'm preaching to the choir here. So what happened? Prices went up exponentially. Just take a look at automobiles last year. 1/3 of all the inflation in America last year was because of the price of automobiles. People had the money to buy automobiles, finally. But because the companies couldn't get semiconductors, they couldn't make the automobiles. As a result, the price of automobiles skyrocketed. And used cars, the reason used cars went up when the COVID hit and the leisure industry shut down, the rental cars sold all their stock. And so people were in real trouble. The second big reason for inflation is Vladimir Putin. From the moment he put his over 150,000 troops on the Ukrainian border, the price of gasoline in January went up 75 cents. And Putin began amassing troops along the border, and guess what? The world took notice. And those of you who work in the business know that the market anticipated. Prices went up more. And then Putin invaded. Make no mistake, inflation is largely the fault of Putin. I love, the Republicans saying it's Biden's gas pipeline. Biden said he's going to stop the Keystone pipeline, and I did. And that's the reason prices went up. Folks, let's get something straight here. The Keystone pipeline was 2 years away and had been 2% finished. Give me a break. Give me a break. Headline fact checker in the New York Times. Republicans wrongly blame Biden for rising gas prices. And it goes on to explain why gas prices are so high. Washington Post op-ed by Dana Milbank. Opinion, Biden heeded Republicans' plea to ban Russian oil. They pounced. And it goes on to talk about why it's gone. Don't let anybody tell you anything you did supporting the idea that we block Russian oil coming into the country, which is going, and I said at the time, prices are going to go up for gasoline. It wasn't anything we did. And by the way, You're in a situation right now where, if you take a look, the idea, can we pump more oil? There are now there are 172 gas and oil rigs running. Now there are 519 in operation before this all began. But guess what? They have over 7,000 permits to dig oil if they want. Why aren't they out pumping oil? Why aren't they out pumping oil? Because they've said, and they're very clear, Wall Street bankers have made it very clear. Not a joke. Check it out. And I recommend these two articles to you, just as a little bit of a primer. You probably already know it. What's happened? Well, the oil companies and the executives, they don't want to pump more oil, although they have every capacity to do so. Nothing is slowing them up from doing it if they want to. Why? Rather than spend the profits in the increased price of gasoline, they would rather take those profits and buy back stock, buy back their own stock, rather than take that money and invest it in pumping new oil. Not a joke. Not a joke. So don't tell me gas prices rose because I've slowed down the American energy production. In my first year in office, American production grew by 9.7 million barrels a day to 11.6 million, while we still made a major, major effort to deal with global warming and changing the way in which we shift to renewable energy. And don't tell me gas prices rose because of the American Rescue Plan. The San Francisco Reserve, Federal Reserve, analyzed this, and other outfits confirm the rescue plan contributed to 0.3% of inflation. 0.3 inflation. They're the facts. Democrats didn't cause this problem. Vladimir Putin did. And we are working on to fix it. Because of the work we did, this country is vaccinated and started building the economy, the bottom up and the middle out. Something incredible is happening. We're seeing a manufacturing revival I don't think even those of you from the Midwest thought would occur. The pride that comes from stamping products made in America. Intel came to see me, the CEO. He said he wants to invest $20 billion to build factories in eastern Ohio.
All right, guys, as you can see, we do have our Pentagon briefing that has started, so we can go back into President Biden a little bit later, but of course, hear exactly what at this time when it comes to everything happening with the war in Ukraine. All right, it looks like we don't have audio happening from this, so let's just go ahead. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll try to get that audio back here for you on Live Now from Fox.
certainty what the Russians are doing here. Our assessment is that they struck a couple of airfields in the west. It's not like there hasn't been any airstrikes in western Ukraine since the beginning of this operation 16 days ago. It's just that we haven't seen that as a routine matter. So now you got 2 in one day. That's notable. What it means, what it